Ladies and gentlemen, technical difficulties beyond our control are delaying our presentation of the Campbell Soup Show, Amos and Andy, scheduled to be heard at this time. As soon as these difficulties have been cleared, we hope to present Amos and Andy. In the meantime, a transcribed organ interlude. Ladies and gentlemen, the difficulties which delayed our presentation of Amos and Andy, sponsored by the makers of Campbell Soups, have now been cleared. Here are the famous pair, Amos and Andy.
And the next thing, I sort of forgot some of the words to the song I was going to sing. Couldn't get them in my head.
Yeah.
Then you know that Mrs. Van Poden and myself ain't speaking to each other, and we were supposed to sing together.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Then a little thing like, this didn't amount to nothing, but I started thinking about getting up in front of all them people and something going wrong.
Oh, now, that's it right there. Now you done beat around the bush. You done finally got in there where the rabbit is. Yeah.
Well, what's that? What?
Yeah, well, that is that thing you talking about. That is the germ that starts the whole fever, that fear germ.
Oh, I wasn't scared.
You think you wasn't. You were so nervous that all the nerves in your throat got together and said, let's tighten up on him. That's what your nerves say.
Well, I've been over and talked to my singing teacher.
Hmm.
I told her that I was better now.
Yeah.
Then she told me that she was going to have the recital next week.
Oh, you was over there early this morning. Yeah, you told me that.
Yeah. Oh, I'm in great shape. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Oh,
yeah.
Come, I love you only. Oh, boy, I really wish the thing was tonight.
Yeah, you really wish the thing was over and that you was a big success. That's what you really wish.
No. I tell you, I know that I'm going to be a success.
Mm-hmm.
I know that the newspapers is all going to be there to hear me sing.
Well, now listen, Andy, I didn't want to show you this, but here's a little piece that was in the newspaper today.
What's that?
Look here, I'll read it to you. The Bluebird School of Singing, which is managed by Mademoiselle Henrietta DeWitt, announced that the recital scheduled for tonight would be postponed until a later date due to illness of some of the participants.
Yeah, well, that ain't bad.
Now, listen to this. Andrew H. Brown contracted buck fever yesterday as the 0 hour approached. However, it was reported in Harlem that he knocked himself out with his own singing at rehearsals.
That's a fine thing.
Residents of Harlem claim to have never heard Mr. Brown sing. That noise you have been hearing for the past 2 weeks, which resembles a cow, was Mr. Brown rehearsing for his debut.
Now, there's something.
It is reported that Mrs. Henry Van Porter, one of our better singers in Harlem, flatly refused to have her voice humiliated by singing a duet with Brown.
Better singers.
This, we believe, was the real cause of the postponement. Although this writer called Mr. Brown on the phone yesterday for a statement, but found him unable to talk, much less sing. We are looking forward to the recital next week, when it is hoped that the teacher will be able to drug Mr. Brown sufficiently to get him on stage.
I relents the whole thing, and I'll sue the newspaper for assault, battery, and slander.
Yeah, well, don't start suing the newspaper now, 'cause they prints the news, and this is news.
Yeah, but why has they got to stand up and say all that about me? Some little reporter that ain't got sense enough to come in out the rain write that stuff. Wait till the newspaper crickets hear me sing.
Yeah, well, that's who wrote this. This fella is the music cricket on the paper. He is the one that's going to report after he hears you sing.
Oh, he is, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I better let bad enough alone.
Yeah, I say you might as well. Don't forget, don't try to fight the newspaper. Remember, the pen is mightiest than the sword.
Yeah, I'd rather get stuck with a pen, though.
Yeah, well, he's sticking you with one now.
Yeah, that's the way with these crickets. They can't do nothing themselves, and they find fault with everything everybody else do.
Well, the man is paid to find out the news about singing, and he got to tell the truth, 'cause the public wants to know the latest news.
My public. How can they be like that? I love them.
Wait a minute. Here come Henry Van Porter.
Yeah, I want to talk to him.
Don't start an argument with him.
Oh, he's on my side. Come in, Henry.
Well, how is you today, Henry?
Well, my charming friends, how is you? Mrs. Van Porter is home, and she's having a nervous breakdown.
Oh, she is, huh? What's the matter with her? Getting old?
Wait a minute, Andy.
I do not like that remark about Mrs. Van Porter.
Well, you don't like her singing neither, do you?
Well, her singing has nothing to do with the remark you made. I'll have you know, Andrew Brown, that she is a member of the younger set.
All right. Well, what's the matter with her?
Yeah, what is the matter, Henry?
Well, it just seems that this singing that she's doing is getting on her nerves. Last night she heard the news of the postponement, and it just messed up all of her plans.
Yeah, well, Andy had a bad throat here till they called the thing off.
Yeah, I was sick as two horses there for a while.
Yeah.
Well, confidential and under your hat, Mrs. Van Porter went to a store here in town, and she got a new dress to take home on approval. She was going to take the dress back Saturday morning, and she had a hard time getting the dress out of the store.
Oh, yeah, they won't let my wife take none out unless they put one of them lead sinkers on it. And if you take the lead sinkers off, why, you got to keep the dress.
Well, they had the little lead weights on the dress that Mrs. Van Porter borrowed, but she got some flowers to cover the lead.
Oh, yeah, they do that.
But now she can't use the dress for the recital, and, of course, she blames you for the whole thing, Andy.
Well, you blame me for it, huh?
Yeah, what's that?
Well, first of all, she said that you are teacher's pet.
Well, one thing, I paid that teacher $21. I ought to get a little petting for that. That's more than Mrs. Van Porter done paid. You know that teacher can't live on IOUs.
Well, boy, some things you know goes wrong and you can't do nothing about them.
Well, I will be glad when this singing is over, because it is about to drive me out of my own home.
Well, don't forget we got to practice. People complaining about my singing.
Well, yeah, and there's been some complaints, yeah.
I have heard, come, I love you only, till I'm about to jump out of a window.
Well, I don't sing that much. I vocalize.
Hey, ee, I, oh, yo, whoa. Yeah, well, that is the thing, Andy, that the fellas is talking about in the newspaper, you know.
Mrs. Van Porter says that you will ruin her voice.
Well, how about her ruining my voice? She got me deaf in one ear now, the side she sings on.
Yeah, well, tell me this. When do you think the recital is going to be?
Well, Mrs. Van Porter talked to the teacher a while ago, and the teacher thought that she would tell everybody, but the singers, a little ahead of time, and not tell them till a few minutes before the recital happens so that they won't have time to get scared.
Scared? I ain't scared, I'll tell you that. I'll sing in front of anybody. Be very funny if you see me in Carnegie Hall.
I think they got it, janitor, Andy.
All right. Be funny now. Be funny. I'll show you. Wait a minute. Come in, son.
Well, hello there. What y'all doing in here?
Hello, Amos.
Yeah, well, we're just talking to Andy here, Brother Amos. Andy claims that, after all, the reason his throat closed up on him and all that stuff, that he claims that he didn't have the buck fever, and that wasn't the trouble with his throat.
Well, don't think that I got the buck fever.
Yeah, well, the reason I come over here, I just talked to your singing teacher just a minute ago. I just left there, and she says that she is going ahead with the recital tonight, and Andy, you has got to sing.
Well, that's news.
Yeah, well, going ahead with it, huh, Amos? Well, what you think of it, Andy?
Well, I'll do the best I can.
No, that's all right. Take it easy. I was just fooling. Yeah, now there's a fella that's really got a throat, ain't he?
Yeah, them buck fever germs is just laying in your throat there waiting to hear something.
Come on, son, unlax yourself. I was just kidding.
To many, many families, soup means Campbell's tomato soup. So, if it's a favorite at your house, too, won't you plan to have it again soon? And may I remind you that many people enjoy Campbell's tomato soup served as a tangy sauce. It's condensed, you know, double strength and double rich in keen tomato flavor, so it's ready to serve. Just heat it as it comes from the can and pour it over meatloaf, croquettes, or leftovers. It gives them a zippy tomato flavor men and youngsters both like. Many women keep extra cans of Campbell's tomato soup on hand to serve as a sauce as well as a soup. Don't you want to put it on your grocery list now? Amos and Andy in person will return to you tomorrow at this same hour. This is Bill Hay, speaking for Campbell's Tomato Soup, bidding you all good night.
Tomorrow, meet the day with a sunny glass of tomato juice. But make sure it's Campbell's. Campbell's canning process retains the fresh tomato flavor that never varies can to can. Tomorrow, turn to Campbell's tomato juice. A better drink at breakfast. A grand drink anytime.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Because of the importance of President Roosevelt's address to Congress, the transcription of the talk will be broadcast over WJSV at 10:45 this evening. WJSV, Washington.
Woodbury presents The Parker Family, starring Leon Janney. The makers of Woodbury Facial Soap, the beauty soap for a skin you love to touch, again bring you a story in the life of the Parker family entitled The Dangerous Age, with Leon Janney as Richard Parker, nicknamed Richard the Great. Richard himself will begin our story tonight after a brief word from our Woodbury beauty consultant.
About this time of day, does your face look a bit fatigued? Well, it's no wonder that your skin gets a little tired and drab after you've been busy the whole livelong day. If you're going out tonight, take a Woodbury facial cocktail first. Just smooth on a rich lather of Woodbury facial soap. Massage it in gently and then rinse. Doesn't that sound easy? Lovely debutantes give their complexions this beauty cocktail with Woodbury every afternoon before the evening starts. It only takes a moment and almost instantly revives that fresh, glowing look in your complexion. You see, Woodbury facial soap is made of soothing oils that contain a skin-invigorating vitamin. This vitamin definitely helps arouse the tired skin's vitality. Now, I'm sure you've been meaning to try Woodbury for a long time. Then don't put it off. Get Woodbury today and see how quickly your complexion improves under its skin-enlivening care. Woodbury is now only 10 cents, wherever fine toilet soap is sold.
And don't miss the special offer to be announced later in the program. And now here's Leon Janney as Richard the Great.
You know, the way things happen to me, I sometimes wish I'd lived a long time ago instead of now. Things were different then. A little simpler, I guess I mean, and there were a lot of things you didn't have to worry about. Now take divorce, for instance. Something happened one day in my family that just about floored me, and finally I decided to talk to my sister Nancy about it. I went up to her room that night, and I said,
Come in.
I want to talk with you, Nancy.
Oh, for goodness sake, Richard, where's the body?
Huh? What body?
You sound as if you had it buried somewhere.
No, this is serious, Nancy.
Well, sit down. Oh, not on the bed, Richard, please. You'll muss it all up. Sit over there, why don't you? You won't mind if I've finished doing my nails. I've been trying to get at it all day.
Nancy, what do you think of divorce?
Divorce?
Yeah. Well, it isn't funny either.
I don't know, Richard.
Well, you'll soon have to make up your mind, I'll tell you that.
What are you talking about?
Mom and Dad are going to get a divorce.
Richard, you're crazy.
Oh, no, I'm not. Say, where were you this afternoon?
My mother asked me to go out to Prescott's farm to get the butter and eggs.
Well, listen. I came home from school early today, and when I opened the front door, I heard Mom talking to somebody in the living room. I was just going in there when I heard something that just about knocked me over.
You mean Mother was talking to a man?
Sure. And it was somebody she knew before she was married to Dad, because she said something about stuff that happened when they were kids.
Richard, just because some old friend of Mother's drops in to see her...
You wait till you hear the rest of it. The man said, I'll never forget how jealous Walter was. And then Mom kind of laughed.
Was that all?
No, it wasn't. The man said, I never thought I'd come to this, calling on a woman behind her husband's back. Huh. Now, do you believe me, Nancy?
Well,
What do you think she said then? She said, you'd better go before Richard comes home from school. I don't want him to know you were here, and he'd be sure to tell Walter.
Richard?
Well, she did. And then he said he'd drop in to see Dad tomorrow and pretend he just got into town. How do you like that?
Well, I don't know what to think.
Well, I do. I think Mother's at the dangerous age. You know, like that picture we saw the other night.
Oh.
Well, she's still kind of young, isn't she? And you know yourself, Dad never sends her flowers or anything.
Oh, don't be silly. Dad's crazy about Mother. Now, listen, Richard. If I were you, I wouldn't say a word about this to anybody.
Well, I'm certainly not going to just sit around while the family falls to pieces. I'm going to do something.
What, for instance?
Well, I don't know exactly, but... Oh, gee, Nancy, I thought you'd help me think of something.
We can't say anything unless Mother does, Richard. We're not supposed to know it.
She didn't say anything to you about that guy, did she?
No, she didn't.
There, you see? Well, I'll tell you this much, Nancy. You can sit there and not say anything if you want to. But if I can think of something to do, I'm going to do it.
Well, hello, Richard.
Hiya, Dad. Can I see you for a minute?
Why, yes. Miss Fenton, get the plans of the Austin house and bring them into me in about 10 minutes, would you? Come in, son. Come in. No football practice this afternoon?
Well, I got through early, you see. I thought I might kind of wait around and go home with you.
All right. I won't be leaving for an hour or more, though. Is that all you want to see me about?
Well, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I thought we might stop at the florist on the way home and take Mother some flowers. You might take them, I mean.
What's that?
Yeah.
It's not some kind of an anniversary, is it?
I just thought if you got her a corsage and maybe took her out dancing somewhere tonight, it might kind of, break the monotony.
Say, what's got into you anyway, Richard? What do you think we are, a couple of jitterbugs or whatever you call them?
Oh, of course not. But I'll bet Mother'd get a big kick out of going someplace to dance. Yeah, why don't you ask her to, tonight?
Well, did she say anything to you about this nonsense?
Oh, no, Dad, you know how Mother is, but do you realize that you and she are at the dangerous age?
What? Well, what age is that?
Well, the age where if you kind of take each other for granted, somebody else might come along or something. Mm-hmm. Yes, I saw a movie just the other night where two...
Oh, I see. I thought it was funny you'd stop in just to walk home from the office with me.
Well, you can't blame me for not wanting to see
You let your mother and me worry about that, will you, Richard? I'm pretty busy this afternoon. You'd better go on home.
Well, okay, if you say so, Dad. I only hope you don't wake up someday and find out it's too late.
Helen?
I'm in the kitchen, Walter.
Come in here, will you?
Just a minute. I'm broiling chops, and they have to be watched. What is it, Walter?
Can't Nancy tend to them?
Yes. Nancy, don't let the chops burn, dear. I'll be there in a minute.
All right, Mother.
Helen, do you know what Richard's got in his head now?
Oh, I know. He's been up in his room ever since he came home.
He stopped into the office this afternoon, all full of some notion about you and I needing to go to a dance tonight for a change.
What?
What's he driving at?
What? I haven't the faintest idea.
Said that if I didn't start bringing home flowers for you to wear, I'd wake up someday and find out it was too late.
Oh, good heavens.
You aren't sick, are you, Helen? He didn't mean that, did he?
Certainly not, Walter.
From the way he talked, I was just about ready to believe you had an old beau on the string.
Huh? But he didn't know I... Oh, dear, that would be funny, wouldn't it?
Hey, what's the matter with you, Helen?
Nothing, Walter. Nothing. I've got to get back and see about dinner.
No, wait a minute. Nancy knows how to get dinner. You just said that Richard didn't know something. What was it?
Nothing that amounts to anything, Walter. My goodness, the way you're acting, you'd think I'd robbed the bank.
Oh, what about the way you're acting? You're trying to keep something from me, and I want to know what it is.
I'm not going to stand here and be cross-examined like a criminal, Walter Parker.
Why, Helen.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I didn't mean to lose my temper. It's only that I...
Mother.
Yes?
I guess I might as well give you this letter.
Oh, thank you, Richard. Oh.
It was in the mailbox when I came home. I thought at first I wouldn't give it to you, but then I realized that wouldn't be right. It's from somebody that's staying at the hotel.
Yes, I see it is, Richard. Well, I can't stand here talking any longer.
Aren't you going to open the letter, Mother?
No, dear, not now. I'll read it later.
Oh, I suppose you already know what's in it, do you?
Why, yes, Walter. Yes, I do.
So there was something in all that Tommy Rod Richard was giving me.
Mother, Dad, come on to dinner. Everything's on the table.
There'll be no dinner eaten in this house tonight until I get to the bottom of this.
Oh, Richard, I told you not to say anything.
So you're in it too, Nancy.
Oh, we are not, Dad. Nancy and I don't know a thing about it, except that fella came here yesterday,
Richard,
and I don't think...
You don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, gosh, Mom, you don't realize what it means to have your father and mother get a divorce.
What?
Divorce? Helen, who is this fella that's been coming around here behind my back?
That's just what he said, Dad.
Who said?
The fella.
Helen, will you tell me who this man is?
Oh, I might have known I couldn't keep anything from you. Every time I try to plan a surprise, it always
Oh,
goes...
Mom, now please don't cry.
Why couldn't you keep still, Richard?
Oh.
I knew something like this would happen.
Never mind, Nancy. It's all right. I don't know how you found out about Harry, Richard, but...
Harry who?
Harry Minnick.
What?
You know him, Walter.
Harry Minnick hasn't been in this town for 15 years. Have you been writing to him all this time?
I'm trying to tell you. You know, he was with that book publishing company for so long.
Yes?
Well, they finally went out of business, and poor Harry was out of a job. So he went to work as a book salesman. He travels around the country and takes orders.
But, Mom, he certainly wasn't talking about books to you yesterday. I heard you tell him he'd better go away before I got home, because I'd tell Dad he was here.
Did you, Helen?
Of course I did.
Well, that's a fine how do you do.
But don't you see, Walter? When we had all that trouble about Eleanor Murray's birthday present last Sunday, I decided I'd get your birthday present early this year. So, when Harry called me up, I had him come over, and I ordered that set of technical books you've been talking about for the last year.
What?
Well, that's all there is to it, and you've spoiled my surprise for nothing. And that letter I just got is a copy of the order. He said he'd mail it to me, and he did. It doesn't seem very funny to me.
I'm sorry, Helen, I'm sorry. It's too bad to spoil your surprise.
Well,
But the idea of me letting Richard stir me all up over a man coming to see you, and then it turns out that he's a book agent, and old Harry Minnick at that.
The idea of two people of our age quarreling over another man anyway. It's the most ridiculous thing I ever heard of.
You know, you really had me scared, Helen. You know what I'm going to do tonight after dinner?
There's no telling.
I'm going down and see that picture Richard was talking about.
What?
See, if you're getting to the dangerous age, I want to see what I'm up against.
Well, maybe I'd better go with you. You might be getting to that age yourself, and I'd hate to go through all this again.
Well, jumping cats, so would I.
Huh. How do you like that?
In just a moment, Leon Janney will be back to tell you about next week's story. But first, a word from Woodbury. Girls, which beauty soap would you say is the finest for the skin? Millions of you will reply, Woodbury Facial Soap, and right you are. For generations, the famous name Woodbury has stood for purity and gentle care of the skin. And today, Woodbury Facial Soap has this added benefit, a skin-invigorating vitamin which actually enlivens the skin's vitality. Just as Woodbury was the favorite of society belles in years gone by, it's the beauty cocktail of glamorous debutantes today. Try a Woodbury facial cocktail yourself. Whip up a rich lather, rub it generously over your face and neck, then rinse and see how bright and fresh your skin looks afterwards. Now, we'll send you a guest cake of fragrant Woodbury in a 5-piece weekend beauty kit if you'll write for it today. This attractive kit brings you also Woodbury powder in 8 glamorous shades, Woodbury beauty creams, and a blush rose lipstick. A complete assortment of Woodbury complexion and makeup aids. And it's so easy to get. Just mail 10 cents with your name and address to Woodbury, Box 31, Cincinnati, Ohio. Send for it right away. Now, Richard the Great, what's the name of the story for next week?
Well, it's called Business Today. You know, you're always hearing about how business is going to depend on the coming generation in a few years and all that stuff. Well, I took a little flyer in business myself. Yeah, you'll be as surprised as I was at the way it turned out if you listen in next Thursday night. Good night.
The Parker family has been brought to you by the makers of Woodbury Facial Soap, the beauty soap for a skin you love to touch. Harry Clark speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
.30 p.m. BULOVA, Boulevard Watch Time. Courtesy the Boulevard Watch Company, 5th Avenue, New York. WJSV, Washington.
The makers of Post Toasties, the wake-up food, present Joe E. Brown.
Joey Brown, that's well, Joey Brown. Toast toasting on the air tonight. And show, make you laugh, 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 laugh.
Yes, another radio shambles with Joey Brown, featuring Gill and Demling with Margaret McRae, Paula Winslow as Jill, yours truly, Don Wilson, Harry Sosnick and his orchestra, and here's the star of our show, Joey Brown.
Hello, folks.
Well, Joe, I understand that you're going to New York at the end of this month for the world premiere of your new picture, $1,000 a touchdown.
Yes,
is that right?
and the World Series, Don. Of course, that's your picture, too.
Well, I guess that's right, too, Joe. Are you driving, by the way?
No, I'm taking a train. That car of mine has a shimmy that I can't get rid of. You know how a dog wags its tail every time it sees a bone?
Well, of course, Joe, but what's that got to do with your car?
Well, every time my car sees a gasoline station, it wags its rumble seat. Don, as long as you're going east, too, why don't we travel together?
But, Joe, I'm not going east. Whatever in the world gave you that idea?
Well, it's right here in the newspaper, Don. Come here, look. It says, Naval Air Base, Lakehurst, New Jersey. Navy expecting huge blimp from California.
Okay, Joe, okay. I can take it, I guess. Well, anyway, I hope you have a pleasant trip, Joe. And meanwhile, what's on tap for the program tonight?
Well, tonight we've had Onyx in the play tonight. And that reminds me, by the way, I want to speak to Ray, our sound effects man.
Yes, Joe, I have noticed that he's been sulking a bit lately. What's he so sore about, anyway?
Oh, well, you know how those sound effects men are, Don. Seems some other sound effects man stole his thunder.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah, but where is Ray? Have you seen anything of his whereabouts?
Are you looking for my whereabouts, Joe?
Yes, Ray, I am.
Well, they're not here. I sent them to the laundry. I don't get it.
You don't get it?
No, but I'm working on it.
That's just what I wanted to say to you, Ray. You're not working at all.
Well, I've kept my nose to the grindstone all week.
Yeah, well, from the looks of your head, the grindstone slipped and ground a little too high.
What did you say?
You can work on that, too. Now get back to your sound effects. Come on.
I was afraid you'd ask me that. I forgot them. But don't worry, I can do them vocally.
Vocally?
Sure, you tell a story, and I'll do the sound effects with my mouth.
Okay, but it better be good. Here we go. How well I remember when I was a barefoot boy. 'Twas April, and all of San Pedro seemed to mirror the tender loveliness of spring. Beautiful spring.
Squeak, squeak, squeak.
What's that?
The spring squeak.
How I love to go to the barn and milk my favorite cow, Old Bess.
Moo, moo, squirt, squirt. And a nickel back in the bottle.
Then came the wanderlust, a mad yearning for travel. And I saddled my horse and rode away.
1, 2, 3, clump. 1, 2, 3, clump. 1, 2, 3, clump.
Hey, wait a minute. What kind of a horse is that?
He's got a wooden leg.
How the noise of the big city thrilled my ear.
Yeah.
The big city thrilled my ear. Anyway, how the noise of the big city thrilled my ear. I say the noise of the big city thrilled my ear.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
You're working on it? Ray, my little pixie, there comes a time in a man's life when everything looks dark. He loses a job. He gets sick, and there seems to be no relief.
No what?
No relief. Relief. You know what relief is.
Yes.
Well, from now on, you're working on it.
Now that the kids are back in school, football is in the headlines, and there's a keen nip in the morning air, I bet you've all begun to realize that fall is really here. Well, fall is a grand time to brighten up the family's breakfast with something everybody will enjoy. A brimming bowl full of swell-tasting Post Toasties. These appetizing oven-toasted cornflakes are delightfully crisp. Their wonderful flavor is just downright delicious. And say, Post Toasties are packed with food energy to help you start these glorious fall days right. And don't forget, most grocers are selling Post Toasties today at a price below that of any other nationally advertised cornflakes. So tomorrow, ask your grocer for Post Toasties, the wake-up food. Sosnick and the Post Toasties Orchestra present one of the many grand tunes from The Wizard of Oz. It's Ding Dong, the Witch is Dead.
The wicked old witch. Ding dong, the wicked witch is dead. Wake up, you sleepy head, rub your eyes
And get out of bed.
Wake up, the wicked witch is dead. He's gone where the goblins go, below, below, below.
Ho-ho!
Let's open up the gates and sing. Ring the bells up, ding dong, the merry-o. Swing it high, swing it low. Let them know the wicked old witch is dead.
Tonight, folks, we are going to be
Well, greetings, chum. I understand you're going to New York for the premiere of your picture, $1,000 to Touchdown.
Yes, sir, and the World Series, of course.
Oh, of course.
Have you and Demling decided to come along, I'm afraid?
No, Joe. You see, we're merely looking out for your welfare.
That's it.
We bought your tickets for you. Here they are.
Well, thanks.
Regret it, they are.
That's very nice of you.
Oh,
hey,
nothing at
hey,
all.
wait a minute.
Huh?
These tickets are only good from the Union Depot to the Los Angeles city limits.
Oh, well, think nothing of it, chum. Once you get to the Los Angeles city limits, you can walk to New York in an hour.
You know, on second thought, Joe, I don't think you should go to New York at all.
No. Why?
Well, think of all the confidence men they have there. And think of all the beautiful girls.
I am.
Oh, but those beautiful girls are liable to turn your head.
Do they really have lots of beautiful girls there?
Well, certainly. In New York, beautiful girls are a drug on the market.
Yeah? Take a look at a dope fiend.
Well, Joe, to convince you that New York is not the place for you, we're going to show you actual pictures of the pitfalls that beset a young man in a great city, Joseph.
Absolutely. Now, Joe, if you'll just go down there and take a seat in the audience, we'll show you the most soul-stirring drama ever seen by human eye.
Well, okay, I'll sit down there in the first row, but this better be good or you'll hear from me.
Just make yourself comfortable. Everything will be under control. Nice row. See, that's pretty. Picture number 1. We find the young and tender husband leaving his dear wife to seek his fortune in the city. It's early morning, and he's through packing. His wife is just closing the bags under his eyes. A little earlier that morning, she just closed one of his eyes. Next picture, please. And now we find the young man huddled in his seat on a train.
Suddenly, the train lurches.
Yes.
Two girls lose their balance. They fall in his lap.
Yes.
Horrors. What shall our poor young man do?
But he is the soul of honor. He looks at the two young ladies on his lap and says sternly, "Look here. One of you dames will have to get off." Picture number 3.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Frank. My wife found that picture on me and made me burn it.
Okay.
Picture number 4.
Yes. Here is our young man of the pure heart in the city now. And does he go to a wretched burlesque show? No, he is in church. He doesn't have any extra buttons, so he puts a zipper in the collection box. Picture 5, please.
He walks and walks.
Yes.
He has no job.
No job.
He sits on the steps of the public library counting pigeons when he is accosted by a city slicker. The slicker tells him it would cost $1 for every pigeon he counted.
And then?
He gives the slicker $14.
Gad, what a swindle.
It sure was. He'd already counted over 50 pigeons.
Get off. Sorry. You seem to be a pleasant moron, Willie. I think I could have a lot of fun ignoring you.
Sorry, chum. That was my mistake.
Social?
Of course. My apologies.
Accept it.
Thank you.
Not at all. Do you mind if I rub a little snow on your bald spot? I want to make a ski jump for a grasshopper.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
Next picture.
Back in his room, our hero pens a cheery note to the little woman. Dearest, he says, and I quote, New York is amazing. Today I visited the Brooklyn Bridge and saw the spot where a man shoved his wife into the river. Wish you were here. Next picture, please.
He meets a woman. Now we have it. Yes. A city racket. She intends to bewitch him, insure him, kill and collect. She promises him a cherry phosphate if he will but kiss her. But what shall he do?
Her siren gaze fastens upon him, and then... I can't go on with it.
Oh, buck up. Dog it does it, old chap.
Rather. Muddle through, old chap.
Rather. Gentleman's code, old chap.
Rather. Honor of the regiment, old chap.
Quite.
Quite.
Quote.
Unquote.
Quite.
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 What's the matter, Joe? For heaven...
It won't do at all.
It won't?
Absolutely no good.
Oh, now,
gee
but look,
whiz.
Joe, we just wanted to show you what terrible deception there is in a big city.
Certainly.
You should stay in Hollywood.
Absolutely, Joe. Why, the deception is shocking in New York. Now, for instance, there's nothing Dutch about the Holland Tunnel. Columbus was never within miles of Columbus Circle. And Times Square happens to be a triangle.
Yeah, well, we've got about the same thing here.
What do you mean?
After all, the brown derby isn't a hat. There aren't any hills in Beverly Hills, and you can't eat post toasties out of a Hollywood bowl. Me for New York. Now scram.
So long, sir.
So long, son. I'm glad that I'm rid of those crackpots. Oh, it's Blanche. Hello, Blanche.
Gee, I want to congratulate you on your picture preview. Look, the New York Times has your kisser spread all over the front page.
My picture?
Uh-huh.
Oh, let's see it. That's swell. Oh, Blanche, that's not my face. That's a picture of the Holland Tunnel. All I get from you is insults.
Well, you don't have to worry about me much longer. I'm going on a vacation. I'm going to New York myself. Do you think I can get around in that dangerous traffic?
You're from Los Angeles and you asked that?
I guess all a pedestrian has got to do is just be calm and collected.
Well, I don't know. A friend of mine went through traffic yesterday. He was calm, and he's still being collected. Are you driving to New York, Blanche?
Yeah, I'm going with my brother and his wife.
Oh, I didn't know your brother was married.
Well, he ain't been married long. He was a bachelor the best part of his life.
Sister, no matter when a man marries, he's a bachelor the best part of his life.
Oh, you men think you've been taking a beating ever since it all began, don't you? Just because poor Adam had no one to take his part.
Oh, it wasn't so bad for Adam. After all, Eve came out on his side. Oh, is that a longie? Well, but just the same, are the three of you, just the three of you going? You, your wife, and his brother?
What?
You, your brother, and his wife?
Uh-huh, yeah. Yeah, my brother and his wife. His folks are going, too. You know, his outlaws.
You mean his in-laws?
Well, what's the difference?
I see what you mean. But outlaws are different from in-laws, Blanche. An outlaw will take what you've got just once and then quit.
While I was working with Joe at Paramount and his new picture, $1,000 a Touchdown, I had the opportunity, of course, to chat with Martha Ray, who co-stars in the picture with our Joe. During the conversation, Martha said, "You know, Don, a busy day ahead is my cue for Post Toasties at breakfast. They're my wake-up food because they help me start the day right. And Post Toasties are my favorite cornflakes because they're so crisp and good to eat." Well, I told Martha Ray that people just about everywhere agree with her. And if you have Post Toasties for breakfast tomorrow, you'll see what I mean. Because Post Toasties are made of choice sun-ripened corn. Every crisply toasted cornflake is rich in food energy and partially dextrinized for easy, complete digestion. Post Toasties are light, not heavy, yet cram full of food energy to set you up for the morning. No wonder Post Toasties are called the wake-up food. So have some for breakfast tomorrow. Post Toasties, the wake-up food. Our charming Post Toasty songstress, Margaret McRae, sings, Are You Having Any Fun?
Are you having any fun? What you getting out of living? What good is what you've got if you're not having any fun? Are you having any laughs? Are you getting any loving? If other people do so, can you have a little fun? After the honey's in the comb, little bees go out and play. And the old gray mare down home has got to have hay. Are you having any fun? Oh, you'll never live forever. But before you're old and gray and still okay, have your little fun, son. Have your little fun. Hey, fella with a million smackers and nervous indigestion, rich fella eating milk and crackers, I'll ask you one question. You silly so-and-so, with all your dough, are you having any fun? And what you getting out of living? What good is what you've got if you're not having any fun? Better have a little fun, 'cause you'll never live forever. But before you're old and gray and still okay, have your little fun, son. You better have a little fun.
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, and I repeat, our little theater off the Alcatraz rock pile presents a stirring newspaper drama entitled Bugtown. I will portray the character of Onyx, intrepid colored reporter, and will be supported by Gillen Demling of the Pismo Beach Kitty Review, and an all-star cast of players direct from the Winter Garden Sky Room Theater, East Yonkers. The scene opens in the editorial room of the Bugtown News.
Riley, send Frank Gill in here at once.
Yes, Chief, he's right outside. Oh, Mr. Gill?
Yeah? I've got a big job for you, Gill.
Yeah?
Where's your assistant?
Well, I fired him. He disgraced us. I sent him to report the big football game and told him to sit on the coach's bench.
Well?
He thought I said wench.
Well, I just got word that the police have surrounded Killer Spumoni.
Too late.
The police have surrounded Killer Spumoni in the deserted shack in the country.
Yeah?
I want you to get out there and report the job.
Okay, but I'll have to have an assistant.
All right. Riley, send in that applicant who's been waiting.
Come in, please.
Yes, sir. Here he is. Here he is. Fit as a fiddle and bow-legged as a piano. Onyx, California driver Brown.
Onyx California driver Brown?
Yeah.
Well, how did you ever get California driver in your name?
Well, sir, on account of when I was born, my father took one look at me and didn't know which way to turn.
So you want a newspaper job, huh?
Yeah.
Well, tell me, what kind of work have you been doing?
Well, sir, up until recent, I was manager of a laundry.
Oh, really? What
Yeah.
made you give up managing a laundry?
Well, see, she divorced me. Yeah, of course, in a way, the mutual divorce was mutual.
Well, that sounds highly interesting. Proceed.
Well, up until the time the union got strong, my wife used to kiss me every day.
She did?
Yeah, but when the union came in, she cut me down to 3 days and put on another man.
Well, all right, Gill, get going. This is an important case. Spumoni's one of the biggest crooks in the country, and he's wanted in Los Angeles.
Oh, really? I didn't know they needed any more crooks in Los Angeles. Well, come on, Onyx, let's go.
Yeah, here we go, boys. Hey, boss.
Yeah?
Boy, you was going powerful fast, ain't you?
Yeah, I know, but keep your eye peeled for speed cops, Onyx. I don't want a cop to pass me and flag me down.
Yeah, you don't have to worry none about passing in his car. Nobody's going to do that.
No?
No, sir, I done fixed it.
Oh, you did? Well, how did you manage it?
Well, sir, I just put a sign on the back end which says, pass at your own risk. Wife driving. That'll stop him, boss.
Yeah, that'll stop him.
Hey, boss.
Yeah.
Boss, is this man a very tough man, this one we're going after, this Spumoni?
I'll tell you, Onyx, he's the toughest man in the country.
Yeah? Man, he ought to tangle with my ex-wife.
Your ex-wife, was she tough?
Tough?
Yeah.
Boy, she was so tough that a cyclone had to get a permit before it could go through the house. Woo! Yes, sir. She was really belligerent.
Yeah, that sounds pretty tough.
Yeah, well, it looks like we is out in the country at last.
Yeah, but how can you tell?
Well, we ain't hitting so many pedestrians.
Onyx, quiet.
Yeah.
There it is. There's the shack now. It looks like we got here before the cops.
So what?
So what? Well, just think. We might be able to capture Spumoni ourselves.
So what?
You might even do it without getting shot.
So what?
So I'll stay out here and you go inside.
So long.
Now, wait a minute, Onyx. Wait a minute.
What?
You're not afraid, are you?
Afraid?
Yeah.
Well, no, not exactly, but I wish I had on Don Wilson's pants.
Well, why?
'Cause there's more room to shake in, that's all. Wow.
Onyx, I'm ashamed of you. How would you like to hear people say what a coward's life he lived?
Well, that's much better than not being able to hear the preacher say how brave he died.
Listen, I've had enough of this. Onyx, get in there.
Get in? You mean go on in?
You go right in and right now.
Okay, boss, but it's a half-hearted gesture.
Go ahead.
Here goes nothing. All right, come on in, golden boy. No, thanks. I think I'd just as soon stay on down.
Come in!
I'll then.
Now stick 'em up.
You mean you want me to put up my hand?
Stick 'em up!
Day's up. Yeah, say, would you all mind taking that big gat out of my ribs?
Brother, you ain't seen my gat. I use this little thing on small fry like you. Why, this little thing ain't nothing but a baby gat.
Yeah, well, maybe so, but I've seen plenty of gats. But that ain't no getting.
Now, just a minute, 8-ball.
Eight ball?
You must have a little cash on you. Hand it over.
Well, all I got here is 80 cents. Guess I don't get me no dinner now.
Well, I guess that's pretty cheap. Holding you up for 80 cents.
Yeah.
I'll only keep half.
Yeah.
Here's 40 cents back. Remorse is gnawing at me conscience.
Is that so? Well, okay, thanks, boss. And when it starts gnawing again, you can send me the balance. Now, if you don't mind, you can point that cannon in some direction in which I ain't.
Oh, scared, huh?
Yeah, no.
I didn't think any man would have the nerve to come after Killers for money single-handed.
Oh, I ain't exactly scared, boss. My nerves is as calm and smooth as a soft, sweet waltz.
Yeah?
But my knees is definitely rumba. Boss, maybe you won't mind if I sort of regains my discomposure by smoking on one of my quarter cigars.
Quarter cigars? What you giving me? You mean you pay 2 bits for that rope?
No. My boss, he smokes 3/4, and then I smokes 1/4.
Well, okay, go ahead and smoke. But it's gonna take more than that to calm you down when I gets through with yous.
Buddy, you ain't gonna scare me no more than I have been scared.
Yeah?
Yeah. Once I was called on a hen house, and the farmer caught me. Oh, boy, was I scared.
What makes you think that's the most you could be scared?
Well, I must have been scared, because when that farmer grabbed me by the arm, he looked me right smack dab in the face, and he said, "What are you doing here, white boy?"
While we're waiting for Joe and Jill, let me remind you that Post Toasties are tops in taste among corn cereals. Crisp, refreshing, delicious, famous for flavor. Another thing, Post Toasties are light, not heavy, yet rich in food energy to help you through crowded morning hours. And Post Toasties are economical, because most grocers sell them today for less than any other nationally advertised cornflakes. So try Post Toasties. See if you don't agree that for flavor, food energy, and low price, there's no better breakfast cereal anywhere than Post Toasties. Tomorrow, ask your grocer for the big economical yellow and red box of Post Toasties, the wake-up food. Now for the boy Joe and his sweetheart, Jill.
Joey, dear, how could you be so natural in that underworld play tonight without knowing anything about gangsters?
That's easy. I had a job one summer as a cashier in a police station.
Well, a cashier in a police station?
Yeah.
What did you do?
I counted the coppers as they came in. You know, Jill, the character Spumoni in the play tonight was based on a real-life character. He was a tough one, all right.
Well, was he really as crooked as he seemed in the story?
Crooked? Spumoni was so crooked he had to screw his socks on. They finally got him and sent him to the penitentiary.
Well, Joey, did Spumoni ever get out?
Oh, yeah. He was sentenced to 10 years, but he got out in 9.
Oh, how could he ever do that?
Made up a year in summer school.
You know, Joey.
What?
I don't care anything about gangsters or policemen or public enemies. You're the only one that matters to me because I love you.
Better than bubble gum?
Better than bubble gum. You're the public sweetheart number 1 that's a prisoner of love forever in the solitary confinement of my heart.
Gosh.
Joey, dear, you know something?
What?
Well, I was passing a store window today, and I saw something that I hope you'll buy for me someday.
What was it, Jill?
Well, it's something that makes every woman's hand look just a little bit lovelier. Something that makes a woman feel closer to the man she loves. When I'm washing dishes, it won't seem like a task at all, because I can look down and see your lovely gift.
Yeah?
Yeah. Even when I'm washing your shirts and socks, I won't mind, because I can look at my hand and see the thing that made it possible for me to wash your socks and your shirts. It'll be a lovely gift, Joey.
Yeah.
And you know what I mean, don't you, Joey?
Yeah.
What?
Rubber gloves. With my pals. Listen, boys and girls. Every once in a while, children are tempted to dash off to school without enough breakfast. I hope you don't. Eat a good breakfast and be sure to have a bowl of Post Toasties. Those delicious cornflakes are chock full of food energy to help you through the morning. And, of course, every Post Toasties box has those swell Walt Disney cutouts. Now, here's another thing. After you get to school, work at your studies and work hard. That's the only way you'll ever amount to anything. Don't expect to get anywhere sitting around waiting for someone else to do the work for you. Remember, as old Chinese philosopher once say, only thing that ever comes to him who waits is whiskers. Night.
Joey Brown, that's what a fellow Joey Brown. Post is on the air next week. And Joey, he laugh, 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 laugh.
Daylight saving time adds Sunday, September 24th. If your community has been on standard time right along, this program will reach you 1 hour later. Otherwise, tune in next week as usual. This is Don Wilson saying goodnight for the makers of Post Toasties, the wake-up food.
Heard on tonight's program was Are You Having Any Fun? From George White's Scandal. The Joey Brown program came to you from Hollywood. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
7 p.m. BULOVA, Boulevard Watch Time, courtesy of the Boulevard Watch Company, 5th Avenue, New York.
Attention, please. Garfield Hospital has requested us to contact Type 3 blood donors. Will Type 3 blood donors please get in touch with Garfield Hospital immediately? Thank you. WJSV, Washington.
The Colgate Ask It Basket, on the air with Jim McWilliams, radio's original question and answer man. Jim has picked 4 contestants from the volunteers in the audience. They're all raring to go. Well, now let's see. They are a sailor, a student, a stenographer, and a department store buyer. And they're all competing in this friendly and amusing contest for 3 cash prizes and answering questions that come from your hometown and mine. And here he comes, Genial Jim McWilliams.
Thank you and good evening, everybody, and a big welcome to you all. Are your hands all clean? Yeah. Are your faces clean? Yeah. And I'm sure your teeth are clean, too, if you use Colgate Dental Cream. Am I right, Del?
Absolutely, Jim. They're double clean because Colgate Dental Cream does double duty. First, Colgate's active yet safe polishing agent brings out the natural brilliance of teeth, makes them sparkle. Second, Colgate's penetrating foam gets between teeth, helps the toothbrush clean out neglected food particles that often cause unpleasing breath. So, friends, remember, get teeth really clean, outside and in between. Change to Colgate Dental Cream. Buy a tube tomorrow. All right, Jim, on with our Ask It basket.
Okay, Del, but first I've got to give myself a couple of squeaks on the buzzer. Last week I said that Brooklyn was not a borough of the city of New York. It is. I'm sorry, all you loyal Brooklynites, and thanks for calling it to my attention. And now, for Colgate Ask It basket number 1, our first contestant, a very charming young lady, comes to the microphone. Your name, please?
Sylvia Fisher.
Sylvia Fisher. Where are you from, Sylvia?
Brooklyn.
Brooklyn? And what is your business?
Stenographer.
You're a stenographer, all right. Will you choose a question and hand it over? We're very happy to have you on this program, Miss Fisher. And this question comes from Bordentown, New Jersey. Miss Celia A. Gaskell asks, if you were in the market for a ruminant, R-U-M-I-N-A-N-T, would you go to a stockyard, a bargain counter, or a second-hand bookshop? Right into the microphone. And speak right up.
What is that?
Would you go to a stockyard, a bargain counter, or a second-hand bookshop for a ruminant?
For a ruminant? How do you spell that?
R-U-M-I-N-A-N-T.
A stockyard.
You'd go to a stockyard. Why? Well, you've guessed it correctly. That is correct. All right, thank you. A ruminant is a cow or a camel or a deer or any animal that chooses cud. And our next contestant is a sailor in the United States Navy. What's your name, sailor?
Peter Worshing.
Peter Worshing. Where are you from, Peter?
USS Helena, Brooklyn Navy Yard.
Well, we're very glad to have you on this program. What's your rate?
Flying first class.
Right into the microphone.
Flying first class.
Well, choose a question there, Pete, and hand it over here. Thank you very, very much. Now, this question comes from Arlington, Massachusetts. Mrs. I.M. Scholken asks, if you were told that your parsimonious proclivities predominate perceptibly, would you be a mountain climber, a miser, or a music lover if you were parsimonious? If you were parsimonious, would you be a mountain climber, a miser, or a music lover? Take your pick, Pete.
Well, I think I'd be a
mountain climber, a miser, or a music lover?
miser.
A miser. You have guessed correctly. All right. A miser is correct. All right. Our next contestant, your name?
Thelma Furman.
Miss or Mrs.?
Mrs.
And where are you from?
Bronx, New York.
The Bronx in New York. And what is your business?
Buyer.
Your Bronx friends are out there giving you a cheer.
I hope it's not a Bronx cheer.
They're not the Bronx cheer. No, they're just giving you a cheer. Will you choose a question and over? We're very happy to have you here. And this question comes from Glenwood, Iowa. Orpha Lloyd wants to know which is longer, a yard or a meter?
A meter.
A meter. How much longer? Do you have any idea? You are correct.
I don't know.
You don't know. All right. Well, a meter is 39.37 inches, and that's a meter, and a yard, 36 inches. All right. And our next contestant, your name?
Carter Strong.
Carter Strong. Where are you from, Carter?
I'm from Winchester, Virginia.
Winchester, Virginia. And some of your fellow Virginians are giving you the Virginian cheer, and we're very happy to have you here. What is your business?
I'm a student in the Shenandoah Valley Academy.
Well, choose a question, Carter, and hand it over here, and good luck to you. This question comes from, let me see, Springfield, Ohio. H.E. Bogus wants to know, if your tympanum needed attention or correction, would you send for a dentist, an ear specialist, a drummer, or a mechanic? If your tympanum needed attention, would you...
Tympanum?
Mm-hmm. Would you send for a drummer, an ear specialist, a dentist, or a mechanic?
I'd send for a drummer.
You'd send for a drummer. I am sorry. Who would he send for, audience? An ear specialist, for the tympanum is the eardrum. All right, and here is Asket Basket number 2, and here comes Miss Sylvia Fisher, our very petite stenographer from Brooklyn, New York, choosing a question from Minnetonka, New Jersey. Mrs. Mary Costa wants you to translate the following proverb. It is the final bit of dried grass that affixed to the burden previously acquired induces fracture of the dorsal portion of the ship of the desert. Now, let's take that might sound a bit confusing, but it's really very simple. Now, what is a ship of the desert? Into the microphone, please. What is a ship of the desert? You give up on that? It's not a Chesterfield.
No, I guess not.
What is it?
I don't know.
You give up on that. Say good and loud, I give up.
I give up.
Well. What is it, audience? Yes, sir. It's the last. This means it's the last straw that breaks the camel's back. All right, next contestant, please. Come along, sailor. Come up here, Peter, and choose a question. That's the stuff. Now, this question, Pete, comes from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Dorothy R. Walsh wants you to please just let the question there. That's it. Let it stay right there, say. Can you name the 3 musical numbers suggesting the 3 colors of the American flag? Now, can you name these 3 musical numbers suggesting the 3 colors of the American flag? The first one.
He's playing Hi-Ho.
Hi-Ho. All right, what's that from? What's that
from? The Dwarfs.
Yeah, well, what's the name of it?
Snow what? Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs.
All right. All right. Now, what colors does that suggest of the flag? That's white, doesn't it?
White.
White. All right, white. Now the next one. The next one. You know what that is? What is it, audience? Beautiful Lady in Blue. All right, that's blue. Now, let's try the next one.
Melody. Beautiful melody.
Beautiful melody. Well, what color would you say? We've had white and blue. Now, what's the other one?
Lady in Red.
Atta boy. All right. Good boy, sailor. Hurrah for the Navy. All right. And here comes Mrs. Furman. Now, from West Palm Beach, Florida, H.M. Young wants you to pronounce the following word. Now, be careful. This is more or less of a trick question. Here is the word. S-O-M-E-T-I-M-E-S. What does that spell?
Could you spell it over, please?
S-O-M-E-T-I-M-E-S. Please, audience.
Sometimes.
Sometimes. That is correct. All right. Come along, Mr. Strong. Our student, choose a question there, young lad. That's the stuff. And this question comes from the Bronx in New York. And Jack Brandon wants to know, how many hearts are there on the 10 of hearts?
There are 12 hearts in the 10 of hearts.
That is correct. Will you explain that, please?
There are 2. There's one underneath.
Right the microphone.
There's one underneath each number, and there are 10 other hearts in the 10 of hearts.
That is correct. 12 is correct. All right. And that finishes Asket Basket number 2. Now, Del, how about those scores? We want to see who's ahead in this Colgate Asket Basket game.
Sure, Jim. But here's a word everyone is interested in, too. You know, there are many reasons why some people succeed in business and romance. Why many others fail is often obvious. It's because they have unpleasing breath, that's why. And as your own dentist will verify, improperly cleaned teeth are often the cause. So to avoid offending, you'd better clean your teeth 2 ways. And for this double job, use Colgate Dental Cream. Colgate's active foam gets between teeth, helps your toothbrush clean out food particles that often cause unpleasing breath. And Colgate's safe polishing agent polishes teeth to natural brilliance, makes them sparkle. So clean your breath while cleaning your teeth. 2 jobs, 1 price. Start using Colgate Dental Cream tomorrow. All right, folks, here are the scores at the end of Asket Basket number 2. Mrs. Selma Furman is leading with a score of 200 points.
And there's the bell for Ask It Basket number 3, and Miss Fisher is at the microphone choosing a question which comes from Aurora, Illinois. Margaret Clesson wants to know, in that part of the United States where it is used, when does daylight saving time go into effect, and how long is it enforced? Now, when does daylight savings time go into effect?
The last Sunday
Into the microphone.
The last Sunday in April.
Now, and when is it over?
The last Sunday in September.
That is correct. That is correct. The last Sunday in April, and it's over the last Sunday in September. All right, here comes the Navy. All right, oh boy. Pete has chosen a question which comes from Greenville, Texas. Mrs. Mabel Bruce wants you to give the meaning of the following alphabetical combination. FBI.
FBI is the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
That is correct. All right. Now, this might be a little bit hard, but I don't think it will be for you, Pete. How about the NYA?
Is the National Veterans Association.
No, NYA.
Oh.
All right, stay with us, sailor.
National. Why?
Yeah. The National what? Well, I'm sorry we have to go along on that. Let's try. Let's try. What is it, audience? National Youth Administration. Now, how about the USNRF?
United States Naval Fleet Reserve.
Well, we had to turn. All right. Well, I'm going to turn that around for you, sailor. USNFR. What is that?
United States Naval Fleet Reserve.
All right, that is correct. All right, we had it to read. And now comes Mrs. Furman. Now, from New Albany, Indiana, Mrs. Bessie Goodham wants you to give the sum of the numbers mentioned in the following song title. She sends this musical question. Now, the first is... What is that? You have any idea?
7.
7. I'm sorry. What is it, audience? 3 little fishes. All right, now let's try the next.
2.
All right, that's 3 and 2. All right, now the next. 'You give up on that one?
7.
7 what?
7's a lucky number.
7's a lucky number, yes, but what's the name of that song?
I can't think of
3 little fishes first, 2 sleepy people next. That's 3 and 2. And the next one is what? What's the name of the song?
I don't know the name of it.
Give up on that. What is it, audience? 2 cigarettes in the dark, and 7 was the correct answer, but we can't give you full credit. All right, there you are. And here comes Carter Strong. Come along. Choose a question, Carter. Our student from Winchester chooses a question from Harding, Massachusetts. Esther A. Hinckley wants to know, what are 3 copper or bronze coins used in English money? What are the 3 copper or bronze coins used in English money?
The penny.
Yes.
And the 2-cent piece.
Well, I fear you're guessing a bit there, Carter. A penny. Well, a penny is worth 2 cents in our money. Now, what corresponds to a 1-cent piece? That is 1 cent in our money.
Pence.
I'm sorry about that. Penny, a penny, and one more, worth a quarter of a cent.
Farthing.
A farthing. All right. All right. A quarter of a penny. All right. And here, oh, my. And there's the bell for Colgate Ask It Basket number 4. Sylvia Fisher comes to the microphone choosing a question which comes from Appleton, New York. Mrs. John Callaghan wants you to tell our friends, how old must a man be to become President of the United States? That's a very easy question. How old must he be?
There's no certain age.
There's no certain age.
No.
Could a man 21 years of age become president?
No. I think he has to be past 30.
He has to be in his 30s.
30s.
I see. Well, I'm sorry about that. You're going to get a squeak. How old, audience? 35.
But, friends, there's no age limitation on a winning smile. Sparkling teeth belong to people of every age who use Colgate Dental Cream. You see, Colgate's safe polishing agent erases cloudy surface film, makes teeth sparkle. And Colgate's penetrating foam helps the toothbrush remove hidden food particles from tiny crevices between teeth. So, for cleaner teeth, brighter smiles, start using Colgate Dental Cream tomorrow. All right, Jim, we'll continue with basket 4.
All right, here comes our sailor up to the microphone choosing a question which comes from, let me see, this one comes from Detroit, Michigan. Mrs. Harry Volker. This is sort of a trick question. What one thing do you have, find, take, pass, do, mark, waste, kill, and make? What one thing do you have, and you find, and you take, and you pass, and you do, and you mark, and you waste, and you kill, and you make? Oh,
Time!
Right. Come back here, sir. That was time. Time is correct. All right, that's fine. Thank you. All right, and now, Mrs. Furman, from Boston, Massachusetts, Miss Frances W. Sprague wants you to identify the following quotation. I quote, "As idle as a painted ship upon a painted ocean." Please, audience. Some more of that is in it. Good south wine sprung up behind, the albatross did follow, and every day for food or play came to the mariner's hollow.
It's the rhyme of the ancient mariner.
That is correct. All right, that is fine. Thank you. All right, and here comes Mr. Strong. Choose a question, Mr. Strong. And this question comes from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Miss Kitty Gallagher says this song that you sometimes hear at weddings is from which of the following operas? Robin Hood, Carmen, Romeo and Juliet, or the Mikado. Here's the tune. Is it from Robin Hood, Carmen, Romeo and Juliet, or the Mikado? Take your pick. Please, audience, take your pick.
Repeating those.
Robin Hood, Carmen, Romeo and Juliet, or the Mikado?
Robin Hood.
Robin Hood is correct. All right, all right, all right.
Hey, wait a minute, Jim. You mind? Let me ring the bell this time, will you?
All right, go ahead.
All right, let me have it then. Hear ye, hear ye. It's Jim McWilliams' Anything Can Happen basket.
Step right up, folks. Listen closely. Hurry, hurry, hurry. It's amazing. It's colossal. It's just downright funny, maybe, because anything can happen now. All set, let it go. And here comes Miss Sylvia Fisher. Now, you are a radio actress, and you have one word to say, and that is ah. No more, no less. But there are 3 different situations. They're all different. And remember, put yourself in the proper frame of mind for your big dramatic moment. Are you all ready?
Ready.
Are you ready? All right.
Yes.
Now, you have just finished a nice, long, cool drink on a real hot day. Oh, into the microphone. All right. The doctor says, open your mouth and say, All right. And your best beau has just given you a sweet kiss. All right, and here comes the Navy. All right, choose a question there, Pete. Come on, choose one. That's the stuff. Anyone, they're all right. Well, now, you're now a musical comedy actor. This question comes from Denver, Colorado, and Hattie Sorens wants to see how well you can act in a musical comedy. You are one of the leading characters, and your lines will tell you the songs will tell you your lines. Now, the curtain. It's a beautiful midsummer's night. Find John and Molly in a garden. And these 2 things in particular help to put John in a very romantic mood.
Moonlight and roses.
I know, but real dramatic.
Moonlight and roses.
All right, that's fine. So John proposes to Molly saying,
let me call you sweetheart. I'm in love with you.
Right into the microphone.
Let me call you sweetheart. I'm in love with you.
All right. Now tell me, after listening to the third song, did Molly say yes or no to John's proposal several years ago?
Well, it's Molly and me, and I guess it's yes.
Yes, just Molly and me, and the baby makes 3. All right. All right. Thank you, Sailor. That's 3. All right. And here comes Miss Furman. Now, Mrs. Furman, in this musical test, we're going to combine a group of musical numbers, motifs we call them, which will tell you the story of a modern screen classic. Now, the first is... What is that?
The spring song.
All right, that's the spring motif. Now, the next number.
The leaf is fall when the leaves come
I'm
coming.
sorry about that. What is it, audience?
Autumn.
Spanish town, all right. It's spring in a Spanish town. Now. What is that, please? Yes?
Wait a minute.
All right. Right the microphone.
Give it again, will you? It's from the opera Il Trovatore.
I know.
Pagliacci.
Pagliacci. No, try another one. Anyone's all right. What is it, audience? All right, Carmen, the Toreador song, and that's the bull. Now, the next is... You give up on that?
Wait a minute, let me hear that once again.
What is that, audience? The flowers that bloom in the spring color. Now, the next. You know what that is?
No.
What is it, audience? Tree. That's the tree motive. Now, the next one. What is that? Give up on that?
Yeah.
What is it, audience? All right, we had the spring, the Spanish town, the bull, the flower, the tree, and the bumblebee. What's the movie classic? What is it, audience? Ferdinand the Bull. All right. Next, please. And here comes Mr. Strong, and this question comes from Brooklyn, New York, and Philip Shinen wants to find out if you can say this tongue twister quickly 5 times, and here it is. Billy's black beagle bays bee by bowl. Billy's black beagle bays bee by bowl.
Billy's black beagle bays bee by bow. Billy's black beagle bays bee by bow.
Quickly.
Billy's black beagle bays bee by bow.
Now, real quick.
Billy's black beagle bays bees by bow.
All right, thank you very, very, very much. Well. The man with the stopwatch is signaling me, and that means time is running short, so no more questions. Sorry, children. And while the right honorable judges are licking their pencils and adding up the scores, listen to Del Sharp.
If you have unpleasing breath, you're not the exception. No, indeed. Dentists tell us this condition affects 7 out of 10 persons over 17. The cause? Well, often it's merely improperly cleaned teeth, easily overcome by this simple safeguard. Start using Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate's does a double cleaning job. First, Colgate's penetrating foam floods crevices between teeth, helps your toothbrush whisk away food particles that often cause unpleasing breath. Second, Colgate's gentle polishing agent safely brings out natural luster, makes teeth sparkle. 2 jobs, 1 price. Enjoy this double advantage. Tomorrow, start using Colgate Dental Cream. And now, back to Jim McWilliams.
How about sending me those questions you've been thinking up?
See if you can baffle our Ask It Basket contestants. Send your questions to me, Jim McWilliams, care of the Columbia Broadcasting System, New York City. And if they're used, Colgate will award you a year's supply of Colgate dental cream. And here are the winners. Third place goes to Miss Selma Furman, the buyer from the Bronx. $5 to Miss Furman. Carter Strong, the student from Winchester, Virginia, second. $10 to Carter Strong. And the grand prize, $25, goes to Peter Worshing, the fireman first class of the United States Navy. There you are. Congratulations, Peter. And there's your $25. All right, old boy. And now, Miss Fisher, come right up to the microphone. Too bad you had to pick the hard ones tonight, and here's a chance to redeem yourself and get in on the prize money, too. Just answer these questions, and for each one you get right, we'll give you $1, and Del Sharvert, that handsome boy right over there on your right, is ready to give it to you right now. Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, let's go. Now, from Clinton, Massachusetts, Miss Rose Murphy wants to know, is a peeler a bird, a policeman, or a device for paring potatoes?
A device for paring potatoes.
Right at the microphone.
A device for paring potatoes.
I'm sorry, it's a policeman in England. All right, now, from Richmond, Virginia, Ann Alsop wants to know, a farmer going to Chicago, pay attention now, concentrate. Are you concentrating?
Mm-hmm.
All right. All right, a farmer going to Chicago met 7 friends with their wives. Each wife had a child by the hand. How many people were going to Chicago?
21.
21. I'm very sorry. The farmer. That is correct. He was the only one going to Chicago. All right. Now then. Here we have a chance for you to get right in the money. Now, from Newell, West Virginia, Austin H. Brown wants you to give an idea to our Colgate friends just what kind of sounds the following animals make. Now, for instance, frogs croak. Can you give an imitation of a frog? Right at the microphone. All right. Now, grasshoppers chirp.
Chirp, chirp.
All right. Now, magpies chatter.
Can't chatter.
Can't you chatter?
No.
Oh, louder than that. Louder, chatter. All right, now, eagles scream.
Yeah.
Louder than that. Well, I'm sorry. We were trying to get you in the money here. Let me see. From Rochester, New York, Fred W. Mingus wants to know, is a pikeman, a fisherman, a musician, a soldier, or a toll gate attendant?
A toll gate attendant.
I'm very sorry. He's a soldier. I'm very, very sorry. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to say goodnight and ask you to tune in next week for another Colgate Ask It Basket with new questions and new contestants and new prizes. But first, a grand letter from Miss Mary Wingarth of Denver, Colorado. She writes, Colgate Dental Cream makes my teeth so sparkling clean, I never miss a chance to smile. And after brushing my teeth, my mouth stays fresh and sweet for hours. Thanks, Mrs. Wingarth. And friends, after you try Colgate Dental Cream, I'm sure you'll continue using it for the sake of your teeth, your breath, and your smile.
And now, genial Jim McWilliams and his school bell leave us until our next Ask It Basket.
So long, children, until next week. See you then. Good night.
Daylight saving time ends Sunday, September 24th. If your community has been on standard time right along, this program will reach you 1 hour later. Otherwise, tune in next week as usual.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Keep your dials tuned to this station for Strange as It Seems, which follows immediately. WJSV, Washington.
Palm Olive Lather Cream and Palm Olive Brushless, both made with soothing olive oil for greater shaving comfort, present...
Strange as It Seems.
This is Aloys Habrilla bringing you fascinating stories, which John Hicks, the famous cartoonist, has collected from every corner of the globe. Did you know that there are only 44 states in the United States? I'll give you the answer to that one before the end of the program. But first, you will hear the amazing stories of the man whose touch was gold, the most beautiful wife in America, the scientist who was traded for a racehorse, and the duel that was fought with a powder keg. And believe me, these stories are really strange. But there's nothing strange about the fact that more men use Palmolive shave cream than any other kind. Why, Palmolive is the only nationally sold shave cream made with olive oil, nature's finest skin conditioner. You get smooth, quick, clean shaves with comfort beyond your fondest dreams. Remember, both Palmolive lather cream and Palmolive brushless are made with olive oil. Whichever type you buy, be sure it's Palmolive shave cream. Who is the world's most ingenious salesman? When did he live? Where did he live? Well, his name was Timothy Dexter. His story begins shortly after the American Revolution, when the paper money issued by the Continental Congress had little value. Citizens of the United States wanted silver and gold, and Timothy Dexter had silver and gold. In his office in Charleston, Massachusetts, one morning...
Mr. Dexter, I understand you are buying up Continental currency.
Why, don't you know that pasteboard stuff is absolutely worthless? How much of the stuff have you got?
1,000 pounds, sir.
Well, I'll give you 100 pounds for the lot.
Oh, well, that's a big loss, but can I have it in gold, Mr. Dexter?
Very well, in gold.
People thought Timothy Dexter a fool, but Dexter was gambling on the genius of Alexander Hamilton, and he won because Hamilton solved the new nation's financial problems, established a national bank, and the almost worthless continental currency soon had a real value. Timothy Dexter had a small fortune, but that was just the beginning. Dexter chartered a ship to sail to the West Indies. A few hours before sailing time, a clerk is talking to Mr. Dexter.
Mr. Dexter, the ship is in the harbor ready to sail, but there's no cargo available.
What? Why, I've cleared that vessel for Cuba. There's got to be a cargo. I'll tell you what. We'll load her with cats.
Cats? Cats, Mr. Dexter?
Yes, those four-legged animals that go meow. You've seen them, no doubt.
Oh, yes, sir. Cats.
Offer 10 cents each for all the cats you can get. Have them put aboard. Spread the word along the waterfront. Timothy Dexter is buying cats.
Are you the captain of this vessel? I am. Port of Authority of Cuba, Captain. I'm here to inspect the cargo.
Oh, yes, the cargo.
What are you carrying?
What? Well, you can... Here, I'll pull up the hatch. Don't blame this on me, Inspector. I just under orders, you know. There.
Cats. How many of them are there, Captain?
892, sir.
Splendid. Splendid.
Splendid? Are you balmy, Inspector?
Far from it. My government is paying $5 apiece for cats.
What does the government want with cats?
Have you not heard? Havana is overrun with rats. Rats that are eating our food, spreading disease. These cats are worth their weight in gold.
Strange as it seems, Timothy Dexter sold his cargo of cats at a handsome profit. And with the years, Timothy Dexter's fantastic ventures continued. In Dexter's office, his captain says...
Well, sir, the ship's loaded and ready to sail. Have you decided on the port?
Yes, Captain. You'll sail to Newcastle, England.
Well, we're loaded with coal, Mr. Dexter.
Yes, I know that, Captain.
Mr. Dexter, carrying coal to Newcastle? Newcastle's the heart of the British coal industry.
You have your orders, Captain.
Right, sir. You're the owner.
One morning 4 weeks later, and across the Atlantic, Timothy Dexter's Newcastle agent comes aboard.
Well, Captain, what's Mr. Dexter sent this time?
I hate to tell you, sir.
Hey, come on, it can't be as bad as that.
I'm afraid Mr. Dexter's losing his mind. It's coal for Newcastle.
Coal? Bless Dexter's heart. The miners are rioting, and there's not a skickle of coal in the whole of Newcastle.
Strange as it seems, super salesman Timothy Dexter never missed, though he defied all the rules of business. He sent long-handled warming pans to the tropics and sold them as frying pans. He shipped a cargo of woolen mittens to the West Indies and sold them at a profit to a Scandinavian vessel that happened to be in port. Cats and coal, mittens and warming pans and paper money, they all turned into gold for Timothy Dexter, strange as it seems. Well, that story shows there's a difference in most jobs we men do. Now, some men shave in 5 minutes, others in 15. Either way, you'll shave more comfortably with Palmolive lather cream. Because Palmolive lather wilts whiskers like lightning, yet stays moist for slow shavers. Even more important, Palmolive leaves your skin smooth, soft, refreshed. You see, Palmolive lather cream is made with olive oil, nature's finest skin conditioner. Enjoy this extra benefit at no extra cost. Tomorrow, buy Palmolive lather cream made with olive oil.
The most beautiful wife in America.
Who is she? A former Miss America, still a reigning beauty queen, even though it's Mrs. now? No, sir. Strange as it seems, the wife whose face and figure, which in the opinion of competent judges outclassed all others, had never entered a beauty contest before last week. In private life, she's Mrs. Armand Donnarumma of Union City, New Jersey. But for the next 12 months at least, she's Mrs. America. Will you step up to the microphone a moment, Mrs. America?
Right here?
Yes, that's right. Now then, how does it feel to know that you've been chosen the most beautiful wife in the country?
Fine.
Well, I'm a little hazy on the details of the Mrs. America contest. How is it run?
Well, it's a regular beauty contest, Mr. Havrilla, just like the contest for Miss America. Only you have to be married to get into it.
It's a rather new idea, isn't it?
Yes, sir. It was only started last year.
Well, what did they judge you for in the Mrs. America contest?
The same as the other. Your looks and, your figure and all that.
Yes, and while I'm no expert, I should say they've done a very good job of judging. I wish all of you could see Mrs. America of 1939 here in the studio tonight. Mrs. Donnarumma is, I should say, about 5 feet 6 inches tall, and she weighs about 110 pounds. She has golden hair, sparkling blue eyes, and the most beautiful peaches and cream complexion you ever saw. Now tell me, Mrs. Donnarumma, were you nervous in the beauty contest?
Not very. Mostly I was worried about getting back to my job in time. I'd only asked them for 2 hours off, you see.
Oh, you have a job.
Yes, my husband and I both work.
Well, just what do you do?
I'm an elevator operator in a big New York department store. But I'm hoping that maybe this will help me get a job modeling.
I see. Now, and are there any little Donnarummas?
No, not yet.
Well, but tell me again now, how did you happen to enter the contest?
Well, it was my husband's idea.
Oh, so your husband wanted you to enter. And how does he feel now that you're Mrs. America?
Well, he feels pretty good. He says now I have to believe everything he tells me.
Oh, how's that?
Well, I've always laughed at him when he told me he'd marry the prettiest girl in the world. I said he was kidding like husbands do. But now he says it's proved just as true as everything else he's ever said.
Well, so far as I can see, he was absolutely right.
Thank you.
And thank you, Mrs. America of 1939. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, strange as it seems, for Mr. and Mrs. Armand Donnarumma, that very husbandly remark, "I've got the prettiest wife in 48 states," has actually been verified by the decision of the expert judges in the Mrs. America Beauty Contest. Now listen, men, before you believe judging a beauty contest is a cinch, try it yourself sometime. And before you say all brushless shave creams are hard to spread, try Palmolive brushless. Palmolive spreads smoothly, evenly, because it's made with olive oil. Doesn't lump up, dry out, or clog the razor. And best of all, Palmolive brushless is kind to your skin, because olive oil is nature's finest skin conditioner. Tomorrow, ask for Palmolive brushless made with olive oil. From the files of John Hicks comes the amazing but true story of one of America's best-known scientists. It begins in the grim days of Reconstruction, immediately following the war between the states. The story begins in the plantation house of Moses Carver near Diamond Grove, Missouri. The time, the late 1860s. In the great plantation house, Moses Carver questions a Negro hired hand.
Now, let me get this straight, Joe. You say there was a band of those men, and they came to our land just after sundown last night.
Yes, sir. That's the truth, Mr. Carver.
Burned down my barns, will they?
Then after that, they run off all the stock down the road, and then they come and took Mary and the baby off with them.
You saw them take Mary away?
Yes, sir, and the baby.
What'd they run off with Mary for, Joe?
Plain meanness, I reckon.
What's that paper you got in your hand?
It's got writing on it.
Here, let me see it, Joe.
What'd it say, Mr. Carver?
Those scoundrels. Say they'll give up Mary if I give them that chestnut racehorse.
That's a powerful good horse, Mr. Carver.
Joe, go out in the pasture and catch that horse. I'm going to give it to them.
Moses Carver delivered the racehorse, but the kidnappers never returned Mary. Nothing more was heard of her. But her baby, sick and near death, was returned, and the Carvers did what they could for the infant. Nursed it back to health, had it baptized, gave it their own name, and the name of a very famous American, George Washington. Then one day in 1863, on the Missouri plantation, the young colored lad, George Washington Carver, timidly enters the study of his benefactor, Moses Carver.
Hello, George.
Mr. Carver, can I talk with you?
Sure, boy. What's on your mind?
Well, sir, I'm most 14 years old now, and I can't neither read nor write.
George, don't tell me you want to learn to read and write.
Yes, sir, Mr. Carver. I don't want to be a field hand all my life.
I see. Well, I got an old blueback speller I'll give you, and when the words get too long, I'll help you if I can. Now, how's that?
Thank you, Mr. Carver. I'll do my best for you.
Young George Washington Carver mastered the old blueback speller. Still, his thirst for knowledge was not satisfied, an insatiable thirst and curiosity that impelled him to leave the plantation fields.
Of course I'll teach you, but 8 miles is a long way to walk to school every day.
8 miles ain't no distance at all when you got things you got to learn, ma'am. You just start teaching, and I'll be here.
Say, George, what you gonna do when you get through high school?
I reckon I'll go to college.
College? Where you gonna get that much money?
Same as I'm doing here in Minneapolis. Wait for it. Maybe wash dishes, maybe scrub floors.
George Washington Carver?
Yes, sir.
Having fulfilled the requirements laid down by the Board of Trustees, Iowa State College is happy to present to you the degree of Master of Science.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Studying by day, working by night, young George Washington Carver obtained an education few of his race possessed in the year 1896. He became associated with Tuskegee Institute in Alabama. One day during the World War, Booker T. Washington, founder of the college, entered the laboratory of the scientist.
My secretary said you wanted me to come down to your laboratory, Dr. Carver.
Yes, Mr. Washington. You remember the government report you showed me a short time ago?
You mean about the cotton crop being destroyed by boll weevil?
Yes. Then we discussed the wheat shortage.
Yes, that's right.
Our people here in the South are really facing starvation. No cotton this year, no food.
It looks very serious, Carver.
Well, I've been experimenting here, and I think I've got something. Here, taste this.
Huh?
Oh, you like it?
Hey, that's good. That's very good, but I don't
That's
see...
sweet potato bread, Mr. Washington.
Sweet potato bread?
Yes, and that's what's going to feed our people during this war. We're going to plant sweet potatoes on the cotton fields and use sweet potato in bread instead of grain. And I'm working on other uses, too. I'll find a market for our crops.
But with the harvesting of the first large sweet potato crop that was to be used as a wheat substitute, George Washington Carver's troubles really began.
Dr. Carver, the dietitians want to know exactly what food value is in this new bread.
Dr. Carver, we doctors are wondering if this bread is really digestible.
Frankly, Dr. Carver, the government doubts that it is possible to bake bread from sweet potatoes. That's why I've called you to Washington.
As Dr. Carver answered all criticisms, satisfied dietitians, physicians, and the United States government, the fame of the Negro scientist grew. Then one day, from another scientist laboratory in New Jersey, comes a telegram.
To George Washington Carver, Tuskegee Institute, Tuskegee, Alabama. I followed your work. Would be honored if you would join me in experiments at my laboratory. Name your own salary. We'll pay your expenses up here to consider proposition. Signed, Thomas A. Edison.
To Thomas A. Edison, Menlo Park, New Jersey. Thank you very much. My people need me here. There's no need for me to waste your money by coming north to say no. Signed, George Washington Carver.
Refusing the offer of Thomas A. Edison, George Washington Carver continued his work and experiments. Then a few months later in his laboratory, Booker T. Washington watches Mr. Carver as he pours a muddy solution from a test tube.
This, Mr. Washington, is an analysis of the soil on which we grew the sweet potatoes. Every bit of mineral has been exhausted from this soil by the sweet potato.
Well, what are we going to do?
We must issue a bulletin telling the farmers to grow peanuts.
Peanuts?
They'll revitalize the soil, and it's the only thing that will.
But, man alive, Carver, peanuts aren't even listed as a crop on the government report.
They will be, Mr. Washington.
But what are people going to do with the peanut crop?
I'll have to find that out, Mr. Washington. I'll have to find a use for the peanut.
Again, Mr. Carver found the answer to the farmer's problem in his laboratory. And strange as it seems, today all the world knows that George Washington Carver's experiments with the peanut have been of enormous value to Southern agriculture. Dr. Carver is right here in the studio with me, and we'll let him tell his own story. Dr. Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Habrilla. And it's quite an experience to sit back and have your life story acted out for you.
Oh, but it's a life story with a lot more chapters yet to be written, Dr. Carver.
I certainly hope so, Mr. Habrilla. But I'm not as young as I once was. I was somewhere in the 70s on my last birthday.
Dr. Carver, I understand you've raised the peanut to new heights.
Well, the peanut industry is a $60 million business now. At Tuskegee, we've developed more than 200 products from peanuts. We've made everything from axle grease to synthetic rubber. And we're finding out new uses for the peanut constantly.
What are you working on now, Dr. Carver?
The finest use we've been able to make of peanuts is in the treatment of the after effects of infantile paralysis. That's what I'm working on now. Massages with peanut oils has worked miracles in some cases. There is a lot of work to be done, but I feel we're on the trail of something really important.
Thank you very much, Dr. Carver. You have just heard Dr. George Washington Carver, one of America's leading agriculture scientists, a man who has devoted his life to help give the agricultural South a new outlook on life. This great scientist is not ashamed of the fact that he does not birth date, and strange as it seems, he was once traded for a racehorse. Friends, you can't shave one whisker without touching the blade to your skin. Therefore, I suggest palm olive shave cream made with olive oil, because olive oil is nature's finest skin conditioner. You'll enjoy smooth shaves, plus real skin comfort. Both palm olive lather cream and palm olive brushless are made with olive oil, but cost no more. So take your choice. Just be sure it's palm olive shave cream. Dueling is not an American sport. But when an American just has to fight a duel, you can trust him to find an unusual way of doing it. And that's just what the American patriot, General Israel Putnam, did when he made the most unusual choice of weapons in the history of dueling. As our story opens, Putnam was in command of a revolutionary garrison near the Hudson River when one of his soldiers approached him.
General Putnam, we're in for a bit of trouble.
Edwin, trouble? We've had trouble in infinite variety. Now, what's the new nuisance?
This redcoat officer you paroled, Major Hawks. He's parading around town declaring you're a coward.
Coward, eh? Mustn't let the men think I'm a coward.
But what can you do, General Putnam? Challenge him?
Challenge him? To a duel? And to which I'm surprised, of course. If he should happen to challenge me, well, naturally. But suppose you have a little chat with this redcoat. Come on.
There's the Major now, General.
So it is. Red-faced chap, isn't he? Face almost as red as his jacket. Comes to drinking too much port after dinner. Shouldn't drink too much port after dinner, though.
Here he comes, General. Swaggering as if he were cock of the walk instead of a parole prisoner.
Cock of the walk, eh? Gives me a splendid idea. Good afternoon, Major. May I have a word with you?
Eh? What word would you want with me, rebel?
I've heard you compared me to a mouse, a frightened mouse.
And if I have?
Why, I was just thinking how strange that I, too, was just comparing you to...
Have you dared call me a mouse?
No, not at all. Rather a rooster, a strutting, red-combed rooster.
You're insulting, sir.
Perhaps you'd oblige us by crowing.
You've insulted me, sir. I demand satisfaction.
Eh? You're suggesting a duel?
If you're a gentleman, you'll give me a chance to wipe out this insult.
Very well, Major, but since I'm the challenge party, I have the choice of weapons.
Of course.
So be it. Under the old oak just outside the garrison gate at sunrise tomorrow. Agreed?
Agreed.
True to his word, early the following morning, General Putnam was waiting for the British officer under the old oak just outside the garrison gates. General Putnam, seated on a small keg, is approached by one of his seconds.
General Putnam?
Sir?
Major Hawks is here. Now then, what about the weapons?
Weapons. Oh, yes. Of course, weapons. I'm sitting on the weapons.
What?
This gunpowder keg.
But, General, this is highly irregular.
What's this nonsense about weapons? Swords or pistols? It's all the same to me.
No, Major. Neither swords nor pistols. Since a duel is a test of courage, well, there's room on this powder keg for both of us to sit.
Sir, this is nonsense.
You'll note there's a fuse attached. May burn 10 minutes, may burn 5, or less.
You're mad, General.
Not at all. We'll both sit on the keg. I'll light the fuse, or you may light it if you wish. First man to run away, or I should say the first man to give up his seat on the keg is the loser. Simple, eh?
General Putnam, this is highly irregular. There is nothing in the code.
The code says the challenged party has the choice of weapon.
It's crude and ungentlemanly. But I'll go through with it.
Splendid. Pray be seated.
It's madness. Madness, I tell you.
Would you care to light the fuse? No? No, then permit me. There, this torch will do it.
It's sheer insanity.
I quite agree, Major. But two otherwise intelligent men should settle some childish dispute with pistols or cold steel. It's sheer insanity.
How long will that fuse burn?
Well, hard to tell. Fuses such as we have are very poor quality. Some burn fast and some burn slow.
I believe we'll have a warm day, Major. We're both likely to be blown to bits.
By the way, Major, there's said to be splendid fishing in the brook.
You're mad, sir. We're both on the edge of eternity.
Eternity? Oh, yes, yes. The theologians have some very interesting theories about eternity. There's one school that holds that... Fuse is getting a bit short, isn't it?
You fool. Die if you insist. But I can't stand it. I can't stand it.
Come back, Major. Come back. There's nothing to worry about.
Nothing to worry about? You'll be blown to bits.
Well, that's a matter of opinion, Major. You see, this cask here is full of onions.
The Major couldn't take it, and so General Putnam won his curious duel. Strange as it seems, the American general saved his honor by fighting a duel with a keg of onions. Now for a quick flight from those dueling days to the days of the modern man. Here's an interesting letter from Mr. I. Braun of New York City. He writes, Palm olive brushless not only leaves my face smooth and free from irritation, but also seems to help my razor catch and shave off every little whisker on my entire face. Well, thanks, Mr. Braun. And gentlemen, you can expect the same happy shaves if you'll try one tube of palm olive brushless made with olive oil. I'll amend that to include palm olive lather cream, too, because it's also made with olive oil. But just in case you don't like palm olive shave cream, send the empty tube to us, and we'll refund your money. Tomorrow, then, buy palm olive shave cream, lather or brushless. Both are made with olive oil. And now, since it's almost time to say goodnight, I want to tell you about those 44 states I mentioned at the beginning of the program. Yes, there are only 44 states in the United States. Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, Virginia, and Kentucky are officially known not as states, but as commonwealths, a term which originally stood for a greater amount of self-government than that held by a state. It's technical, but it's true. Next week, John Hicks brings you the amazing true story of the cobbler who became a doctor overnight and operated on over 600 people. Presented by the two famous shave creams made with soothing olive and palm oils for greater shaving comfort. Palm olive lather cream, palm olive brushless. You know, daylight saving time ends Sunday, September 24th. If your community has been on standard time right along, this program will reach you 1 hour later. Otherwise, tune in next week as usual. And so until next Thursday night, this is Aloy Zervilla bidding each of you a good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WJSV, Washington.
(8:55 p.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time), and Columbia and its affiliated stations present Elmer Davis and the news.
On this 21st day of the war, the talking was more important than the shooting, with the exception of the shots that killed Prime Minister Colonescu of Romania. President Roosevelt addressed Congress, convened in special session, and asked it to repeal the embargo provisions of the neutrality law, which he regarded as vitally dangerous to American neutrality, American security, and American peace. Premier Daladier of France, in a broadcast, accused the Germans of planning to dismember France as they have dismembered Poland, and devoted so much of his speech to combating assertions of German propaganda that France has been dragged in by England that the suspicion arises that this talk may possibly have had some effect. We must be finished once and for all, he said, with the reign of force. And Lord Halifax, the British Foreign Minister, told the House of Lords that it would be wise to hold our judgment in suspense about Russia. Mr. Roosevelt's speech failed to move the isolationist senators, 24 of whom met afterward and said that they would go on fighting repeal. They hoped to add at least 10 or 12 other senators to their group. Much of the president's speech was devoted to an ironic comparison of the prohibition of exports of implements of war in the present law and the legality of the export of raw materials and semi-finished products, which could be very useful to belligerents. If those who want to retain the embargo were consistent, he said, they would extend it to cut off cotton, copper, and wheat as well. But as some of you may have heard Mr. Kaltenborn reporting earlier this evening, Senator Nye is apparently the only isolationist who wants to go that far. When and if the embargo is repealed, said Mr. Roosevelt, the government will clearly and definitely insist that American citizens and American ships keep out of the zones of conflict, and will also reenact the cash and carry provisions. But from his language, this is apparently, so far as he is planning it, contingent on repeal. The President also said that while he hopes this special session of Congress will confine itself to these matters only, he has asked the leaders of both parties in both houses of Congress to stay in Washington until the regular session opens on January 3rd, promising to consult them frequently on foreign affairs and to reconvene Congress if it seems necessary. The President challenged the right of the isolationists to call themselves the peace bloc. We all belong to that, he said. The only question is as to ways and means. He said he believed we could succeed in our efforts not to be drawn into the war, and that all our policies must be guided by one single hard-headed thought, keep America out. But he warned that darker periods may lie ahead, and in closing said that the American republics are the joint heirs of European civilization and must maintain in the Western world a citadel where that civilization may be kept alive. The Romanian premier was assassinated by members of the Iron Guard, the Romanian fascist and anti-Semitic organization, which he has repressed with great severity. A considerable number of them seem to have been in the plot, for immediately afterward they seized the Bucharest radio station for a few minutes and apparently tried to give the call for a rebellion. General Argheșanu, commander of the Bucharest Army Corps, was appointed premier in Mr. Colonescu's place and began bringing more troops into the city. And apparently any uprising that may have been planned didn't come off. The Iron Guard has been sympathetic with the Germans, and the Romanian government, obviously wanting to keep out of trouble, immediately declared that the killing had no international political significance. The German shortwave broadcast tonight disagrees with that. It blames the killing on Polish and British agents who are said to have done it in the hope that it would be blamed on the Germans. This recalls the German assertion that the Athenia was sunk by a British submarine so that it would be blamed on the Germans. Colonescu, on the whole, had been friendly to the French and British, though in Romania's present situation, of course, neutrality is imperatively necessary, if possible. The story with still more interesting implications comes from Romania. Police searching the houses of Germans living near the Polish border are said to have found instructions as to what these Germans living in Romania should do when German troops had pushed through Poland and appeared on the frontier. But when Poland was overrun, it was not German but Russian troops that occupied the sections of Poland adjoining Romania. This is no particular consolation for the Romanians, who have reason to fear the Russians quite as much as the Germans, if not more so. But it does suggest the possibility that in this part of Poland, the Russian intervention may have gone a little farther than the Germans expected. No more has been heard today of the operations of the Russian Navy in the Baltic, but Warsaw still holds out against the Germans. Every night we report that, it comes a little nearer, looking like a miracle. On the Western Front, there has been little action, and Premier Daladier told his people today that the French High Command avoids every temptation to send its men forward recklessly to be slaughtered.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Eight o'clock, the correct time. Tonight, Major Bowes announces the 1940 Plymouth. See and drive the 1940 Plymouth now at Haley's. The 1940 Plymouth at Haley's, 2020 M Street, Northwest. WJSV, Washington.
Four great cars, Plymouth, Dodge, DeSoto, and Chrysler, again bring you your friend, Major Edward Bowes, and his original Amateur Hour. This is certainly a big night for all of us. Our four great cars are about to announce their new 1940 models. The first of these is the great 1940 Plymouth. Tonight, Major Bowes is going to tell you about this wonderful new car. And it's a real event because, as you will soon see, never before has such an extraordinary value been offered at low price. Meanwhile, our gifted amateurs are ready to entertain you and to entrust their success to you and to your votes. In tonight's Honor City, Mansfield, telephone Maine 9900. In New York, call Murray Hill 89933. Or if you prefer, vote by mail from your home or in your dealer's showroom, addressing Chrysler Corporation in care of your own station. And now, here is Major Bowes.
Good evening, friends. On this opening day of autumn, we spin our weekly Wheel of Fortune for the 236th consecutive time. Around she goes, and where she stops, nobody knows. First tonight are the Harlem Roustabouts, an instrumental quintet. My goodness, look at that big boy walking up there. A big boy with a bass fiddle. Give him his fiddle. He won't be happy till he gets his fiddle. What do you boys do for a living?
Well, I'm a butcher.
No, into the microphone. That's it.
I'm a butcher and Sam's a chef.
I see. How big are you, big fella?
I'm 6 feet 3 inches tall and weigh 298 pounds.
Well, I declare. I figured an even 300. You see how wrong a man can be. In your hands, that bass fiddle will look like a viola. Are you married?
I almost got married once, but the lady said she couldn't feed me the way I was accustomed to eating.
Well, what's your song?
I found a new baby.
See? Perhaps she won't object to your big appetite, huh? All right, I found a new baby. Let her go. In the north-central section of Ohio, on the last of the hills of the Appalachian Highland, our Chrysler motorcade pauses to salute the city of Mansfield, capital of Richland County. 50 years after the first westward wave of migration from New England and Pennsylvania, Mansfield was laid out and surveyed by James Hedges and John Lawell. They named it in honor of their instructor, Jared Mansfield, Surveyor General of the United States. While Mansfield's growth has been steady and sure, it was the coming of the Mansfield and Sandusky Railroad in 1846 that began her real march to progress. Strategically located at the southern edge of Ohio's great industrial belt, she lies in the center of the nation's iron and steel production.
Close by are vast stores of raw materials and easy accessibility to markets and the center of population. Mansfield is frankly industrial. From her busy factories flow automobile tires and tubes, sheet steel, stoves, brass products, farm equipment, textile products, motors, pumps, plumbing fixtures, and refrigerators and electrical household appliances. Mansfield is a city of great natural beauty, a notably healthful city. The imposing homes rest in her fine residential districts. Her parks are beautiful, her boulevards wide, and she's known as a city of churches. Johnny Appleseed, an eccentric exponent of orchard development, is closely linked with the early history of Mansfield. A monument to his memory stands in Middle Park. And so to Mansfield, one of Ohio's leading industrial cities, we send our admiring greetings. From Marana City, from Mansfield, Helen Dixon, a coloratura soprano, A Heart That's Free. That's the name of the song. Your home is in Mansfield, Helen.
I was born there, Major Bowes. I'm a stenographer for the Sheet and Tin Plate Company.
Mm-hmm. Are you enjoying New York?
I haven't seen much yet, but it looks very exciting, and oh, such handsome men.
Would you please look into the microphone if you will? That's it. All right, A Heart That's Free. Let her go.
With a heart debonair, I'm free upon the sea. Like the lark who at dawn bids the darkness be gone, do I see the fair relief. With a laugh and a dance, mine's alive to enchant, for I know not what glee. And the word that I bring, and the theme that I sing, is the song of a heart that's free. Oh, then let music ring long, while sweet voices sing. Oh, pleasure is mine. Echoes repeating, measures entreating, song of a heart light on the breeze. Laughing all the day, shoving cares away. Hear my roundelay, with a laugh and a dance, mine's alive to entrance, for I know not but glee. And the word that I bring, and the theme that I sing, is the song of a heart that's
Helen Dixon from Mansfield, and the telephone in New York is Murray Hill 89933, and in Mansfield, in case anybody there desires to vote for Helen Dixon, the telephone is Maine 9900. First caller from Mansfield, Carl Johnson, 485 Spring Mill Street, and from this area, Mr. and Mrs. Julia, 2219 East 12th Street in Brooklyn. Red Bill Lane, Red Lane Imitator. Red, your hair's not red, it's blonde.
Well, when I wash it, it turns red.
Well, Red, when do you figure it might be red again?
Well, my face always turns red easy, but I bet it's red now because you think I haven't washed my hair in a long time.
No, Red, you're meticulously immaculate, I will say that. What do you do for a living, Red?
I mix colors for a plastic and chemical corporation.
Plastics are modern and beautiful and largely used in industry today.
Yes, Chrysler Corporation uses a lot of our items. Boy, are they particular. If everything isn't just 100%, well, it's just too bad for us. They buy the highest price stuff, too.
Red, you couldn't have said anything nicer to me at this moment. Very pleasing indeed. Now, Red, you've got a lot of invitations listed here. I'll call them off as far as time we can spare. You've got here The Life of a Rooster in 4 parts. 1 day, 4 months, a year, and 4 or 5 years old. Now, the eating would vary, of course, in those periods, but how's the sound? 1 day. All right, now 4 months. Now a year-old rooster. Now at the end of 4 or 5 years of amateur hours on this one. You don't like to come out and say it, but that's an impersonation of me. Now, now ringneck pheasant. How does a ringneck pheasant sound? Red-winged blackbird. That's little Sir Echo. A robin. Robin? Now a monkey. And a lion? Of course, that lion doesn't mean a word of it, but still, I'll let you go in the cage. Give us an ape now. Now, you've got how traffic cops are in different cities. Let's take 3 of them. First is Los Angeles traffic cop. Now in Paris, Agent Pivot. Now give us one of Commissioner Valentine's pets in New York City, a traffic cop.
Come on, girls. Come on, get across.
Now, what about the taxi drivers? He can't say, come on, girls, to them.
Well, then he says, come on, you mugs. What are you waiting for?
Now, for the benefit of the household pets of our listeners, let's have a cat fight. Finish, let's all sing like the birdies sing. Last week's voting, Evelyn Shea, she sang Wishing, the Four Romeos instrumental quartet, Sven Tollefson, Norwegian accordionist, Jacob Hohenemse, baritone, Bill Woods, one-man hillbilly band, Jack Raymond, violinist, Bill Evers, acrobatic chair tap dancer, Jack and Jill, but Jill was ill, so Jack yodeled alone. Henry Matisiak, basso, Swanee River Boys, Negro Tramp Band. And next Thursday night, we salute Muskegon, Michigan. The Thursday following, October 5th, our honor city will be Elgin, Illinois. Have your talent? Would you like to be on this program? Try it. We'll make things pleasant for you. Just write a letter giving full particulars from New York or its vicinity. Robert Shawhan, tenor, La Rave. Where are you from, Robert?
I'm from Boise, Idaho, but I've been working in a bank in Wall Street for the last 3 years.
Mm-hmm. You married?
Yes, and my wife is my severest critic.
Mm-hmm.
That is music
or...
critic.
Hmm?
That is music critic.
I see. Otherwise, she's indulgent. Is that it?
That's right. And,
Well, all right. What about it?
well, I don't think I ought to tell this.
All right. What is La Rave in English? La Rave.
The Dream.
That's your wife. All right. From Menon by Massenet. Let's have it. From Massenet's Menon. Hoffman sisters, yodeling trio, guitar. Where are you from, girls?
Patterson, New Jersey, Major Bowes. We're all 2 years apart, beginning with 15.
Mm-hmm. And what are you going to play?
I want to be a cowboy sweetheart.
I hope you get your wish. All right, let's have it. telephone in New York is Murray Hill 89933, and in Mansfield, the telephone is Maine 9900. That's the Huffman sisters from Paterson, New Jersey. I have a telegram here stating that 500 members of Mansfield's Chamber of Commerce are gathered in the Westinghouse Auditorium listening to the program. I wish I might be there. And the 200th caller from Mansfield, Miss Bella Young, 122 Glenwood Boulevard, and from New York, Mrs. Evelyn Greers, 46 West 53rd. First telephone bull, the Harlem Roustabouts, got 1,102 calls. Helen Dixon from Mansfield, 3696, Red Bill Lane, 964, and Robert Shaw, 118. Marion Caruso. It's an illustrious name, 12 years of age. She's a dancer from Wilkes-Barre, and she dances to the music of Melancholy Baby. Pretty much all the facts there. How long have you been dancing, Marion?
I've been dancing 5 years from 5 years from Tony Grant, and singing lessons too.
Good. Do you practice much?
My daddy makes me practice 3 hours a day, but I love him anyway.
What's your daddy's business?
My daddy's a salesman, and he has a Plymouth car.
You have a very nice daddy, and I love him too.
My daddy says he's going to buy a 1940 Plymouth.
Oh, I love him like a brother. All right, Melancholy Baby, let's go. Marion Caruso, a pupil of the gifted Tony Grant of Wilkes-Barre. This is the time of year when Mrs. America dons her new postilion chapeau, arranges its snoot back over her lovely curls, and looks forward to a happy autumn. Mr. America acquires the annual snap brim felt and an extra spring in his step, and this particularly is the time our 1940 models make their debut. The low-priced automobile is one of the greatest contributions ever made to American civilization. The entire continent is your playground with health, education, and relaxation for all the family. 7 out of every 10 cars sold are in the no-priced class. The Plymouth advance in popularity by leaps and bounds is one of the miracles of American industry. And that rise of Plymouth to the peak of popularity can only mean one thing, that it is the utmost in automobile value for your dollar. And so tonight I shall turn the spotlight on our new 1940 Plymouth. In Detroit 2 weeks ago, I saw it for the first time. I was enthralled. Our president, K.T. Keller, with a proverbial cat that swallowed the canary smile, said, "Well, Major, there's our new baby. What do you think of her?" One word stood out in my mind, and I answered, "Superb." When you see that car, I know you too will say, "Superb." And now for some details. The 1940 Plymouth is much bigger. Actually, the wheelbase has been increased from 114 to 117 inches. The body is completely new. Its interior is 10 cubic feet bigger than last year. You may choose your car with or without running boards. And the Road King, as well as the Deluxe Plymouth, has our marvelous steering wheel gear shift. Headlamps are the new sealed beam type, giving brighter illumination for a further distance along the road at night with lens, reflector, and filament fully protected from dust and moisture. The 1940 Plymouth is lower without cutting down the headroom. The windshield is wider for better vision. The rear window is curved and all in one piece for better visibility. The spare tire is mounted vertically in the trunk compartment. Your luggage or the tire may be moved without disturbing the other. As to the new luxury ride, that is, as the Debs say, something out of this world. And I say that after a stiff test ride in New York yesterday. The rear door is full width, and rear windows may be rolled all the way down. You get full front seat comfort on the rear seat. The extreme of riding comfort is a combination of new roominess, new greater vision, wonderful upholstery, and the combined results of chassis engineering, which give you floating power, new weight distribution, rubber body mountings, and a molar steel coil springs. Our 1940 Plymouth has a new transmission. Gear shifting is now a pleasure, clashing practically impossible. Its horsepower rating has been increased. Oil filters are now standard equipment. Pistons have a new type of surface coating for reducing friction, and vital engine parts are super finished with our new process, giving finer performance and longer life. If I have been able to convey to you even a part of my prideful enthusiasm, you will wish to go to your Plymouth dealer and see this superb example. Why not be the first in town to take a welcome ride in our 1940 Plymouth, the new low-price beauty with a luxury ride? I thank you.
In a moment, we will continue with Major Bow's Original Amateur Hour. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WJSV, Washington.
We now continue with Major Bow's Original Amateur Hour, presented by Plymouth, Dodge Cars and Trucks, DeSoto and Chrysler. All appointments and innumerable messages of goodwill have come from Mansfield, Major, from the Honorable John W. Bricker, Governor of Ohio, Mayor Claude M. Hunter, Police Chief Bates, Sheriff Long, Fire Chief Seeberger, Councilman George Berg, President Vanderoe and Secretary Rootson of the Chamber of Commerce, and President Eric of the Junior Chamber, Manager Graham of the Mansfield News Journal, Chairman Mitchell of the Richland County Commissioners, Earl Nist, and from Louis Bromfield, world-renowned novelist, resident of Mansfield, and from many other citizens, clubs, and civic bodies. Major?
Thank you, Ralph, and my thanks for the many fine souvenirs also for exhibition at the Chrysler Building and the World's Fair, and to the Mansfield florist. Dorothy Moore, popular singer. Are you employed, Dorothy?
Only at home helping Mother.
I see. Well, that's employment. Have you had voice training?
No, sir, but I've been singing ever since I was 7 years old. I'm 19 now.
Mm-hmm. And what do you propose to sing for us?
Over the Rainbow.
That's nice. From the motion picture Wizard of Oz. All right?
Where the clouds are far behind me, where troubles melt like lemon drops away above the chimney tops. That's where you'll find fly over the rainbow. Why then, oh, why can't I? Someday I'll wish upon a star and wake up where the clouds are far behind me, where troubles melt like lemon drops away above the chimney tops. That's where you'll find me, somewhere over the rainbow. Bluebirds fly, birds fly over the rainbow. Why then, oh, why can't
Dorothy Moore, 19. I'd like to see anybody stop that girl from having a career. We're going to see that she gets a chance. John Tucker. John Tucker, the Whistling Wizard. And where are you from, John?
Oh, I'm a Londoner, Major Bowes. I came over here about 2 weeks ago. I was going to one of your universities here, but the pound sterling has dropped so low that I very much doubt whether I can do it.
Well, now, what's your particular study?
Oh, I do legal research. I did 4 years at London University in economics, and I'm a graduate in law at Cambridge. I believe, though, that I'm the only person who can do whistling in counterpoint.
You mean whistle two different melodies at the same time? Can you manage a Bach fugue?
Yes, Major Bowes, strangely enough, I can. And I also do some impersonations of well-known people in London. They told me in England that you'd like what I did over here.
Well, I'm sure of it. I'm glad for that recommendation, too. Tell me, is this your first trip to America?
Yes, and I find it absolutely stupendous and very rushed. Very rushed indeed.
That's a very good description. Stupendous.
But the American people are most kind and thoughtful, and I do love your subways. Of course, the fans are a great help.
I'll say that. Would you be willing to give your considered opinion of our American girls?
On the whole, I find they're much quicker and smarter and quicker at everything than the English girls. And from the very little I've seen of American girls, I should think they're more hard-boiled than the English girls.
Well, now, hard-boiled, that's enigmatic. It's a slam, isn't it? Just what do you mean by hard-boiled?
Major Bowes, getting back to whistling. Do you think I could make some money by my double whistling? Because I very much want to, and I'll be able to go to the university if I do.
I see. Well, having made that other matter perfectly clear, is whistling your ambition?
Oh, not really. I'm very fond of music, but I expect to be a barrister, and if I'm very lucky, later on, perhaps a professorship at Cambridge. It's just lovely out there. Cambridge, England.
Let's have your imitation. First here is duck going into the water.
Duck going
into
the
the water. Now, I think
water.
you're a little close there, aren't you? Yeah.
Oh, Major Bowes, before I do my double whistle, I wonder if I could tell you a little incident that happened in an omnibus in London, where a man was accused of, or convicted of homicide. He got into court, and the judge asked him, he said...
you were going to ask me if you might tell that.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
Oh, no.
Would you mind if I do tell it
I'd
to
be
you?
delighted to have you. Go
Thank you very much. I think it will interest people.
Judge Barrett, I want to keep the record clear. All right, let's have it.
Thank you, Major Bowes. Well, the man got into court, and the judge said to him, "Tell me, my man, why did you do this? Have you anything to say?" "Well, my lord, it was like this. I got into a bus, and a lady got into the bus after me and sat down beside me. And she wanted to get out her fare. So she opened her bag and took out a purse and closed the bag and opened the purse and took out a penny and closed the purse and opened the bag and put in the purse and closed the bag. Well, then the conductor went past her, so she put her penny away again. She opened her bag and took out the purse and closed the bag and opened the purse and put back the penny and closed the purse and opened the bag and put in the purse and closed the bag. Well, then the conductor came round and said, 'Fares, please.' So she opened her bag and took out the purse and closed the bag and opened the purse and took out a penny and closed the purse and opened the bag and put in the purse and closed the bag. Well, then the conductor clipped her a ticket. So she had to put her ticket away again. So she opened the bag and took out the purse and closed the bag and opened the purse and put in the ticket and closed the purse and opened the bag and put in the purse and closed the bag. Well, then the inspector came along and said, 'Madam, I want to see your ticket.' So she opened the bag and took out the purse and closed the bag and opened the purse and took out a ticket and closed the purse and opened the bag and put in the purse and closed the bag. Then the inspector said, 'Thank you, madam, that ticket's in order.' So she had to put it away again. So she opened the bag and took out the purse and closed the bag and opened the purse and put in the ticket and closed the purse and opened the bag and put in the purse and closed the bag. Then the conductor came along and said, 'Madam, your fare ends here. You must pay another penny.' So she opened the bag and took out the purse and closed the bag and opened the purse and took out a penny and closed the purse and opened the bag and put in the purse and closed the bag. Then the conductor clipped her another ticket. So she had to put it away. So she opened the bag and took out the purse and closed the bag and opened the purse and put in the ticket and closed the purse and opened the bag and put in the purse and closed the bag. Then another inspector came along and said, 'Madam, I want to see your ticket, please.' So she had to get it out. So she opened the bag and took out the purse and closed the bag and opened the purse and took out the ticket and closed the purse and opened the bag and put in the purse and closed the bag. Then the inspector said, 'Thank you, madam, your ticket's in order.' So she opened the bag and took out the purse and closed the bag and opened the purse and put in the ticket and closed the purse and opened the bag and put in the purse and closed the bag. Then the conductor came along and said, 'Madam, you must pay another penny.' So she opened the bag and the judge said to him, 'My God, if you go on like that, I'll strangle you.' 'My lord,' said the man, 'that is exactly what I did to the woman.'"
I think we'll have to jump down to an example of your whistling, double melody and counterpoint whistling. Double-tone whistlers we've had, that is, whistling in thirds isn't uncommon. But counterpoint whistling requires two completely independent whistles in second, third, fourth, in fact, all of the intervals. Now, let's first have just the double melody. That particular thing is a fragment of the second movement of Beethoven's Seventh Symphony. Now give us the same thing in counterpoint. I don't know if anybody else can do it. I never heard of it. Now we'll finish up with the Indian Love Call in double tone. Murray Hill 89933, and in Mansfield, the telephone is Maine 9900. And that's John Tucker of London. This is William Hetherington from McKeesport, Pennsylvania. Very handsome boy in the uniform of the United States Navy. What's your rating, William?
Electrician's mate, third class, Major.
Now say that again.
Electrician's mate, third class.
What ship?
USS Tuscaloosa.
Oh, my. That's the Tuscaloosa the president went fishing.
Yes, sir, Major. That's the ship. And he's quite a fisherman, too. He caught more fish than the rest of the men on the ship put together.
Good for him. Do you recommend the Navy as a career for boys?
Well, yes, but it's not so easy to get into. You sort of have to be physically perfect and be of good character.
Mm-hmm. What did you say is the percentage of rejections?
Oh, but most of the fellows are well-behaved, and I like nice girls who can dance.
I see. What's your favorite ballad?
White Sails is what I like to sing.
All right, let's have it. Nick Kenny.
White sails beneath a yellow moon sail on across the sea. White sails will reach a harbor soon where my heart longs to be. Someone is watching and waiting so patiently, watching for you, waiting for me. White sails will find our blue lagoon for you, my love and me. Someone is watching and waiting so patiently, watching for you, waiting for me. White sails will find our blue lagoon for you, my love and me.
Hetherington, USS Tuscaloosa. And here's where you'll find our Wanderer, the swing school unit, until Sunday at the Palomar Theater, Seattle, Washington, Monday, Centralia, Wednesday and Thursday, Victoria, British Columbia, beginning next Friday at the Beacon Theater in Vancouver. Fifth anniversary unit opens tomorrow week at the Rivoli Theater, Toledo, Ohio. World's Fair unit starts tomorrow week at the Palace Theater, Stamford, Connecticut, and so the Wheel of Fortune spins thanks to you and the Chrysler Corporation. This is a reminder to all vacationers who expect to visit New York and who think they've talent for this program to send us a letter letting us know when you'll be here or communicate with us upon your arrival, and you'll be giving a prompt appointment. Martha Booker, blues singer. Martha, will you tell us a little bit of yourself?
I'll tell you everything about myself, Major Bowles, because I am not looking for a husband.
All right, a true confession, huh?
I'm 5'1", and I weigh 235 pounds.
That's very complete information, I thank you.
Oh, I ain't told you nothing yet. I have 8 children, and I'm a grandmother, too. I've been singing all my life. So I thought I'd come over and let you hear me.
It just is about time.
Next to singing, I'm a good cook.
What's your specialty?
What's my special? Short meat and a long gravy. I like to cook best.
My salivary glands just woke up and said, "What's that?" All right, now what's your song?
After You Gone.
All right, let's have it.
After you gone and left me crying, after you gone, there's no denying what you're doing. You know you're going to drive my poor heart to ruin. After you're gone away. I say, Lord, after you're gone, and left me crying. After you're gone, there's no denying. You feel blue, you feel sad. You missed the best baby you ever had. There comes a time, I don't forget it. There comes a time when you regret it. Oh, baby, look what you're doing. You know you're going to drive my poor heart into ruin. After you're gone away.
All right, Bob, if you will now. Gina Valenti, a little 7-year older, and she walks up with an accordion. Gina, what is it you do to
I
entertain?
play the piano and accordion and I dance.
Is that all? What's your daddy do?
He gives lessons
On what?
on piano.
I see. And what did your daddy? I'm talking that way, too. Thinking about that long gravy, I think, and short meat. What did your daddy suggest that you play for us?
I'm going to play Dark Eyes on the accordion.
And on the piano?
Soffergetto by Bach and Gina Swing by Lauren Cook.
All right, a popular classic. Let's have it now on your accordion. Right there, now at the piano. empty. With a 7-year-older with many accomplishments. Now, Alexander Pirov. Alexander Pirov, he's 30 and he's a baritone. Where's your home, Alexander?
In Bulgaria. But at present moment, I'm for 2 months already in America.
All right. You speak English pretty well.
I went to American college in Turkey. That's at Robert College. And I speak some other languages, I think, better than American.
Are you employed?
No, I'm visitor. And my father owns large wine business in Bulgaria.
I see. How do you like America?
Oh, it's a wonderful country, wonderful tempo, very, very nice woman. And I never saw so many nice women at the same place like in America. And they're very well built and very sporty.
We're getting a variety of opinions tonight. You're married, I take it?
No, I don't need to be married.
I see.
And could I sing to you a Russian gypsy song?
Yes, all right, let's have it. A little nervous. All right, come on, Russian gypsy song.
Что так грустно, эх, дай гитару, да петь песню про любовь. Или поехать лучше к Яру, разогреть шампанским кровь. Разогреть шампанским кровь. Эх, ямщи, гони, как яро, лошадей, брат, не жалей. Аль, пошел ты к яру, ах, погоняй, брат, поскорей. Ла-ла-ла-ла-ла-ла-ла, 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 погоняй, брат, поскорей. Или поехать лучше к Яру, разогнать шампанским кровь. Эх, ямщи, гони, как Яру, лошадей, брат, не жалей. Поедем к Яру, ах, погоняй, брат, поскорей. Ла-ла-ла-ла-ла-ла-ла, ла-ла-ла-ла-ла-ла. Ай, поедем к Яру, ах, погоняй, брат,
Our telephone lines will be open for another half hour to receive your votes. In New York, telephone Murray Hill 89933. In Mansfield, call Maine 9900. On subsequent broadcast nights, Major Bowes will bring you the official news about the 1940 models of the other three of our great cars. Next Thursday will be devoted to the beautiful Chrysler for 1940. I doubt if I've ever seen Major Bowes as excited as he is tonight about this great new 1940 Plymouth. And it's no wonder. The 1940 Plymouth has new style, new bigness, and a new ride that will astonish you. Major Bowes has been all over this great car many times in the last few weeks, but his most thrilling experience was his demonstration ride. Now, the important thing is to have you get this same thrill. Your Plymouth is waiting for you. This low-priced beauty with the luxury ride. Go round to your Plymouth dealer this very weekend. Get this new, big, roomy, powerful car out on the road. See how sweetly it handles. Enjoy a riding comfort beyond anything you ever believed possible. When you come back, you'll say, well, that's certainly the biggest thrill I ever got out of a motor car. Major?
Thank you, Ralph. I just have a message from Howard Fagley of the Rivoli Theater in Toledo. Telephone for Red Bill Lane to join our 5th anniversary unit opening there a week from tomorrow. What shall I do with the days and the hours that must be counted ere I resume this place? How shall I charm the interval that lowers between this time and that sweet time of grace? Until Thursday next, then, I thank you for Chrysler Corporation, its dealers, the amateurs, and myself. Good evening, friends.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Washington's Chrysler Plymouth distributor is H.B. Leary Jr. and Brothers, who now have the beautiful 1940 Plymouth. See the 1940 Plymouth at H.B. Leary Jr. and Brothers, 1612 U Street, Northwest. Nine o'clock, the correct time. WJSV, Washington.
Does Hollywood have a heart? The answer to that question will be broadcast over the Columbia Broadcasting System every Sunday night at 7:30 o'clock on the Screen Guild Theater. This program returns to the air September 24th. The greatest of Hollywood stars broadcast, but they receive no pay for their work. Instead, the money, $10,000 each week, goes into the fund to build a home for the screen industry's needy. Be sure to tune in every Sunday night.
Tonight, the Columbia Workshop presents the 5th specially commissioned work for the current Workshop Festival. Now It's Summer, a comedy by the young American author and playwright Arthur Kober. Earl McGill is the director. The scene is a high school classroom in elementary physics. Charles Trow has taught physics for over 20 years, and what he says, he has said again and again.
Now, I want the class to observe that I've just made a parallel connection with these two bulbs. Now, watch closely. By unscrewing this one bulb, so, I put the light out. Now, does that affect the power of this other bulb? Yes, Corey, your hand was up first.
No, it doesn't.
Doesn't what?
Doesn't affect the power of that there other bulb.
Exactly. It does not affect the power of the other bulb. Now, I want the class to notice the bulbs on the other base. These bulbs are connected in series. Now, observe, please, that when... Sweeney?
Yes, sir.
What are you doing, Sweeney?
Nothing.
Exactly. Quiet. Quiet, please. Sweeney, you're to give me your full and undivided attention. You understand? Do you understand, young man?
Yeah.
Yes, what?
Yes, sir.
That's better. Now, as I was saying, observe the effect as I turn this light out. The other light also goes out. Now, put that down in your books, please. How to tell whether devices are connected in series or in parallel. The test is to turn out one bulb. If all go out, they are connected in series. If one goes out, what's the answer, Sweeney?
The answer?
Very sorry to have to disturb your slumbers. Phillips, you give our sleepy friend the answer.
If one goes out, they're connected in parallel.
Exactly. Now, Sweeney, I want you to read what I've just asked you to put in your notebook.
Huh?
Huh is not what I asked you to write. Quiet. Quiet. Please, boys, quiet. Sweeney, I shall have to ask you to stay in after the rest of the class is dismissed. Minelli?
Yes, sir?
I want you to make tomorrow's homework on the board. Page 630, problems 3, 11, 12, and 14. I don't think that's at all funny, Sweeney.
Oh, gee whiz. Now a guy doesn't sneeze no more.
None of your impertinence. I won't tolerate it.
Oh, my goodness.
Stop. You will retain your seats, please. The signal is meant for me, not for you. You're all to read the pages on energy and be prepared to define the various types of energy. Now, have you all got that?
Yes, sir.
Well, we'll find out tomorrow whether you have or not. All right. Class dismissed. Sweeney, I want you to come forward, please.
Oh, gee whiz, I didn't do
You will do as I say. Yes, what is it, Corey?
Are we supposed to do that stuff about power?
Your homework covers that question.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Benedict?
You said I should ask you when I could use the Bunsen burner, Mr. Trow.
Will you stop that noise, please? I'm sorry, Benedict. Not today. Some other time. Oh, Corey forgot his textbooks. Will you see that he gets them?
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, Sweeney.
Gee whiz, Mr. Trow, I'm supposed to see Mr. Considine after school. He'll give me holy heck if I don't see him.
Here's a sheet of paper. Make out a note to Mr. Considine saying I detained you, and I'll sign it.
Gee whiz, what did I do anyways? I was just sitting there. I wasn't hurting nobody.
Hurting nobody?
No, sir, I wasn't hurting nobody.
Hurting nobody?
Hurting anybody.
Better.
Gee whiz, why are you always picking on me? What you got against me, anyhow?
Every time I'm in the midst of an experiment or the explanation of some rule, you're either whispering to your neighbor or you're off stargazing somewhere. Now, I can't have discipline in my class if you're going to set a bad example, can I?
But I wasn't whispering, Mr. Trow. Today I was doing nothing.
That's it, Sweeney. You were doing nothing when you were supposed to be listening.
I was listening.
Don't contradict me. You were daydreaming. You had your eyes closed.
That's the way I listen sometimes. No kidding,
Sweeney, this has happened too often to be an accident. I'm afraid I shall have to report you to Dr. Curtis. You wouldn't want me to do that, would you?
No, sir.
Well, what's your average mark, Sweeney?
About 70.
70. Do any of your other teachers find fault with you?
No, sir. Nobody else picks on me. You're the only
Why
one.
does Mr. Considine want to see you?
He's coaching the baseball team. I'm supposed to be in the park
Keep
right
your
now.
seat, please, please. I'm not letting you go until we get to the bottom of this. Now, what is it, Sweeney? Come on, out with it.
I don't know.
Well, there's no need to be embarrassed. This is just between you and me. Now, speak up.
I got nothing to speak up.
Are my problems too complex?
Huh?
I mean, are they too hard?
They're okay, I guess.
Well, now, perhaps I don't make myself clear. Perhaps if I expressed myself a little more, shall we say, more simply, you'd understand. Now, is that it?
I don't know.
Sweeney, you must know what's bothering you.
I got nothing bothering me.
Last week, it was Turner I had to report. The week before, it was Hellman. Now, I don't want to go to Dr. Curtis again. Sweeney, there's an old adage. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Now, you've often heard of that, haven't you?
I don't know.
Of course you have. Everybody has. Now, there is something obviously wrong with you. I'd like to help you, but that requires your cooperation. In other words, let us say that I'm the doctor and you are the patient, so to speak. Now, in order to effect it, there you go again.
What did I do now?
Even when I try to help you, you won't listen. You were staring out of the window, wearing that sickish grin on your face. Sweeney, I don't know what to do with
I
you.
was listening, Mr. Trow. You said you was a doctor.
Your constant wool gathering is becoming a source of extreme irritation. You're really not a bad boy. If only you wouldn't allow your mind to wander off the way it does.
No, sir, no more. Gee, I hope Mr. Considine...
Now, one moment, please. I'm not quite through with you.
Oh, gee.
Now, stop your sulking. I assure you it's no fun for me to stay here after school. But I must do something about you, if only as an example to the other unruly pupils. You don't like physics, do you? Isn't that why you're so restless? Go on, you can tell me. I won't punish you.
Oh, who wants to be an electrician anyhow? What do I care about that electric light and power stuff?
Well, what would you rather do?
Play baseball with the rest of the guys. That's what I was thinking when I was looking out of the window. I was thinking, gee whiz, now it's summer. Look at me, cooped up here while the gang is in the park having fun. I was thinking, boy, it must be nice out there in the park. It's summer now.
But, Sweeney, we can't go about doing whatever we like. It would be a very strange world if we did. There are certain things which have to be done whether we like to do them or not. They make for routine and order. Now, if we were to neglect these duties, we'd have chaos and confusion. There are certain tasks that I have to perform whether I want to or not. I, too, would like to be out in the fresh air. There's also a park a few blocks from the boarding house in which I live. I haven't been there in... Oh, let me see now. Never mind. The fact is that I frequently hear some of my neighbors arranging to go there. There are times when I'm tempted to go along. But do I leave my work? Do I take time off? Do I neglect my duties? The answer, Sweeney, is emphatically no, I do not. Even though it is summer and there is a park nearby. Routine and order, Sweeney, are the great secret of life. Now, learn the simple art of self-discipline. For example, make a point of arriving at your classes promptly. Devote all your thought and energy to the subject in hand. Then, when your classes are over, you can relax. Play your baseball in the park. Have your good time. Happy in the knowledge that you've done your... Sweeney, I give up. You're incorrigible.
Oh, what's the matter? What did I do now?
Come along. I'll take you to Dr. Curtis. Perhaps he can drill some sense into you.
Gee whiz, I'm always doing something wrong. Even when I sit nice and quiet, that's wrong.
Nothing I say seems to penetrate. Everything goes into one ear and out the very same ear.
Honest, Mr. Trow, I was paying attention.
You were busy scribbling away while I was talking. Sweeney, does anything ever stir in that cranium of yours?
Yes, sir.
Really? How surprising. What were you writing?
Oh, it's nothing.
Let me see it.
It's just a plain piece of paper, that's all.
Come on, let me have it. I'm curious to see what you think of, if you think at all while I'm talking. Well?
It's just some scribbling, Mr. Trow. It ain't got no sense to it.
No, I don't doubt that for a moment. I'm waiting, Sweeney.
Oh, gee.
Open your fist, please. Now, let me see what made you write this?
I don't know.
Old Donald Duck. Mr. Trow, Old Donald Duck. Old Donald Duck?
I didn't make it up, Mr. Trow. Honest, I didn't. The rest of the fellas, they all got
You mean that the other pupils also call me this? Do they, Sweeney? I want to know so I can be, prepared, so to speak. Do they?
It's kind of like a nickname. You know, like Red and Shorty and...
Old Donald Duck. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Why do they call me that? Please, tell me. I won't punish you. I promise you I won't.
Well, every time you talk, you always go like this. Now then, quack, 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 so to speak. Exactly. Quack, quack, quack,
That's enough.
quack, quack.
I don't want to hear any more.
Oh, I didn't want to tell you, Mr. Trout, but you asked me. You said you wouldn't...
Yes, I know. All right, Sweeney. I asked you and you told me.
That's what I was scribbling. I was thinking, gee whiz, now it's summer. There's the park, and I'm cooped up while old Donald Duck, he keeps right on quacking. Quack, 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 quack.
I had enough of that. Get out of here. Get out at once before I...
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Gee whiz, all I did was tell you what you asked me.
Stop! Old Donald Duck. Mr. Trow, you are old Donald Duck. Quack, 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 so to speak. Exactly. Quack, quack, quack.
Summer. There's the park, and I'm cooped up while old Donald Duck, he keeps right on quacking. Quack, 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 quack. Gee whiz. Now it's summer. The gang is in the park having fun. I was thinking, boy, it must be nice out there in the park. It's summer now.
And here's the park, only a few blocks from the boarding house where I live. Oh, I haven't been here in... Well, let me see now. Heavens, it must be years. I don't remember this part of the park at all. Why, that playground there must be new. And look at those children. Dear me, so many of them. Climbing up that ladder and sliding down and climbing up and... Well, dear me, if only they'd apply themselves to their lessons that way. My, this is a large park. I'd forgotten how large it really is. Oh!
Heaven's sakes, mister, why don't you look where you're going?
I beg your pardon. I was so abstracted.
You almost got the baby carriage
I'm
over.
sorry.
Yes, you are what, my sweetie baby. Did a man hurt my pretty witty soldier boy? Oh, you witty rascal, you. My baby wants his toy. Where's that toy?
Oh, this must be it on the ground. Here, let me get it.
Thank you. Here you are, my sweetie baby. Here's your Donald Duck.
Well, I wonder where I am. This park is so big, I just can't find my way about. I must have walked a great deal. I think I'll sit down and rest a while. I really ought to be getting home, of course. There are classroom papers to do. Routine and order. Yeah. I'm tired, though. Oh, dear, all these benches are taken. Oh, there's a place near that girl over there. I beg your pardon?
Hey, I'm sitting down on my newspaper.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you reserving this place?
Reserving the... What do you think this park is, a theater or something?
Would you mind if I sat here?
Oh, why should I mind? I don't own this joint.
At last I can sit down and rest. That feels nice. I wonder if this young lady on my right reading the newspaper, I wonder if she's resting, too. What have we here on my left? Oh, a young man. Is he resting? Oh, well, there seems to be someone sitting with him.
Say, Kitty, you sure you're comfy now?
Uh-huh. Only put down your arm just a little bit.
Okay, Cleopatra, Queen of the Nile. Your humble slave Stretch, he obeys the noble queen. Say, you want to know something, Kitty?
What?
It's too bad you can't see your eyes right now. Boy, some set of peepers, wow.
What's the matter with them?
Nothing's the matter with them. They're 100% perfect, your eyes.
Gee, it's the wonder you can see them. The light here, it's so bad.
Go on, Kitty. Take them out so I can examine them.
Crazy. You know, Stretch, a friend of mine, Shirley's her name, she recommends I should use mascara. What do you think?
I think your friend Shirley ought to have her head examined. She must be touched. Mascara. Why you want to spoil such beautiful set of brown eyes for?
They're not brown, you see? You don't even know the color. They're hazel.
Who says?
Well, look, bend down. See? Hazel.
Hazel, huh? You mean like a nut? Gee, you sweet thing.
Oh, Stretch.
Now it's summer. They're all in the park having fun. I was thinking, boy, it must be nice out there in the park. It's summer now.
Well, what?
Well, I guess they're brown, all right.
I ought to be home, arranging my work. Dear me, I'm way behind now on my duties. My, there really will be chaos and confusion. The secret of life, Sweeney, is routine and order. Routine and order, yes. Well, look at these two, Kitty and Stretch. They seem to know the secret of life. They're not cooped in. They're out here in the park. They both know it's summer.
Looks like we got an audience. The old guy's watching us.
Next time, maybe we'd better sell tickets.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just couldn't
Give me my
help.
bag, Stretch.
Here, come on, Kitty, before his eyes start popping out.
No, please.
Hey, too bad you didn't bring your candid camera with you.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't. You know, I didn't mean to drive them away, really. I didn't.
Don't let it bother you, Pop.
You know, I couldn't help listening.
You get gray hair if you worry.
I thought they were both very sweet.
Yeah,
and then,
sweet.
Yes, and so young. I'm really sorry I frightened them away.
Look, Pop.
What?
I wouldn't worry none about those birds if I was you. You get used to things like that around here if you just hang around for an hour or so.
Oh, you seem to know this park.
Know it? I memorized it. Mention any leaf, I'll tell you where it is. What else I gotta do? Sit in my 2x4 and get a nice steam bath when I can sit out here in the open. Look at it, trees and flowers and lots of nice green grass. I like green for a color.
This is here and has been all these years.
What I'd be doing at home right now is sitting and staring at the walls and thinking, what good am I? Where do I come in anyways? Well, in the park, I don't know. People go past you, some happy, some sad. You start wondering about them. Maybe they got their troubles. Maybe they ain't even got a 2x4 with walls to stare at. Then I don't feel so bad. Now, why should somebody else's troubles pep me up? I don't know why. Still, it does.
Old Donald Duck, Mr. Trow. Quack, quack, quack. Quack,
Yep.
quack.
The man who invented parks ought to get a medal. Don't you think so?
Oh, I beg your pardon?
I was talking about the park.
Oh. Would you believe it? This is my first visit here in almost 20 years.
Oh, from out of town, huh?
No, I live only a short distance away. Matter of fact, I moved there so as to be near the park.
You mean you live on... Say, you saw at the place or what?
No, I've taken it for granted, I guess. You know, like the way you take your neighbors and people around you. You know, when I first moved in, I was in this park almost every day. There was a funny little path yes, I remember now. It was back of the boathouse. I used to walk along it every day, dreaming and planning. There was so much to plan and to dream about as I walked through the park 20 years ago.
Funny, but I was running around the park in those days, too.
You? Why, you must have been a baby.
I was 4 years old. Now, why should I lie? I was 6 years old. You ever been in Hardin, Minnesota?
I've never been out of this state.
I come from Hardin, Minnesota. Every Sunday morning, my old lady, she had a romantic nature. She dragged me and the whole family to the Hardin Park to look at the scenery. Me, my brothers and sisters, all 7 of us.
7?
Yeah, 7.
Oh, what about your father?
Well, he was a janitor. He had to stay home and tend the house. But the rest of us, every Sunday we was marching through the park. The parade of the Poniatowskis. Yeah, Poniatowskis. It's a Polish name.
Poniatowski.
Yeah, I'd spell it for you, but what good would it do?
Oh, it's an odd name, isn't it?
Odd. You want to hear my full name? Get ready now. May Allison Poniatowski. How do you like a hand like that? May Allison.
It doesn't sound very Polish.
Just my old lady's romantic nature popping out again. You see, while Pop was cleaning up in the yard and tending to the garbage, the old lady was always off seeing movies. She was simply nuts about movies, especially about her idol, Harold Lockwood. Remember him?
I'm afraid I don't.
Well, the old lady was his fan. The family lived in a dive. This was before I was born. And it was full of 2 things, mice and Harold Lockwood's pictures. Both all over the place.
Oh, I don't think I'd like that.
Oh, they didn't mind. They was counting on me being a boy. Mom thought if she could see a lot of pictures, maybe I'd be born looking like Harold Lockwood. What do you call that thing? Pre-something?
Prenatal influence.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, having a girl must have been a great disappointment.
Not with the old lady's romantic nature. What the devil? She figured so long as I can't be like Harold Lockwood, I might as well be like the dame he played opposite. May Allison, her name.
Oh, I begin to see.
Yeah, with a handle like that, she figured maybe someday I'd meet a fella like Lockwood. And I don't know. I've been around. I met a lot of guys. And if any of them was like Mom's Lockwood, all I gotta say is Harold Lockwood was no bargain.
Is your mother still fond of the movies?
Nah, to tell you the truth, I ain't seen her in years. The minute my older brother got a job, she up and runs away with a boarder, a fat little greaseball with a walrus mustache. With Mom's romantic nature, maybe he did look like Harold Lockwood at that. Say, must be kind of late, huh?
Oh, I wonder what time it is.
You've got a match?
Oh.
The correct time is 13 minutes to 10, courtesy Century Easy Credit Plan.
Oh. Is it really that late? Dear me,
Well, thanks for sitting here and let me chew your ear off.
Oh, I enjoyed it very much.
I don't get a chance to do much gabbing around here. The dames, they don't seem to like my line of talk. And the fellas, they don't want to talk. They got one motto, action speaks louder than words. So, there you are.
Well, I'll say good night. I hope that we'll meet again.
Oh, sure. Anytime you're in the neighborhood, just drop in. Guess, I ought to be getting back, too. Yeah. Go back to what?
Yes, and go back to what?
Well, look, I got nothing but a 2x4 dump to go to, but you.
I? What have I? A boarding house to go to. Mrs. Bell, the landlady's probably very worried about me. I've never been out this late before. But I'll be home soon. I'll be home, filling the air with chalk dust and classroom smells and my usual complaints, how some horrid little monster annoyed me and how I had to deal firmly with the rascal.
You're a school teacher, huh?
Yes, that's right.
Oh, gee. Oh, excuse me.
What for?
For talking so dopey, calling you Pop. Gee, I should have known right away from the way you talked, so refined like. Gee, ain't I the sap, though? If you'd only told me what you was...
Why? What difference does it make?
A school teacher? Why, you must be awful smart or awful brainy, what I mean. Think of it, hundreds and hundreds of kids, and you learning them things, telling... Or what do you teach?
Physics.
Physics? It's a new one on me, physics. Sounds kind of funny.
Oh, it isn't funny. On the contrary, it's quite serious.
Well, what is it? I mean, arithmetic, that's figures. Geography, that's about foreign countries.
Well, it's quite an involved subject. Physics is the study of... Well, you don't really want to know, do you?
Oh, sure I do. But if it's going to take time, then forget it.
Well, physics is the science which treats of energy and matter and their relation to each other.
Oh, I see.
Do you?
What?
Do you see?
Honestly, I don't. What's it all about?
Well, roughly, it's about mechanics. Heat, magnetism, light, electricity.
It's still Greek to me.
And to my pupils, too, I found out. The only thing that keeps them from falling asleep is the classroom bell.
Look, tell me something. With so much knowledge in the world to pick on, how come you grabbed such a broken-down thing like that physics?
Well, I felt that it had a fundamental relationship to life. Heat, light, mechanics. We couldn't exist without them. But perhaps there are more important things. Yes. Sweeney proved that to me some hours ago.
Sweeney?
Today's particular monster. No, it's summer, he said. Who wants to be cooped up in a room, he said, when you can be out there in the park having fun? Well, he was right. He was right. That Calliope sounds so gay and summery.
That's Pleasure Palace.
Pleasure Palace?
Yeah.
Oh. Say, I wonder if you would... Well, no, never mind.
What?
No, it's too silly.
I'll tell you if it's silly. What is it?
Well, you know, I'd like to go there. I'd like to go there now. Will you come with me?
Hey, well, wait a minute. Am I hearing right? You do mean Pleasure Palace, don't you? Hey, look, you're too big a boy to go running away from school.
Yes, I knew it was too silly.
Gee, he really means it. So you know what this is, don't you? A pickup.
Hmm?
Well, not that I ain't been picked up before. Now, where's my bag?
You'll go?
What do I got to lose?
Well, we won't stay very long.
Yeah, so I can get my beauty sleep
Yes.
and be fresh in the morning to go looking for jobs. Don't worry, those jobs still won't be there, whether I'm fresh like a daisy or not. You gonna shoot the works?
The works?
I mean, will we go on the merry-go-round?
Oh, on the Ferris wheel, too, if you like.
And can we try the whip?
Uh-huh, and the barrel of fun.
Don't forget the tunnel of love.
And we'll eat popcorn and apple on the stick.
Yeah, how's about hot dogs and ice cream?
Why, of course, and we'll drink soda pop and lemonade.
Can you make mine a root beer?
You'll have that, too.
Come on, I'm getting indigestion just thinking about it.
Boy, must be nice out there in that park. Why, now it's summer.
You have been listening to the CBS presentation of Now It's Summer, a comedy specially commissioned for the Columbia Workshop Festival by Arthur Colber. Earl McGill directed tonight's performance, and Bernard Herrmann conducted the musical score. The part of Charles Trow was played by Carl Swenson, May Allison Poniatowski by Ann Shepard, and Sweeney by Jimmy Donnelly. We call your special attention to next week's Columbia Workshop, which will be the final broadcast in the current festival series. It is a revival of the now famous Fall of the City by Archibald MacLeish. It will be produced in Hollywood under the direction of Irving Reese. Burgess Meredith will play the leading role. This program will originate from the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum with a cast of over 500 people to make it one of the most outstanding broadcasts of the year. The time, of course, is 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You may be interested to know that The Fall of the City is one of the dramas that is contained in the book Columbia Workshop Plays, published by Whittlesey House and now available at your local bookstore. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The following announcement is presented by means of electrical transcription.
For the hot news about the 1940 cars, see your nearest Buick dealer. Then you'll know why everyone's saying,
Best bets, Buick. 9:30, WJSV, Washington.
The Columbia Broadcasting System takes pleasure in announcing an evening news program featuring Paul Sullivan, famous news reporter. Mr. Sullivan will give a complete, clear-cut news broadcast every evening except Saturday, starting September 24th. For exact time, see your local newspaper.
All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, we turn to the next offering. We ask you to consider what we have here. Experts have appraised it, ladies and gentlemen. It's been called something of interest for every home. Observe, please, the program, the purpose, the intention. Ladies and gentlemen, here is
Americans at Work, Columbia's program about you and what you do for a living. In the voice you just heard, we tried to give you a suggestion about who our American at Work is tonight. He is
the auctioneer, ladies and gentlemen. The auctioneer.
Now, perhaps you think, as many people do, that the auctioneer's work is confined to selling odd furniture or offering stocks of merchandise at foreclosure sales. But in reality, the auctioneer sells a great deal more than that. The total yearly sales at auctions run to hundreds of millions of dollars. Fur manufacturers buy 90% of their furs at auction. Carloads of tobacco, bananas, eggs, they all go at auction. Vast tracts of lands, huge buildings. Now, tonight, here with us in the studio, we have 5 auctioneers who stand foremost in their profession and who represent 5 different specialties in this ancient and honorable calling. They are Mr. John Evans, the veteran livestock auctioneer, whose specialty is horses. A stocky, jovial man who's sitting across the table from us. Mr. William Fitzgerald of the New York Auction Company, a fur auctioneer, an alert young man. I hope that answers your description, Mr. Fitzgerald, does it?
It does.
All right.
He's smiling.
Right. A word from us today. Mr. Hiram Park of the Park Burnett Galleries, the famous auctioneer of priceless objects of art, a dignified connoisseur type. Mr. Robert M. Zadra, who auctions, of all things, eggs, a young, pleasant man. And Mr. Joseph P. Day, whose name is a byword in the real estate world. Mr. Day, I'm going to call you tall, white-haired, and good-natured. Does that answer to your description?
I think so.
Now, gentlemen, as you know, everyone loves an auction. Gets a thrill out of the excitement of bidding and the chance for a bargain. And yet, when you think of it, the auction, with all its buyers and sellers, tends to create the really true economic price that our more learned peers discuss within the cloistered walls. But let's go behind the scenes and discuss a few generalities about the work of the auctioneer and the man himself. Are there certain licensing restrictions for an auctioneer? I've got to begin at the very beginning. How about that, Mr. Day? Are there?
Yes, sir.
What are they?
The most important thing is, in this state, and in most of the states, I believe now, there's no by-bidding or puffing, as they used to call it, allowed.
You mean bidding up the price?
Bidding up the price. That's a protection for the buyer.
And the auctioneer has to be licensed by the state, is that
Licensed by the state and sometimes by the county and the city.
But now, aside from the licensing, what are the personal qualifications for being a good auctioneer? You're an old hand at it, Mr. Evans. What are they?
To be a good auctioneer, it's necessary to be born to it.
It is?
You'll never acquire it if you're not born to it.
How do you think about that, Mr. Park?
Well, I think you must know the property that you're selling.
That's a very good point. I wonder, too, is a good voice a requisite?
Very much so.
How do you feel about that?
I agree with Mr. Park. Not so much since the amplifier came in.
Well, you've seen the whole time, Mr. Day. All right. How about the knowledge of human nature? Mr. Zadra, what do you think about that? Is that a necessary...
I believe it is, Mr. King. I think that you must know the people that you sell to, that you deal with.
How about you, Mr. Day?
I go along on that.
All right, I think we all go along on that. And now, before we get into discussion of individual problems here, I want to skip around the table just once and ask all of you gentlemen about the goods you sell in the matter of prices. I want to find out, to give our radio audience an idea of what's going on the auction block, how much in dollars does a good sale amount to for each one of you, and then how many individual articles are there in such a sale? How about that, Mr. Park?
Well, of course, the sales vary by reason of the outstanding objects that may be in such a sale. For instance, I have managed sales where there were 550 objects that brought as much as $2,300,000. That was for the estate of the late Judge Gary, who was president of the Steel Trust. Then there are other sales that may have that many objects that would only bring from $100,000 to $150,000.
Well, that's a very clear picture of your field. Now, how about you in the livestock world over there, Mr. Evans? You sell livestock. What is a large sale for you in dollars?
A large sale for me in dollars, well, it's hard to compute it in dollars without having a set of figures. I have sold, the most horses I ever sold in one day was 768. Now, those horses would probably average $140, $50 apiece. You people with pencils can figure it out for yourself.
All right. How about in the fur business, Mr.
I paid that horse auctioneer much more than that average for a couple of good carriage horses.
Well, that's the ordinary sale.
I see, Mr. Day, and thank you very much. But, Mr. Fitzgerald, how about the fur auctioneer's problem? How much in dollars does a good sale amount to?
Well, our sales always run about $1 million to $1.25 million.
And about, roughly, how many skins?
Well, if we exclude an item such as silver fox, we'll probably offer approximately 350 to 500,000 skins.
How about real estate, Mr. Day? What's a good sale for you?
The Henry Astor estate, $6 million in one day, and the Commodore Gould, $6.5 million in one afternoon, 2 hours and a half.
And that's a restricted set of buildings in each case?
Yes.
I see.
20, an average of 20, we'll say.
All right, let's step over here to Mr. Zadra, too. Or rather, move over to him. What's a good sale for you in a day's time?
Well, the eggs don't go up in millions of dollars, but $250,000 in 1 week, we believe, is a good sale for a young corporation as ours is.
And that's how many eggs?
Well, possibly 10,000 cases, 30 dozens to a case, 360 eggs to a case.
Of course, they're fresh eggs, aren't they?
Oh, you bet. Always, always.
Mr. Day, I knew I'd be out of my place here.
Okay.
You gentlemen are all better super salesmen and better talkers, I'm sure, than any radio announcer. But now let's get to the individuals, and I hope you all will feel free to jump in here. I know you will, Mr. Day, and lend a hand when I don't make a point, will you?
You'll make points all right, young man. You're Irish.
Yes, I am. Mr. Evans, we want to ask you, first of all, about the horse auctioneer's problems. How long have you been in this business?
Well, I began when I was 16 years old, and I'm a good ways from 16 now.
I think it looks like 100.
No, I doubt that.
Well, not quite as old as that, but I've been selling horses here in New York for 40 years.
Well, that's... I understand, too, you sell a lot of livestock. You have sold a lot of livestock.
I've
He sold me 2 horses, I'll tell you that.
I've sold more horses than any man living.
Well, what other types of livestock have you sold?
I've sold every animal that ever came out of the jungle. I've sold elephants, camels, lions, tigers, hyenas, boa constrictors, and all of those things. The way I come to sell them, I sold out 2 circuses.
I see.
Sold out the Cole Brothers show in Corey, Pennsylvania one time, and the Johnny Robbins show in Indianapolis.
Well, now, you said going back to when you were 16 when you started. How did you get into this auctioneering work?
Well, I was born to it. I come from a family of auctioneers. On my mother's side, they were practically all auctioneers.
He had a good mother, then.
Yes. I did. I looked very much like her as she looked when she was a young woman.
Well, did you just happen to slide into the work? Somebody come along someday and say you're an
Somebody
auctioneer?
came along one day and wanted to build a sale and put my name on it.
Yes.
And the first thing I ever sold in my life was a grain cradle. I doubt whether you people know what it is.
No, I don't. That's beyond me.
That's the first article I ever sold in my life.
What was it?
The grain cradle. Do you know what it is?
No.
Do you know what it is?
No.
Well, you know.
No.
If you sell
A grain cradle, did you
sell
say?
eggs and don't know what a grain cradle is?
I'm sorry.
Well, a grain
I said
cradle
he was 100 years old.
No, a grain cradle is what they use in the foreign countries to cut grain. The foreigners use them still to cut grain.
A grain cradle.
Yes.
And then after that, you got into the livestock. And what were the horse auctions like in the old days? Tell us about that.
Well, the horse auctions in the old days were so fast, I used to average about 75 horses an hour all the time, beginning at 10 o'clock and run on till we finished the sale. Those sales would average around 350 to 400 horses each sale.
How many horses do you figure you've sold in all?
I've sold over 1.5 million.
How many horse auctions are there today?
Oh, do you mean throughout the country or here in New York?
Here in New York.
Well, there are only 2 that are conducted now.
It's really come down. The horses are disappearing.
Horses are disappearing, although there are more horses in New York today than you think there are. There's still about 8,000 horses in greater New York.
There really are. I didn't know that.
There's 16 million in the country.
What's the knack or trick in being a successful auctioneer of horses? I shouldn't say trick, but what's the
Well,
knack
it's
of that?
necessary, like it is in every other line of auction, it's necessary to know what you're selling and who's going to buy. You've got to form a value of the animal as you see, and if you're a good auctioneer, you'll soon know that. As he comes to you, you've got to know pretty nearly what he'll bring and who'll buy him.
It's a sixth sense, isn't it?
It's a sixth sense, that's what it is.
Well, aside from that, you have to have the gift of gab, don't you?
Well, it's necessary to talk fast to sell as fast as I do.
I understand you sell about 75 horses an hour, you can.
That's what I used to average.
Well,
I've often sold over 100 in an hour.
Well, Mr. Evans, you are, in my opinion, well gifted along those lines of the gift of gab and, of course, understanding your business. But have you ever thought of being a radio announcer?
Well, I might have thought of it, but since I see it tonight, I don't think I will.
You've got me there, I bow out. No, but before I do bow out, I do want to ask you this. Have you ever sold any horses for foreign countries, huge lots of them?
At the end of the war, I sold all of the horses that were in this country belonging to the British, the French, and the Italian government.
What's that song? Horses, horses, horses.
To what degree do you think the horse is being replaced by the auto?
Well, I have said several times that years ago a horse used to be afraid of an automobile, but after a while it'll be so if a horse meets another horse, you'll shy away from him. They'll be so scared.
Thank you, Mr.
You
Evans.
don't know what he is.
Thank you very much. I think you've given us a very clear picture. Now I want to ask Mr. Fitzgerald, William Fitzgerald, who handles the fur auctions. In the fur auctions...
How does an Irishman come to sell furs? That's what I want to know.
How does an Irishman come to sell furs?
I wouldn't dare make it public.
In the fur auctions, where do the furs come from? Where do you get them?
Well, we get them from all parts of the world.
And they're on consignment?
They're sent to us on a consignment basis.
And then how are the furs handled? Are they tagged or put in lots?
They're graded and put into various lots and given a lot number, and thus cataloged.
When the auction gets underway, you're down here in your fur auction, how is the bidding carried on? How do they make the bids?
Well, it's very secretive. One buyer doesn't wish another buyer to know when he's bidding, so he either blinks his eye or wiggles his ear or lifts his finger.
And you have to know all those individual signals for each buyer.
Oh, yes.
I think that's pretty general in our discussions this evening about those secretive bids among the auctioneers that are here, at least from what we said. How often are your fur auctions held?
Well, we hold 4 general sales a year and 5 special silver fox and mink sales during the year.
And that applies to the whole trade?
That applies to the whole trade.
And supplies my lady with everything that she wears in the fur line?
My lady controls the fur line.
She does?
Absolutely.
Well, what is she choosing this year as being very popular?
Well, she still thinks silver fox is very good.
How about
but
red
she's
fox?
also kind of taking a liking to red fox and mink and beaver. And she's also very fond of muskrats, as she always has been.
I see. How many lots are sold on the average in an hour in your fur auction?
Well, our auctions depend a lot on speed, so we try to sell from 180 to 200 lots an hour.
About yourself now a minute. On what basis is the fur auctioneer paid? Do you have a salary or...
we work on the fur auctioneer works on a salary.
On a salary. Roughly, what is that salary, roughly?
Well, the fur auctioneer earns from $5,000 to $10,000 a year.
Well, that's a very good salary. Have you ever sold any furs
I think the real estate business have to take hold of that fur business and show them how to make money.
Why, do you make more in real estate?
A little.
I'll get around to you in a minute. Have you ever sold any furs to celebrities?
Well, several years ago, our firm sold silver foxes that were made into capes for the now Duchess of Windsor.
Really? That's very interesting. That goes back into our public history, I guess.
Well, not too far back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fitzgerald, and for your story of the fur auction and the fur auctioneer. I want to jump over now to the egg auction. I'm jumping over there enough. I've broken about a dozen crates of the egg. Mr. Robert M. Zadra, the auctioneer for the New York Egg Auction Company. Will you tell us, Mr. Zadra, when are the egg auctions held?
Well, we hold our egg auction daily, Monday to Friday inclusive, and we...
In the morning?
At 12:15 every day.
I see. And how long does it run each session?
Well, depending on the volume offered, the average is about an hour and 15 minutes.
Well, just about how many eggs are sold there every day?
Well, on an average of about 1,800 to 2,000 cases daily.
And 30 dozens?
That's 30 dozens to the case, 360 eggs to the case. All fresh eggs, Mr. Dave.
It's about 700,000 eggs.
That's right.
That'd make quite an omelet, Mr. Zadra.
Yes, sure would.
Now, how do you get your bids in the egg auction? Are there trick signals?
The bids, a lot of them are trick signals. A lot of the customer don't care to let the other one know when they do the bidding. Very often we apply a number to the customer. And instead of mentioning the customer's name at the time of the purchase, why, we mention his number.
And only you know the number?
And only the firm or the clerk that takes the number down knows who the customer is that does the buying, due to the fact that his bidding is secretive.
Well, we've heard all about these trick signals of touching the necktie or winking the eye. Is there anything special down there that you have in your...
Well, we have one particular customer that goes into the candling booth, which is covered by curtains, and every time he cares to make a bid, he just sticks his head out of the candling booth, and that's the sign that he's bidding.
Well, that's quite a picture. Now, I want to ask you, too, you mentioned something about telephone bids when we were speaking before the program. What's that all about? What are telephone bids?
We have out-of-town customers where they cannot attend the auction, so naturally we have several salesmen on a stand which telephones, and these customers will call in, ask the salesman the way the biddings is going on a certain lot or brand which they might be interested, and they authorize the salesman to represent them in the bidding, and very often they buy large quantities of eggs in that manner.
They keep in constant touch with the auction, then, I take it?
Yes, they do. They receive a catalog of our offerings every morning in their mail.
Well, how is the egg market at present time? How's that going?
Well, at the very present time, the market is very dull.
It is?
Yes.
I don't quite understand that. I can't see how people would stop eating eggs one day and eat them again the next day.
Well, the price factor is predominant as far as the public. I mean, when eggs go up to 51, 53 cents a dozen for the best eggs, why, people will stop eating eggs and probably go to pork and beans or something like that.
And then the price comes back down again.
That's right.
They're not buying.
That's right.
I suppose that the buyers there at your egg auction represent the tastes of your community around, don't they, in their localities?
Yes.
And you get an idea of what the people like. Whether
That's
they like
right.
brown eggs or white eggs?
Well, there's not much difference in the quality of brown eggs or white eggs. Here in New York, of course, is largely a white egg market. In other words, the white egg will bring more money here in New York than the brown egg, whereas in Boston, it's just the opposite. They prefer to have the brown eggs up there rather than the whites. But there's no difference in quality.
Same way in Philadelphia. Philadelphia's a brown egg.
That's so.
And now about your income. I don't want to get personal here, but roughly, what does the egg auctioneer average in a year?
You mean as far as salary?
Yes.
Well,
When you work on commissions?
About, no, we work in straight salary.
You do work.
We work in straight salary, and of course, I don't really like to say what I'm being paid because my employer might be listening and he may be thinking that I'm not getting enough.
Well, I'm going to ask you a very personal question here, Mr. Zadra. You sell all these eggs, but do you eat them?
I'm very, very sorry to say that the only time I eat eggs is on a Sunday morning, and that's due to the fact that I've got to get up too early to get to work in time, and I have to commute. Naturally, I haven't got the time to eat the eggs, but I do have them every Sunday, and I do love them.
How many do you eat on a Sunday morning?
Oh, about 4.
About 4? Well, that's very good. I want to thank you very much, Mr. Zadra, and I hope we didn't go too far behind the scenes into your private life, but I think you did present a very clear picture.
Thank you, Mr. King.
Of the egg situation and the egg auctions. And now we come to Mr. Hiram H. Park, the president of the Park Burnett Galleries, the auctioneers of artistic and literary property. Mr. Park, how long have you been in the business?
42 years.
42 years. You've probably seen a great deal of changes. How did you happen to get into auctioneering of artistic properties?
Well, I first went into the auction business as a clerk. And shortly after, probably 6 or 8 months after going in as a clerk, I was called upon by my employer to relieve him on the stand. He was the auctioneer at that time, and his throat he had some affection of his throat at the time, and he asked me to relieve him. And from then on, I've been an auctioneer.
I see. The main personal...
I'll say he's a swell one.
Well, Mr. Day, I know you're Mutual Admiration Society here, Mr. Park, as you said yourself a little while ago. And I know you're going to help me with the interview here. You just stay right with us, will you? Because I'm going to miss a few questions, I'm sure. The main...
No, you'll pop out this one, too.
The main personal requisite in your work is, of course, knowledge of the art goods that you handle, isn't it?
That is true.
That's the first and foremost thing, wasn't it?
First and most important thing.
And what's next? What's the next requisite?
Well, getting the proper goods to sell and getting the buyers for those goods, knowing how to reach the buyers.
A knowledge of personal psychology, we might say.
That's one of the main essentials of the auction business, the art business especially, art and literary.
Speaking of your business, what famous and outstanding art objects have you sold?
Well, I've sold probably some of the most famous sales of art objects that have been sold in this country. In fact, the most outstanding sale was the Great Gary sale back in 1928, which realized over $2,290,000.
What was in that sale? What articles?
Well, the highest price picture in that particular sale was the Gainsborough's masterpiece of the Harvest Wagon, which realized at that sale $360,000.
What else was sold there of importance and note?
Also in the same sale, there was a small bust, a marble bust by the great sculptor Houdin.
How much did that bring?
That brought $245,000. That was a bust of his daughter Sabine.
I see. How about your sales of old masters, for instance? You ever had any outstanding ones there that you can recall?
Yes, we had the great Stillman sale in 1927, in which 37 paintings at that time brought $716,000. And the main picture there and the highest price ever realized for a Rembrandt painting was at that particular sale. And it was the total for the sale was $716,000, of which this one picture brought $270,000.
A Rembrandt. What picture was that?
That was a Rembrandt's. That was a painting by Rembrandt of his son Titus.
Mm-hmm.
And it realized, I say, $270,000 and sold to the great house of Devine Brothers, Lord Devine, who passed away recently.
I wonder whether you've ever encountered the case of a very small audience resulting in a poor sale or anything of that sort.
Yes, I've had very large audiences and very small ones.
Inclemencies of weather, I imagine, affect that.
I recall back in about 1920, on Washington's birthday in 1920, we had a blizzard. And we were selling at that time a collection of Washingtonian material. In other words, objects that were mostly owned by Washington or
his descendants.
Mm-hmm. In fact, the sale was being conducted for one of the Washington family, one of his descendants. And we had this very stormy and snowy day, and we didn't expect to have much of an audience, and Mr. Washington, Lanier Washington, wanted the sale postponed. We told him we thought that we'd have a crowd that day, but there wasn't much of a crowd, but the sale turned out to be very successful.
How was that?
And there were two very good and very liberal bidders at that particular sale. One of them was George D. Smith, one of the great book collectors and book salesmen of his day, and the other was Mr. William Randolph Hearst, and the two of them made that sale for us.
I see.
And it proved to be very successful.
Well, what was the largest audience? Skipping over to the other side, the largest audience
that was in the Gary sale, which I had the pleasure of conducting at the Hotel Plaza on April 28, 1928. And The ballroom at that time, the capacity, the seating capacity of the ballroom at that time was 1,800. But there were more than 3,600 people in the ballroom had passed through the doors.
I imagine you could hardly get up in the stand.
It was the sale was scheduled for 8:30, and it was 9 o'clock before I could get to the rostrum.
And it was a big
started
success.
the sale, and the sale was a big success. That evening's sale run about $1,400,000.
Well, now, I know we're speaking in big terms, and we're speaking of people who buy, big money terms, I mean, of course, people who buy art objects. Have you ever encountered cases of unlimited counterbidding on the same article?
Yes, I once had an instance in Philadelphia where I was selling a sale for one of the very wealthy families there in Philadelphia, and one of the most prominent citizens at that time was executor for this particular estate. And just on the eve of the sale, he was called to Brussels and had left me an unlimited bid on a pair of pictures. And the sale came off within a few days, and I was selling these particular pictures, and I noticed that they had run up to considerably more than we thought they were valued at. And the only two that seemed to be bidding at that time was myself as auctioneer and one of my assistants. I called to him and asked him what was... I couldn't ask him his bid exactly, but I asked whether he had had some sort of an unlimited bid left with him, and he said that he had. And I, knowing that I had this unlimited bid from the executor or his representative, I merely stopped the sale of those two pictures, withdrew them from the sale until I could get the two bidders together.
And settle it that way.
And it was settled in that way, and they were divided, one taking the female portrait and the other the male portrait.
I see. Well, thank you very much. You've given us a wonderful story there.
You split a family, didn't you?
Indeed.
Auctioneer of artistic properties, Mr. Parks. Now I'm going to turn around here to Mr. Joseph P. Day, the auctioneer of real estate, who's all set and ready to go. Mr. Day, you've been very quiet. But your fame as an auctioneer runs right along with our other guests this evening, and you're certainly one of the super salesmen of the day. You've never by any chance sold the Brooklyn Bridge, have you?
No, but I sold the 6th Avenue elevators.
Oh, no, wait a minute. Tell us about it. You sold the 6th Avenue elevated?
Yes, sir.
Tell me all about that.
Oh, that's a short story. Sold it. And after they bought it, they found out that there was cement in the pillars, and so they lost money on it. But that wasn't the fault of the auctioneer or anybody else. Nobody knew about it.
How does selling real estate differ from the methods of these other gentlemen?
Well, the principles, I think, are the same in all. It's sort of action. It's first attention, and then desire, and then finally it leads up to getting
the actual sale.
Yes, getting the sale stuff.
Well, now, what real estate have you auctioned at the highest price? What big package have you sold? What's your biggest package?
The Henry Astor estate.
How much did that go for?
$6 million.
Oh, my goodness.
$6 million.
$6 million. How much?
The Commodore Gould estate went for $6.5 million. And the James Gordon Bennett estate, the owner of the late New York Herald before it was taken into the Herald Tribune.
Yes.
That was lots up in the Bronx, and that sold up in Washington Heights, and that sold for $1,700,000 in the afternoon, and the biggest buyer was this Dr. Paterno.
You've had many millions of dollars come across the auction block. How much real estate have you sold at auction, do you imagine, in the course of your work as an auctioneer?
About $1 billion worth.
About $1 billion, beginning with a B.
Billion, not million, billion.
Why is real estate often auctioned off instead of being sold off at a set price? I don't understand that.
Why, it's the reason for that is estates where there's heirs and children and scattered heirs, and it's sold then sold by the highest bidder.
To settle financially, the
yes.
estate.
And there's a law in many states that there's no buy bidding.
No.
In New York State, there's no buy bidding permitted.
What do you mean by buy bidding?
Why, there's nobody can go in and
bid it up?
Boost up the sale. No, it
must be all.
It must be bona fide.
I suppose
that's the protection.
I suppose psychology plays a big part in your auctioneering, doesn't it?
It does.
Do you have any reminiscences on that subject of psychology?
Well, now we're talking about this arms restriction.
Yes.
Sal Bloom.
Yes.
I sold him a piece of property one afternoon for $340,000.
You really did? Tell us about that.
Well, he didn't He thought his bid was only $335, and I said, Sal, you've got to take it. It's $340. I took the bid out. And he came back he went out a little bit angry, and he came back 2 hours after, and he said, Joe, is that still open for me? I said, it certainly is. And I expect you to take it, or at least I want to take it. I've just sold the contract for $40,000 profit. I gave him the property at his bid. At the bid I said.
What's your hobby, Mr. Day?
Well, one of my hobbies is buying Gertie's prayer rugs at auction from that young man Park over there, the Park brothers.
Mr. Park, is he a good judge of values?
Well, I think his judgment's pretty good on those things.
I see. Well, thank you very much. I want to thank you, Mr. Day, and you, Mr. Park. And as they say at an auction sale, all done. Ladies and gentlemen, you've been listening to...
No, not all done. Sold.
Sold. Ladies and gentlemen, you've been listening to Americans at Work, the program about you and what you do for a living, presented each week by the CBS Department of Education. Previous Americans at Work scripts, complete with directional cues, have been printed in attractive pamphlet form. Single copies may be obtained for 10 cents each, or for $1, you may secure a set of 13 different scripts. Just send your order to Americans at Work, CBS, New York. Tonight's program was directed by Brewster Morgan. The Workers' Education Bureau of America collaborates on research for the entire series. Next Thursday evening, Americans at Work will be heard from 10:30 to 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. John Reed King speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
"10 p.m. BULOVA, Bulova Watch Time. Here's a distinguished timepiece, the 21-jewel Bulova President, in the charm and color of natural gold. Curved, streamlined, and exceptional value. WJSV, Washington. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is your Arrow News reporter with last-minute hit-the-spot news brought to you 4 times daily through the courtesy of Arrow Beer and Ale. With more than 100 brands of beer from which to choose, why does Washington select Arrow Beer as its outstanding favorite? Why is Arrow Beer making more new friends than any other brand? You'll understand why when you next taste Arrow. Arrow is smooth, not sweet. Better, not bitter. Arrow Beer always hits the spot. Reaction for and against President Roosevelt's neutrality policy is resounding in the halls of Congress and echoing overseas in the warring nations of Europe. The President has laid before an extraordinary session of Congress a proposal for repeal of the arms embargo provision of the Neutrality Act. And he has declared that the surest road to peace is to return the American nation to the principles of international law. Senate isolationists have answered with a promise to fight Mr. Roosevelt's program to the finish. 24 members of the isolationist bloc held a strategy meeting and pledged themselves to a vigorous stand against the president's policy, but they agreed not to resort to filibuster tactics. On the other side of the fence, Democratic leaders have banded together to push the administration's program. Senate Majority Leader Barkley says the Senate Democratic Steering and Policy Committees will meet at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. They will attempt to limit the special session to consideration of the neutrality law proposals. This is in accordance with the President's wishes. Overseas, the British people have acclaimed Mr. Roosevelt's appeal for removal of the arms embargo. For to the British and French, such action by Congress would mean that they could arm their troops with American munitions. But sentiments are quite the opposite in Berlin. Nazi diplomatic quarters have welcomed the President's announced determination to keep America out of war. But Nazi leaders are bitterly critical of his demand for removal of the arms embargo. The Germans believe that the proposed cash-and-carry policy would work to the exclusive advantage of France and Great Britain. Incidentally, WJSV will carry a full broadcast of Mr. Roosevelt's speech tonight at 10:45. Ominous developments in the European war indicate that a major offensive may be launched on the Western Front at any moment. French forces are said to be driving further into Germany, while hordes of Nazi troops are moving up to meet their advance. At the same time, interest is centering on the smoldering Balkans after the assassination of Romania's premier, Armand Călinescu, by Nazi Iron Guardists. In the east, Soviet troops continue their march through eastern Poland, and it has been announced in Moscow that Polish peasant committees are redistributing Polish estates under orders of the Soviet military. The British Admiralty says reports that Great Britain has captured the German liner Bremen are absurd. This denial puts an end to the most recent stories as to the whereabouts of the $20 million German luxury ship. The Bremen has been unreported since leaving New York before the war began. The Admiralty announcement was accompanied by denials of several other rumors. The Ministry of Information says there is no foundation for reports of the loss of the British warships Hood, Renown, and Repulse. Back in this country, the United States destroyer Leary has steamed out on an undisclosed mission. Her crew on shore leave had been rounded up by Boston police prior to the hasty departure. Sailing orders were issued from Rear Admiral Tarrant's office of the Boston Navy Yard. It is understood that the Leary is fully equipped. There is to be no let-up in the federal investigation in Louisiana. Assistant Attorney General Roge, Chief of the Justice Department Criminal Division, has made that clear. Roge said that the inquiry will be carried on after all the cases now scheduled have been handled. And here's some news of local interest. Next year, 1940, is a leap year, but the Palace Theater is jumping the gun on New Year's by more than 3 months. At its midnight preview of the new picture, The Women, tonight, the fair sex of the moviegoers will be obliged to buy the tickets for their doubly fortunate male escorts. Listen in again for the Arrow News Reporter, brought to you by the Globe Brewing Company of Baltimore at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. And remember, when you order beer, be sure to ask for Arrow, the beer with the famous flavor. Hugh Conover speaking. This is Columbia's station for the nation's capital. The following announcement is electrically transcribed.
Here's the story of the 1940 cars in a nutshell. Best bets Buick. See your nearest Buick dealer for complete details.
WJSV, Washington.
Listen. A-M-O-C-O. Amico. With each ticking second, the history of the world is being rewritten. What's the news? And what does it mean? The American Oil Company, maker of the famous Amico gas, Orange American gas, and Amico motor oil, brings you the world-famous reporter Edwin C. Hill to tell you. And here is Mr. Hill.
Good evening, everyone. We hear from the national capital that President Roosevelt's neutrality program appears headed for a bitter battle in Congress when powerful bipartisan bloc of 24 members agrees to fight the administration arms embargo repeal proposal, in the words of one of the senators, from hell to breakfast. The President declared before Congress today that the existing act with its embargo on the sale of arms and implements of war so alters the historic policy of the United States as to impair the peaceful relations of this country with foreign nations. He went on to say that neutrality, as he'd reminded Congress, could not, in his opinion, be deliberately legislated. A neutrality law may actually give aid to an aggressor, he said, and deny it to the victim. Self-preservation, he said, should warn Americans against that. The present act, with its arms and munitions embargo, he told them, is not in accordance with historical and traditional American policy or with international law. It is, he said, a deviation by statute from the sound principles of neutrality and peace. I regret that the Congress passed that act. I regret equally that I signed that act, Mr. Roosevelt said. And then he requested repeal of the existing act as vitally dangerous to American neutrality, American security, and American peace. What will Hitler do now? Read that riddle and you'll have the answer to the question in 10 million times 10 million anxious hearts. Will he hurl his legions fresh from the swift conquest of Poland against the French and the British? Or, as he himself hints, will he stand pat and say, gentlemen, there's no more Poland to fight about. I don't want to fight you French and British. If you'll keep the peace, I will. But if you insist on fighting, I'll give you plenty of it. It would seem, therefore, that the answer depends on the Allies. It would seem that this is what Hitler is aiming for, to put the democracies on the spot, to divert to them the onus of starting a world war. Now, if the answer does depend on the Allies, the decision as to whether they shall submit to the conquest and partition of Poland or whether they shall fight, then we must turn to the British government itself for enlightenment. Having already accused Herr Hitler of continuous mendacity, we find the British government in a white paper issued today, again branding the German Chancellor with what Theodore Roosevelt used to call the short and ugly word. The white paper was issued to refute Hitler's assertion in his Danzig speech that Britain had rejected all peace proposals from Germany. This white paper, to which I refer, quoted the German government as not only refusing to adopt conditions of peace suggested by Britain, which were the withdrawal of German troops from Poland as a prerequisite to peace, but of even refusing to receive and accept those terms. Now, so far as the actual war news is concerned, there is little of major importance. Although we have reports tonight that there's been a revival of Polish resistance in various quarters, and although we know that Warsaw maintains a heroic resistance, comparable indeed to the defense which the loyalist government of Spain put up for 2 years in Madrid, we know, I say, that Polish hopes in a military sense have been, for an unpredictable time, extinguished. The Germans claim officially the capture of 105,000 Polish soldiers and virtually complete occupation of Poland along with the Russian allies. But what about those Russian allies? There comes a hint, not official, I must say, that the Russians are already overrunning the borders which were set in the agreement made at Brest-Litovsk. We know as a simple fact that the Russians have thrown large bodies of troops between the German army and Romania, a move which cuts off the Germans, directly at least, from Romanian grain and oil. Now, turning to the Western Front, we find that the French, with what must now amount to considerable British help, are standing guard a little in advance of the French Maginot Line, some 8 to 10 miles, it is stated. We hear also that the Allies are keeping a wary eye on the Dutch, Belgian, and Swiss frontiers in the fear that the Germans, attempting another one of their blitzkrieg strokes, will try to swing around the Maginot Line either by striking through Holland and Belgium or striking through Switzerland, the latter of which might indeed be a tough job. We know that the advanced lines of the French and Germans have been for more than 2 weeks now in constant contact with each other, that there have been lively artillery duels and considerable air fighting. The casualties have run into thousands of killed and wounded. Nevertheless, warfare on the grand scale has not yet begun. Such French and American correspondents who've been permitted to glimpse the Western Front seem impressed with the completeness of the French mobilization. These observers report that all North and Eastern France are given over to military effort, that the civilian populations have been largely evacuated, and that everything from the French standpoint has been done to set up a redoubtable defense. The other item which erects itself in the news is the assassination which took place today of the Prime Minister of Romania. He was shot to death while he was driving in his armored car through the streets of Bucharest, the capital. French news agencies reported the assassins to be members of the Romanian Iron Guard, the same organization which King Carol has labored to abolish and which is described to be the Romanian counterpart of the German Nazis. It is difficult to say what political implications this assassination may have. Romania is frankly at the mercy of Hitler and Stalin, with the Russians apparently the more likely to grab the prize, but apparently also interested in throwing a strong barrier of Soviet troops between Poland and Romania and his own Russian Rukain. Now, we have a word tonight, too, from Paris and the Prime Minister, the Premier of France, Premier Daladier. In a nationwide radio broadcast, Daladier declared that France will fight until Hitler is destroyed as French lines on the Western Front stiffen in anticipation of an unexpected Nazi mass offensive. As regards the Romanian assassination, it also comes in that 9 members of the masked band of pro-Nazi conspirators who assassinated the Premier Călinescu were taken to the scene of their crime and executed by a firing squad in the glare of anti-aircraft searchlights. Now, a word from my sponsor, the American Oil Company. Money can't buy a finer motor fuel than Amoco gas, but there are a lot of people I know who buy regular price gasoline. And if you happen to be one of these, I do want to say this. You can't do better than to use Orange American gas. It's made in the same great refinery that gives you the famous Amoco gas. Orange American is an all-petroleum product that sells at regular gas price. It gets all of its quality from the petroleum itself. It's a pure, sweet product that's free from impurities and harmful ingredients. And so, if you're a user of regular price gasoline, I ask you to stop at an Orange American pump. It may not be extravagant to say that the salvation of beautiful Paris may depend on the Eiffel Tower. The French have converted that lofty steel spire into a listening post. An instrument related to the microphone, but even more sensitive, will be alert every minute, night and day, to catch afar off the first vibrations of enemy airplanes. From miles away, so we're told, the betraying vibrations will be caught. Instantly, the alarm will be sped to squadrons of defending planes on guard all around La Belle Paris. Up they'll soar to meet the raiders before the raiders can come over the city. There's a curious story about the 1,000-foot tower which old Gustave Eiffel built, and that is that the French have a death ray apparatus secreted there, a fearful weapon which, operated from that great height, according to this story, would destroy an air or land enemy. You can hear a lot of queer yarns over there about La Tour Eiffel. 6 different Parisian taxicab drivers have cheerfully rattled off to me 6 different fables about it. The one, and it may be true at that, about the secret room in the tower which has never been opened since the day that Gustave Eiffel died in 1923 at the age of 91. After his death, the key was taken to the Department of the Interior. The story is that Monsieur Eiffel kept in that room a mummy, which he'd obtained in Egypt and which was preserved by a lost process, changeless through the centuries. Egyptian priests had told Eiffel that the mummy would confer eternity on any structure which continued to shelter it. And Eiffel always said that his tower would stand 1,000 years at least. It was the 8th wonder of the world when Gustave Eiffel built it 50 years ago, and then Al Smith came along and topped it with a ninth wonder, the fabulous Empire State Building. The tower that watches over Paris, and the Germans tried their best to plug it in the last war, is not really 1,000 feet tall. It's 983 feet on a cool day and 984 feet on a hot day. It weighs 7,700 tons. It sways like a Cecil DeMille siren, but never tips. Now, why was it built? As an exercise in pure mathematics by a great mathematician. Eiffel played with great steel girders as delicately and fastidiously as Fritz Kreisler employs the bow of his violin. La Tour Eiffel may see wondrous sights, terrible sights, in this struggle to say what's decent and humane in civilization. For in those ringing, sweeping words of the Battle Hymn of the Republic, he is trampling out the vintage where the grapes of wrath are stored. But it's also written in that stirring anthem, his truth is marching on. I thank you.
One moment, please. This is David Ross, and here is an important announcement. Beginning next Monday, Edwin C. Hill will be heard on the station to which you are now listening at 5 minutes past 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Now, I'll repeat that. Beginning next Monday, Edwin C. Hill will be heard 5 nights a week at 5 minutes past 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The American Oil Company invites you to listen to Edwin C. Hill again tomorrow at our regular time, 5 minutes past 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
10:15. There are several so-called Bohemian beers, but there is only one National Bohemian, and it's the most expensive 10-cent beer your dealer can buy. The National Brewery gets more money for its beer, and it gives more real value back. Don't forget, National Bohemian is the most expensive 10-cent beer in your dealer's stock. This is WJSV, Washington. Streamline Interlude, music transcribed in the tempo of the day, arrives on time. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, it's Freddie Monroe and his orchestra, whose opening selection is Ring Dem Bell Tones.
is important news for every radio listener. Starting on Sunday, September 24th, this station will present every night at 11 o'clock, except Saturday, Paul Sullivan, the famous news commentator. Mr. Sullivan has been making special broadcasts to America from the war zones of Europe for the Columbia Broadcasting System and will return to start his new program on September the 24th. He will bring his fresh impressions of the war-torn European scene, and with this as a background, he will interpret for you the news of the day. Mr. Sullivan has been voted one of the 5 most popular commentators in America for the past 3 years. Using the reports of the United Press and the complete facilities of the Columbia Broadcasting System, he will bring you a complete news summary every night except Saturday. So remember, tune in Paul Sullivan on this station starting Sunday at 11 o'clock. See you soon with Sullivan. Marion Forbes takes the spotlight now in the vocals to The Lamp is Low. Freddie Monroe himself would now have words with you. A little expression of his own called "Tain't What You Do." It's the way that you do it.
About 3:30, my daddy said, son, come here for me. Swing may come and swing may go, but here's one thing that you should know. Ain't what you do. It's the way that you do it. Ain't what you do. It's the way that you do it. Ain't what you do. It's the way that you do it.
That's what gets results. Ra-da-da. Ain't what you do.
It's the time you do it.
Ain't what you do.
It's the time you do it.
Ain't what you do.
Oh, the time that you do it.
That's what gets results.
If you try hard, don't mean a thing.
Don't mean a thing.
Take it easy. Then your jive will swing.
Ain't what you do.
It's the place that you do it.
Ain't what you do.
It's the time that you do it.
Ain't what you do.
Oh, the way that you do it. That's what gets results. You'll find that the song is not always a thing. Bands may come and bands may go, but here's one thing that you should know. It ain't what they play, it's the way that they play it. Now Lombardo plays like this. No, it ain't what he plays, just the way that he plays it.
That's what gets results.
And old Tommy Dorsey, he plays his music like this. Ain't what he plays, just the way that he plays it.
That's what gets results.
Now there's old Kay Kaiser, who has a great band, and when it comes to music, is Kay's brand. Ain't what he plays, just the way that he plays it.
That's what gets results.
Now we'd like to join the bandwagon and go along with them, presenting our style called bell tone rhythm.
Prices on imported goods are going up. Furs, for example. Insurance rates for transporting furs from Central Europe have jumped 3,000%. Imagine the effect on fur prices. Zlotnik the furrier prepared. Months ago, Mr. Zlotnik bought heavily of the choicest imported fur pelts. And now these gorgeous furs are available at Zlotnik's at original price levels. If you mean to buy a new fur coat, be forewarned by this good advice from Zlotnik the furrier. Now is the time to buy your furs. Gorgeous furs, original prices, at Zlotnik's. Individual terms may be arranged. Zlotnik the furrier, at the sign of the Big White Bear, 12th and G. Our Streamline Interlude, music transcribed in the tempo of the day, leaves on time to return on its next run tomorrow at the same hour. Your announcer, Hugh Conover. This is Columbia's station for the nation's capital. It's 10:30 p.m., BULOVA, Bulova Watch Time. Bulova presents The President, a distinguished watch with the famous 21-jewel movement. In all the charm and color of natural gold, curved to fit your wrist. The Bulova President is a magnificent example of rich simplicity, exceptionally priced. WJSV, Washington.
The Midweek Review. The Columbia Broadcasting System presents its Washington news analyst, Albert Warner, to report and review the highlights in the news from the nation's capital. Here is Mr. Warner.
The President has spoken. The isolationists in the Senate have responded. They say no, and they say it loudly. The battle is on. Neither the President's argument nor the restraint which characterized his speech converted or restrained his opposition in the Senate. They met together before he addressed the opening of the special session of Congress today. They met after it. They were not changed. National unity may be the slogan of the President and also of his opponents, but a bitter clash to determine on what course we shall be unified became inevitable tonight. As you know, the President pleaded with Congress to repeal the arms embargo, which now prevents the shipment of arms to belligerent countries. On that point, he said, go back to international law, which bans no trade. Then he suggested either legislative or executive action to lessen the possibility of international incidents. He showed his willingness to accept the cash and carry plan, by which warring nations would have to put up cash for all goods they buy here and carry them away in their own ships. For the President also voiced approval of the creation of a danger zone into which American vessels would not be permitted to go. Mr. Roosevelt further proposed continuation of the ban on American travel in belligerent vessels and of war loans to the fighting countries. And again, Mr. Roosevelt stressed the objective of keeping America out of war. Let no group assume the exclusive label of the peace bloc. We all belong to it, said the President. But the essence of his program, the milk of the coconut, as Senator Bob LaFollette described it, was the repeal of the arms embargo. On that issue, the fight is made, the challenge accepted. The conflict outside the halls of Congress reached into the Capitol today to touch the struggle there. 300 men and women with American flags massed in the rotunda of the Capitol. They shouted as senators walked by to the joint session, keep us out of war, no blood money, don't repeal the arms embargo. They represented the Philadelphia Committee for Defense of Constitutional Rights. One group had trouble getting into the Capitol. Representative Patrick tried to find out what the matter was. Who are you? Said one woman visitor. Are you a communist? You look like one. Patrick said he was just a congressman. Then another woman shouted, why should our boys be sent to war? This afternoon, as soon as the joint session of Congress was adjourned, the opposition in the Senate held its second organizational meeting. The number of conferees increased in the afternoon. There were altogether 24 different senators, Democrats, Republicans, 2 former laborites, and 1 progressive enlisted in the fight against repeal of the arms embargo. 7 more senators, unable to attend today, raised their number to 31. The lineup tonight stood as follows. 47 senators in favor of the President's entire program, 31 opposed, 18 doubtful. The isolationists think they are within striking distance of a block of 40 senators. In any case, 33 are enough to block cloture. It takes 2/3 of the Senate to limit debate. The opposition is now assured of sufficient strength to prevent any such move. There was no threat of filibuster. In fact, the opposition is anxious to deny any such intent. Just full, thorough, complete discussion, all the facts, all the history, perhaps all the incidents which led to American involvement in the World War in 1917. That's all they want. But by the time the fight is completed, the friends of the administration may be saying that the difference between filibustering and free discussion is mighty hard to define. So determined was the group of isolationists which met today that it was decided to set up a permanent organization. A strategy board of 5 members may be named, including perhaps men outside the Senate. Speeches will be made throughout the country. Veterans of the World War may be enlisted for the oratorical battle. There was even discussion of a publicity set up for the oppositionists. And although secrecy was preserved over some of the plans, word leaked out that one of the wealthiest men in the country, a well-known figure, had sent word through one of the senators that he was prepared to finance expenditures for organization on a nationwide basis. The meeting of this Senate Battalion of Death was held in the catacombs of the Capitol, down in that unique room in the basement occupied by the veteran Senator Hiram Johnson, the California Republican. Today, Senator Johnson tossed 5 or 10 years off his age, flourished his yellow cigar holder, and with fire in his eyes presided at the latest rally of the isolationists. When at last his conference broke up, he looked around fondly at his table and desk and the other furnishings of his office and told us newsmen it was right in this room that the fate of the League of Nations was decided. Another League of Nations fight and 2 veterans of that fateful struggle here to lead the latest battle, Johnson and Bora. Of course, some people say that it was the defeat of the League which helped to bring on the international anarchy which has resulted in the latest war in Europe. But others will tell you that the Senate decision on the League kept the United States out of a series of controversies, and that the fight against the arms embargo is a continuing part of this struggle to keep this nation out of involvement abroad. Johnson and Bora are joined by the son of another isolationist of World War days, young Bob La Follette, and by the grandson of a leader in the fight against the League of Nations. Young Senator Lodge of Massachusetts took a hand in the organization work today. The fight has split parties and smashed all previous alignments. Most of the conservative Democrats have gone back to the president, energetically supporting his program for repeal of the embargo. But now, the so-called left-wingers are against the president, the progressive La Follette, the farmer laborites, Lundeen and Shipstead of Minnesota, the agrarian progressives like Frazier and Nye of North Dakota, Democratic Wheeler of Montana, once the running mate of the elder La Follette, is in the opposition also. The isolationist group includes the following Democrats: Clark of Missouri and Clark of Idaho, McCarran, Bulow, Walsh, Holt, Overton, and Downey. Those last 2 were rather surprising. Overton of Louisiana has usually been with the administration. That's been the position also of Downey of California, apostle of bigger and better old age pensions. George Creel, a Democratic leader of California, the official information chief during the World War, recently visited the White House. He came out wholeheartedly for repeal of the embargo and said there were no isolationists left in the West. It seems that there are at least 2, and they have votes. The 2 senators from his own state, Downey and Johnson, are ranged against the president. Republicans at the isolationist meeting today included Vandenberg, Barber, Gurney, Kappa, Toby, Danaher, Reed, and Bridges, besides those already mentioned. Old alliances have been broken overnight. Again and again, the president has consulted Senator La Follette. This is the first really major issue on which they have split. As he left the isolationist meeting, La Follette said, "The embargo repeal is the issue, and we are absolutely opposed to it. I am convinced this fight can be won. I am satisfied public opinion is with us. The administration," he said, "has been painting its picture of success in much too rosy hue." From the Atlantic to the Pacific, every senator is being swamped by mail. Most of it is against repeal of the embargo, he said. And La Follette added that 96% of his mail was against changing the embargo. It seemed to come from every people in every walk of life. If it was propaganda, he said, he had never seen anything just like it before. Now that huge mail, by the way, is a very real factor in this fight. Many congressmen say it does not represent the sentiment in their districts. but whether it comes from the spur of one or two organizations remains to be seen. The isolationists had no particular criticism of the cash and carry plan. On the contrary, they like it, but they don't want it as a substitute for the arms embargo. For they argue that the repeal of the embargo would be showing favoritism to one side. They mean Britain and France. It would make the United States an arsenal and build up a commercial interest leading toward involvement, so they argue. Senator Vandenberg said, "I continue to disagree that the President recommends the safer non-involvement formula. So far as general international law is concerned, that's the precise code that got us into the last war." That's the oppositionist side. The administration forces also are organized, and they roll toward the battle with as much speed and with more immediate strength. The President counts definitely upon the support of the House, which will await Senate action. And in the Senate, by the admission of even the isolationists, the administration starts with the upper hand. The bulk of the Democrats remain behind the President in his appeal for ending the arms embargo. A group of Republicans has also bolted to the administration position. While the isolationists were meeting in Senator Johnson's office, high administration strategy was mapped at the White House. The Senate Majority Leader, Mr. Barkley, big, broad-shouldered Minton of Indiana, the Democratic whip, and shrewd Senator Burns of South Carolina, the big three of the administration Senate Strategy Board, conferred with the President. Senator Barkley said later, "We have decided to take the House neutrality bill as a basis for legislation because that is in the interest of speed." The senator said he is calling a meeting of the Democratic Steering and Policy Committee for tomorrow morning to discuss legislative procedure. Effort would be made to follow the President's proposal and limit the session to neutrality, said Barkley. Practically all the opinion that came to me today is in favor of thus limiting the session, he declared. And while the President lost Senator La Follette, he welcomed back to his ranks the Democratic conservatives, even some of those senators who have been on the suspect list as economic Tories. It was that unreconstructed rebel, Carter Glass of Virginia, who swept his colleagues at the last session into a violent rebuff of the White House for the appointment of a federal judge obnoxious to the senator. And on many issues, Senator Glass, drawling out barbed words from the corner of his mouth, has castigated New Deal policies. But this afternoon he was at the White House, and of the President's message he said, "It was fine, pungent, and conclusive to my point of view, and I don't see how anybody can take any other point of view." Senator George of Georgia, who was on the President's purge list in the primary a year ago, made no commitment, but he called Mr. Roosevelt's address a very strong plea. Senator Byrd of Virginia has opposed most of the major policies of the administration, yet he said today that the President's plan was admirably presented. The strictest sort of cash and carry policy, vigorously enforced, is, I think, our best safeguard, Senator Byrd declared. He was taken to mean that he would accept repeal of the arms embargo if the cash and carry policy were extended to all belligerent purchases in the United States. The President also drove a wedge into the Republicans. He took with him Senator Taft of Ohio, who is an outstanding candidate for the Republican presidential nomination. He had the support also of the Assistant Republican Leader of the Senate, Mr. Austin. Colonel Knox, who ran for Vice President on the Republican ticket in 1936, said, "I thought it was one of the greatest speeches Roosevelt ever made in his whole career. I thoroughly approve of his proposals." And while the President lost the progressives and former laborites in the Senate, he kept the support of the ultra-New Dealers. Senator Lee of Oklahoma said it was a magnificent appeal from the heart of a great patriot. The administration strategy is to make this a lightning war, no bombs and destruction, but speed and precision. The administration counts upon a majority now in the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. That seems to be a safe reckoning. Hearings will not be allowed. That's on the premise everyone knows the issue and the argument. The strategy of the opposition is the long pull. Identify repeal of the arms embargo with war involvement and play on that theme throughout the country. National unity, yes, but a legislative battle royal before it is achieved. Yet, that is in accord with the democratic process, a process blacked out in so many other countries.
Albert Warner, CBS News analyst, has presented the Midweek Review, a report and a review of the highlights in the news from the nation's capital. Next Thursday at this same time, 10:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, WJSV will again present Albert Warner. This is Columbia Station for the nation's capital. $10:45. Whether you spend a dime or a dollar, you want the most for your money. You get just that when you order National Bohemian Beer, the most expensive 10-cent beer your dealer can buy. It is sold by quality-minded dealers who are proud that National Bohemian, the most expensive 10-cent beer they can buy, is on their shelves. WJSV, Washington. This afternoon, the President of the United States addressed the opening session of Congress. Because of the importance of the occasion, a transcription of the address was made this afternoon and is presented at this time. President Roosevelt was presented by the Speaker of the House of Representatives, William B. Bankhead.
I have the distinguished honor of presenting the President of the United States.
Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, members of the Senate and the House of Representatives, I have asked the Congress to reassemble in extraordinary session in order that it may consider and act on the amendment of certain legislation, which in my best judgment so alters the historic foreign policy of the United States that it impairs the peaceful relations of the United States with foreign nations. At the outset, I proceed on the assumption that every member of the Senate and of the House of Representatives and every member of the executive branch of the government, including the President and his associates, personally and officially, are equally and without reservation in favor of such measures as will protect the neutrality, the safety, and the integrity of our country, and at the same time keep us out of war. Because I am wholly willing to ascribe an honorable desire for peace to those who hold different views from my own as to what those measures should be, I trust that these gentlemen will be sufficiently generous to ascribe equally lofty purposes to those with whom they disagree. Let no man or group in any walk of life assume exclusive protectorate over the future well-being of America, because I conceive that regardless of party or section, the mantle of peace, the mantle of patriotism, is wide enough to cover us all. Let no group assume the exclusive label of the peace bloc. We all belong to it. I have at all times kept the Congress and the American people informed of events and trends in foreign affairs. I now review them in a spirit of understatement. Since 1931, the use of force instead of the council table has constantly increased in disputes between nations, except in the Western Hemisphere, where in all those years there has been only one war, now happily terminated. During those years also, the building up of vast armies and navies and storehouses of war has proceeded abroad with growing speed and intensity. But during these years, and extending back even to the days of the Kellogg-Briand Pact, the United States has constantly, consistently, and conscientiously done all in its power to encourage peaceful settlements, to bring about reduction of armaments, and to avert threatened wars. We have done this not only because any war anywhere necessarily hurts American security and American prosperity, but because of the more important fact that any war anywhere retards the progress of morality and religion and impairs the security of civilization itself. For many years, the primary purpose of our foreign policy has been that this nation and this government should strive to the utmost to aid in avoiding war among nations. But if and when war unhappily comes, the government and the nation must exert every possible effort to avoid being drawn in to the war. The executive branch of the government did its utmost within our traditional policy of non-involvement to aid in averting the present appalling war. Having thus striven and failed, this government must lose no time or effort to keep our nation from being drawn in. In my candid judgment, we shall succeed in those efforts. We are proud of the historical record of the United States and of all the Americans during all these years because we have thrown every ounce of our influence for peace into the scale of peace. I note in passing what you will all remember, the long debates of the past on the subject of what constitutes aggression, on the methods of determining who the aggressor might be, and on who the aggressor in past wars had been. Academically, this may have been instructive, as it may have been of interest to historians to discuss the pros and the cons and the rights of the wrong and wrongs of the World War during the decade that followed it. But in the light of problems of today, problems of tomorrow, responsibility for acts of aggression is not concealed, and the writing of the record can safely be left to future historians. There has been sufficient realism in the United States to see how close to our own shores came dangerous paths which were being followed on other continents. Last January, I told the Congress that a war which threatened to envelop the world in flames has been averted, but it has become increasingly clear that peace is not assured. By April last, new tensions had developed. A new crisis was in the making. Several nations with whom we had had friendly, diplomatic, and commercial relations had lost or were in the process of losing their independent identity and their very sovereignty. During the spring and summer, the trend was definitely toward further acts of military conquest and away from peace. As late as the end of July, I spoke to members of the Congress about the definite possibility of war. I should have called it the probability of war. And last January also, I spoke to this Congress of the need for further warning of new threats of conquest, military and economic, a challenge to religion, to democracy, and to international good faith. I said, an ordering of society which relegates religion, democracy, and good faith among nations to the background can find no place within it for the ideals of the Prince of Peace. The United States rejects such an ordering and retains its ancient faith. And I said, we know what might happen to us of the United States if the philosophies of force were to encompass the other continents and invade our own. We, no more than other nations, can afford to be surrounded by the enemies of our faith and our humanity. Fortunate it is, therefore, that in this Western Hemisphere we have under a common ideal of democratic government a rich diversity of resources and of peoples functioning together in mutual respect and peace. And last January, in the same message, I also said, we have learned that when we deliberately try to legislate neutrality, our neutrality laws may operate unevenly and unfairly, may actually give aid to an aggressor and deny it to the victim. The instinct of self-preservation should warn us that we ought not to let that happen anymore. And it was because of what I foresaw last January from watching the trend of foreign affairs and their probable effect upon us that I recommended to the Congress in July of this year that changes be enacted in our neutrality law. The essentials for American peace in this war-torn world have not changed since last January or last July. And that is why I ask you again to re-examine our own legislation. Go back a little. Beginning with the foundation of our constitutional government in the year 1789, the American policy in respect to belligerent nations, with one notable exception, was based on international law. Be it remembered that what we call international law has always had as its primary objectives the avoidance of causes of war and the prevention of the extension of war. The single exception to which I refer was the policy adopted by this nation during the Napoleonic Wars, when, seeking to avoid involvement, we acted for some years under the so-called Embargo and Non-Intercourse Acts. That policy turned out to be a disastrous failure. First, because it brought our own nation close to ruin, and second, because it was the major cause of bringing us into active participation in European wars in our own War of 1812. And it is merely reciting history to recall to you that one of the results of the policy of embargo and non-intercourse was the burning in 1814 a part of this Capitol in which we are assembled today. Our next deviation by statute from the sound principles of neutrality and peace through international law did not come for 130 years. It was the so-called Neutrality Act of 1935, only 4 years ago, an act continued in force by the joint resolution of May 1st, 1937, despite grave doubts expressed as to its wisdom by many senators and representatives and by officials charged with the conduct of our foreign relations, including myself. I regret that the Congress passed that act. I regret equally that I signed that act. On July 14th of this year, I asked the Congress in the cause of peace and in the interest of real American neutrality and security to take action to change that act. I now ask again that such action be taken in respect to that part of the act which is wholly inconsistent with ancient precepts of the laws of nations, the embargo provisions. I ask it because these embargo provisions as they exist today prevent the sale to a belligerent by an American factory the sale of any completed implements of war. But they allow the sale of many types of uncompleted implements of war, as well as all kinds of general material and supplies. They furthermore allow such products of industry and agriculture to be taken in American flag ships to belligerent nations. There in itself, under the present law, lies definite danger to our neutrality and our peace. From a purely material point of view, what is the advantage to us in sending all manner of articles across the ocean for final processing there, when we could give employment to thousands by doing it here? Incidentally, and again, from the material point of view, by such employment here, we automatically aid in building up our own national defense. And if abnormal profits appear in our midst, even in time of peace, as a result of such an increase of our industries, I feel certain that the subject will be adequately dealt with at the coming regular session of the Congress. Let me set forth the present paradox of the existing legislation in its simplest terms. If prior to 1935 a general war had broken out in Europe, the United States would have sold to and bought from belligerent nations such goods and products of all kinds as the belligerent nations with their existing facilities and geographical situations were able to buy from us or sell to us. This would have been the normal practice under the age-old doctrines of international law. Our prior position accepted the facts of geography, the facts of conditions of land power and sea power and air power alike, as they existed in all parts of the world. If a war had broken out in Europe in 1935, there would have been no difference, for example, between our exports of sheets of aluminum and airplane wings. Today, there is an artificial legal difference. Before 1935, there would have been no difference between the export of cotton and the export of gun cotton. Today, there is. Before 1935, there would have been no difference between the shipment of brass tubing in pipe form and brass tubing in shell form. Today, there is. Before 1935, there would have been no difference between the export of a motor truck and an armored motor truck. Today, there is. Let us be factual. Let us recognize that a belligerent nation often needs wheat and lard and cotton for the survival of its population just as much as it needs anti-aircraft guns and anti-submarine depth charges. Let those who seek to retain the present embargo position be wholly consistent. Let them seek new legislation to cut off cotton and copper and meat and wheat and 1,000 other articles from all of the nations at war. Yes, I seek a greater consistency. A greater consistency through the repeal of the embargo provisions and a return to international law. I seek reenactment of the historic and traditional American policy, which, except for the disastrous interlude of the embargo and non-intercourse laws, more than a century and a quarter ago, has served us well from the very beginning of our constitutional existence. It has been erroneously said that return to that policy might bring us nearer war. I give to you my deep and unalterable conviction, based on years of experience as a worker in the field of international peace, that by the repeal of the embargo, the United States will more probably remain at peace than if the law remains as it stands today. I say this because with the repeal of the embargo, this government clearly and definitely will insist that American citizens and American ships keep away from the immediate perils of the actual zones of conflict. And so, I think that repeal of the embargo and a return to international law are the crux of the issue that faces us. The enactment of the embargo provisions did more than merely reverse our traditional policy. It had the effect of putting land powers on the same footing as naval powers, so far as seaborne commerce was concerned. A land power which threatened war could thus feel assured in advance that any prospective sea power antagonist would be weakened through denial of its ancient right to buy anything anywhere. This, 4 years ago, began to give a definite advantage to one belligerent as against another, not through his own strength or geographical position, but through an affirmative act on the part of the United States. Removal of the embargo is merely reverting to the sounder international practice and pursuing in time of war, as in time of peace, our ordinary trade policies. This will be liked by some and disliked by others, depending on the view they take of the present war. But that is not the issue. The step I recommend is to put this country back on a solid footing of real and traditional neutrality. When and if, I don't like even to mention the word if, I'd rather say when the repeal of the embargo is accomplished, certain other phases of policy reinforcing American safety should be considered. And while nearly all of us are in agreement on their objectives, the only question relates to method. I believe that American merchant vessels should, as far as possible, be restricted from entering war zones. But war zones may change so swiftly and so frequently in the days to come that it is impossible to fix them permanently by act of Congress. Specific legislation may prevent adjustment to constant and quick change. And it seems, therefore, more practical to delimit the actual geography of these war zones through action of the State Department and administrative agencies. The objective of restricting American ships from entering such zones may be attained by prohibiting such entry by the Congress, or the result can be substantially achieved by executive proclamation that all such voyages are solely at the risk of the American owners themselves. The second objective is to prevent American citizens from traveling on belligerent vessels or traveling in danger areas. This can be accomplished also either by legislation, through continuance in force of certain provisions of existing law, or by proclamation making it clear to all Americans that any such travel is at their own risk. The third objective, requiring the foreign buyer to take transfer of title in this country to commodities purchased by belligerents, is also a result that can be attained by legislation or substantially achieved through due notice by proclamation. The fourth objective is the preventing of war credits to belligerents. This can be accomplished by maintaining in force existing provisions of law, or by proclamation making it clear that if credits are granted by American citizens to belligerents, our government will take no steps in the future to relieve them of risk or loss. The result of these last two objectives will be to require all purchases to be made in cash and cargoes to be carried in the purchaser's own ships at the purchaser's own risk. Two other objectives have been amply attained by existing law, namely regulating collection of funds in this country for belligerents and the maintenance of a licensed system covering import and export of arms, ammunition, and implements of war. Under present enactments, such arms cannot be carried to belligerent countries on American vessels, and this provision should not be disturbed. The Congress, of course, should make its own choice of the method by which these safeguards are to be attained, so long as the method chosen will meet the needs of new and changing day-to-day situations and dangers. To those who say that this program would involve a step toward war on our part, I reply that it offers far greater safeguards than we now possess or have ever possessed to protect American lives and property from danger. It is a positive program for giving safety. This means less likelihood of incidents and controversies which tend to draw us into conflict as they unhappily did before the last World War. There lies the road to peace. The position of the executive branch of the government is that the age-old and time-honored doctrine of international law, coupled with these positive safeguards, is better calculated than any other means to keep us out of war. In respect to our own defense, you are aware that I have issued a proclamation setting forth a national emergency in connection with the observance, safeguarding, and enforcement of neutrality and the strengthening of the national defense within the limits of peacetime authorizations. This was done solely to make wholly constitutional and legal certain obviously necessary measures. I have authorized increases in the personnel of the Army, the Navy, the Marine Corps, and the Coast Guard. Increases which will bring all four of them to a total still below peacetime strength as authorized by the Congress. I have authorized the State Department to use for the repatriation of Americans caught in the war zone the sum of $500,000 already authorized by the Congress. I have authorized the addition of 150 persons to the Department of Justice to be used in the protection of the United States against subversive foreign activities within our border. At this time, I ask for no further authority from the Congress. At this time, I see no need for further executive action under the proclamation of limited national emergency. Therefore, I see no impelling reason for the consideration of other legislation at this extraordinary session of the Congress. It is, of course, possible that in the months to come, unforeseen needs for further legislation may develop, but they are not imperative today. These perilous days demand cooperation between us without a trace of partisanship. Our acts must be guided by one single hard-headed thought: keeping America out of this war. In that spirit, I am asking the leaders of the two major parties in the Senate and the House of Representatives to remain in Washington between the close of this extraordinary session and the beginning of the regular session on January 3rd, 1940. They have assured me that they will do so, and I expect to consult with them at frequent intervals on the course of events in foreign affairs and on the need for future action in this field, whether it be executive or legislative action. And further, in the event of any future danger to the security of the United States, or in the event of need for any new legislation of importance, I will immediately reconvene the Congress in another extraordinary session. I should like to be able to offer the hope that the shadow over the world might swiftly pass. I cannot. The facts compel my stating with candor that darker periods may lie ahead. The disaster is not of our making. No act of ours engendered the forces which assault the foundations of civilization. And yet, we find ourselves affected to the core. Our currents of commerce are changing. Our minds are filled with new problems. Our position in world affairs has already been altered. In such circumstances, our policy must be to appreciate in the deepest sense the true American interest. Rightly considered, this interest is not selfish. Destiny first made us, with our sister nations on this hemisphere, joint heirs of European culture. Fate seems now to compel us to assume the task of helping to maintain in the Western world a citadel wherein that civilization may be kept alive. The peace, the integrity, and the safety of the Americas, these must be kept firm and serene. In a period when it is sometimes said that free discussion is no longer compatible with national safety, may you, by your deeds, show the world that we of the United States are one people, of one mind, one spirit, one clear resolution, walking before God in the light of the living.
You have heard a transcription of an address made by the President of the United States at the opening of the special session of Congress. This is Columbia's station for the nation's capital. 21 minutes past 11 o'clock. BULOVA, Bulova Watch Time. Courtesy the Bulova Watch Company, 5th Avenue, New York. WJSV, Washington. We invite you now to listen to the music of Jerry Livingstone and his orchestra.
Comes now the spot where Jerry Livingstone salutes a fellow composer from the Miami Room. Tonight it's Irving Berlin, and we hear a Berlin medley, Change Partners, Say It Isn't So, and Back to Back. Young Men of Manhattan, featuring the piano of Jerry Livingstone, the voices of lovely Ann Stewart and Paul Dillon. The tunes, Day In, Day Out, Address Unknown, Running Through My Mind, and South of the Border.
Of the border, down Mexico way. That's where I fell in love when stars above came out to play. And now as I wander, my thoughts ever stray. South of the border, down Mexico way. She was a picture in old Spanish lace. Just for a tender while I kissed the smile upon her face. For it was fiesta, and we were so gay. South of the border, down Mexico way. Then she sighed as she whispered, Mañana, never dreaming that we were parting. And I lied as I whispered, Mañana, for our tomorrow never came. South of the border, I rode back one day.
Sorry, Paul, time's a wasted. From Mother Kelly's Miami room on 58th Street, east of Park Avenue in New York City, Columbia has brought you the individual society music of Jerry Livingstone, composer-conductor, and his Young Men of Manhattan, smooth syncopations in the modern manner. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
11:30 Eastern Standard Time. Getting your money's worth is important these days. Be sure that you do by ordering National Bohemian, the most expensive 10-cent beer your dealer can buy. In bottles, cap-sealed cans, or on draft, it's the most expensive 10-cent beer in your dealer's stock. WJSV, Washington.
for swing, the music of America's newest band sensation, Teddy Powell and his orchestra, coming to you from that old jive hive, the famous Door, on 52nd Street in New York City. There's jam in our getaway tonight. Here's O Sole Mio. Teddy Powell and his orchestra in the tune Melancholy Mood.
Melancholy mood forever haunts me, steals upon me in the night, forever taunts me. Oh, what a lonely soul am I, stranded high and dry by a melancholy mood. Gone is every joy and inspiration, tears are all I have to show. No consolation, all I can see is grief and gloom, till the crack of doom, oh, melancholy mood. Deep in the night I search for a trace of a lingering kiss, a warm embrace, for love is a whimsy as flimsy as lace, and my arms embrace an empty space, melancholy mood. Why must you blind me, pity me, and break the chains that bind me? Won't you release me, set me free, bring him back to me, oh, melancholy mood. that bind me, woo to release me, set me free, bring him back to me. Melancholy mood.
The band gangs up in an old parlor game, but strictly on the jive side. Pussy in the corner. You know, Teddy Powell is a composer as well as a conductor, and here's Jimmy Blair with Teddy's new ballad hit, It's All Over Town.
My friends all pass me by, can't look me in the eye. They say I've been a fool for loving you. Am I an old desire? It's all over town, we're through. They say that you're unkind. Could love have made me blind? My heart won't let my mind believe it's true. Yet where there's smoke, there's fire. It's all over town, we're through. I don't mind joining the souvenirs that you put away on your shelf. But if my love dreams must end in tears, then you'll have to tell me yourself. We've never said goodbye. Let's prove it's all a lie. Let's keep that wedding date we planned for two and end this idle gossip It's all over town we're through. That you put away on your shelf. But if my love dreams must end in tears, then you'll have to tell me yourself. We've never said goodbye, let's prove it's all a lie. Let's keep that wedding date we planned for two, and end this idle gossip. It's all over town, we're through. It's all over town, we're through.
Columbia is bringing you the music of America's newest dance sensation, Teddy Powell and his orchestra, coming to you from the famous door on 52nd Street in New York City. It's an old tune, but then it's a Teddy Powell arrangement. I found a new baby. Jimmy Blair sings with Teddy Powell and the orchestra, For You, To You.
Sunbeams from heaven above to you. To me, you're an angel. You mean the world to me. I'll be forever yours. Your smile made the clouds and the shadows on high take wings. Your kiss was a real inspiration to greater things. My dreams, I'm so thankful and grateful to say, came true. I owe it all.
It's supercharged jive with that Powell power and Ruth Gaylor sings. Well, all right.
Hello, Joe. What do you know?
I just got back from a vaudeville show.
Sing and dance, take a chance.
Well, okay, let us go. Well, all right.
Well, all right.
Dig, 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 well, all right.
All right.
Chop, 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 well, all right.
All right.
Hi, 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 well, all right, for tonight is a night to be bright. The music don't do you, you know tonight's the night. Oh, we're going. Don't know where we go, but we're going. Yes, we're going. The only thing I know is we're going. Feel the rhythm running through you, you know tonight's the night. Well, all right. Dig, 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 well, all right. Jump, 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 well, all right. Hi, 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 well, all right. Well, all right, well, all right, well, all right. The music's talking to you, you know tonight's the night.
Jimmy Blair in the spotlight, and it's that old favorite, the Chinese Lullaby. has offered the music of one of America's youngest composers and conductors, Teddy Powell and his orchestra, from the famous door on 52nd Street in New York City. John Harper speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
midnight. WJSV, Washington.
Ladies and gentlemen, from New York's famous Hickory House east of Broadway, Columbia presents Louis Prima, his orchestra, and his magic trumpet. Music in unusual arrangements featuring that real New Orleans brand of swing, with the inimitable Prima hot trumpet solos. Louis Prima and the orchestra getting off with Baby Me.
Because I love it when you baby me. The beauty of it is that I love you and you love me too. So baby, won't you baby me?
Another trumpet page that comes up this time titled I'll Remember.
thrilled at the sight of you. I'll remember how the dream of my heart came true. I'll remember how I stood in the moon glow. Moon glow gave me you, so young and free, so glad to be alone. I'll remember cigarettes that we forgot to light, and the sunrise that we miss when we kiss goodnight. All those moments spent in paradise for two, I'll remember, baby, will you?
Prima and his orchestra, bringing you now, Doing the Serpentine.
Thing you've ever seen doing the serpentine. Even old folks with the gout can't resist their stepping out. Makes you feel like sweet 16 doing the serpentine. Now when you're tired, sing tra-la-la-la-la, make those rafters ring. I just heard from Mexico, the generalissimo. Mexico has the jumping beat doing the serpentine.
now here's one from the stage production Yokel Boy. The orchestra playing for you, Comes Love.
You can get little heat, comes love, nothing can be done. Comes a fire, then you know just what to do, blow a tire. You can buy another shoe, comes love, nothing can be done. Oh, don't try hiding, cause it isn't any use. You'll go sliding when your heart turns on to juice. Comes a headache, you can lose it in a day. Comes a toothache, see your dentist right away. Comes love, nothing can be done.
From New York's famous Hickory House east of Broadway, Columbia's presenting the music of Louis Prima, one of the greatest white exponents of that Dixieland rhythm. Here we have now Valvista Gaily Star.
smiling from afar, just like an angel with a girl in yellow. Oh, Manya, 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 see, Manya means good luck for me. Manya, all I am below.
Up the stairway to the stars.
Let's build the stairway to the stars. Climb the stairway to the stars, with love to guide us, and fill the night with the song. We'll hear the sounds of violins out yonder where the blue begins. Drifting, drifting, we go drifting along. Can't we sail away on a lazy, dizzy petal over the rim of a hill? Can't we sail away, darling baby, little high on the crest of a thrill movie? Oh, we'll build a stairway to the stars, lovely, lovely stairway to the stars. We can be happy, and we can be happy as can be.
Prima, his magic trumpet, and his orchestra bringing you I Want the Waiter.
with the water for my daughter, 'cause my daughter has an order for some water on the tray. He's got a menu, and that he'll send you. He's got a menu that'll send you and befriend you. He's got a menu that'll send you and befriend you, maybe lend you if you help me find the way to what the tray. While my daughter having lunch one day, she caught the waiter's eye. So he took one look at her and ran away. And now she's gonna die of thirst. Oh boy, I want the waiter, what the water. I want the waiter, what the water for my daughter. Don't want the butcher or the baker or the candlestick or maker. I want the waiter, what the water on the tray. Water on the baker or the candlestick or maker. I want the waiter with the water on the tray.
Here's another one in swing time, Should I? Should I reside beneath the pale moonlight and swear by stars above you? Could I repeat the sweetest story told? Could I entreat? Would it be too bold? Should I reveal exactly how I feel? Should I confess I love you? Should I reveal exactly how I feel? Should I incite beneath the pale moonlight, baby? Baby, boy. Could I repeat the sweet story told? Could I entreat? Would it be too bold? Could I feel exactly how I feel? Should I confess I love you? Love, 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 love. From the famous Hickory House on 52nd Street east of Broadway, Columbia has presented the music of Louis Prima, his magic trumpet, and his orchestra. This presentation came to you announced by John Reed King. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
12:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, WJSV, Washington.
CBS presents the new sensation of the nation, Bob Chester, his saxophone, and his orchestra. How do you do, everyone? For your dancing or listening pleasure, the Columbia Network presents the dance music of Bob Chester and his orchestra, playing for dancers in the Mayfair restaurant of Hotel Van Cleve in Dayton, Ohio. To open the program, it's the voice of Kathleen Lane singing Shoot the Sherbet to Me, Herbert.
sherbet to me, Herbert, shoot it now. You send me with your jazz, so send me, Herbert, send me. Make me feel the fresh, da 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 da. Shoot the sherbet to me, Herbert. Shoot the sherbet to me, Herbert. Shoot the sherbet to me, Herbert. Shoot it now.
One of the loveliest tunes of the current season. Stu Braden bringing you the lyrics. Blue Orchids.
I dreamed of two blue orchids, two beautiful blue orchids one night, while in my lonely room. I dreamed of two blue orchids, so full of love and light, that I wanted to possess each tender bloom. Then my dreams took wings, and through 1,000 springs, blue orchids seemed in a world apart. But when I met you, something pale and blue came stealing through the meadows of my heart. I saw my two blue orchids, my beautiful blue orchids last night, and what a sweet surprise. When you looked at me, it was plain to see blue orchids only bloom in your eyes. All right, Bob, let's roll it out now so Al Stewart can sing the Beer Barrel Polka. We will have a barrel of fun. Come on, roll, roll, roll out the barrel. We've got the blues on the run. Oh, baby, sing, boom, tarara. Just sing out a song of good cheer. 'Cause now's the time to roll the barrel. 'Cause the gang's all here. Now that we have the barrel properly taken care of, Kathleen Lane returns to the microphone to ask, what's new?
admit. What's new? How did that romance come true? You haven't changed a bit. Lovely as ever, I must admit. What's new? Probably I'm boring you, but seeing you is grand, and you were sweet to offer your hand. I understand a do. Pardon my asking what's new. Of course you couldn't know. I haven't changed. I still love you so. You promised your love by heaven above. It's all because of you that we are through. So tell me what's
Ladies and gentlemen, we pause briefly to remind you that you're listening to the dance music of Bob Chester, his saxophone, and his orchestra, playing in the Mayfair room of the Hotel Van Cleve in Dayton, Ohio. On with the music as the orchestra plays Dancing in the Dark. Listen again to the sweet voice of lovely Kathleen Lane as she tells us the romantic story of a man and his dreams. Braden has a romantic plea to make. Cinderella, stay in my arms.
Striking, I'll hold you at the stroke of 12. Don't run away. Oh, can't you hear my heart? It begs you to stay in my arms, Cinderella. For maybe I'm that fellow Prince Charming. Since I met you, I've had but one design for your wedding shoes placed next to mine. Midnight of midnights and so divine, Cinderella, stay in my arms.
I guess that time has come. Time to bid goodbye to the dance music of Bob Chester, his saxophone, and his orchestra. They've been playing for you, ladies and gentlemen, from the smart Mayfair restaurant of Hotel Van Cleve in Dayton, Ohio. Vocalists on the program were Kathleen Lane, Al Stewart, and Stu Braden. Heard on the program, Dancing in the Dark from Bandwagon, A Man in His Dreams from Star Maker. Your announcer, Dick Roll. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This morning as a result of developments in the last 12 hours. The answer to one question is whether or not the United States neutrality law will be revised. President Roosevelt has asked for a lifting of the arms embargo provision and other important items. What the answer will be is now up to Congress. The second question arises on the other side of the Atlantic and will be answered there. It arose with the assassination of Romania's Premier Arman Colonescu. And the question there is, does the assassination herald a new move by a foreign power to encroach upon Romanian territory? Romania herself has said that the assassination has no international significance, and she will continue attempts to preserve her neutrality. Semi-official sources in London, however, point to the fact that immediately after Colonescu was assassinated, a new premier was appointed and a new military government established. British sources said this might indicate Romania's fear that if she could not keep the situation under control, a foreign power might use this as an excuse to come in the interest of pacification. In Bucharest, 8 men, all members of the Nazi Iron Guard, were executed as the assassins of Premier Colonescu. And the new premier, General George Arganeșanu, commander of the Bucharest Army and former war minister, ordered out troops and machine guns into the streets of Bucharest to round up other members of the Iron Guard organization. Columbia's shortwave listening station here in New York tuned in during the evening on broadcasts of the government-controlled stations of Europe and heard from them 4 versions of the murder of the Romanian premier. Here is how the explanations of the assassination came over the government-controlled airwaves. From Bucharest, quote, "The murder was strictly an internal matter. It has no international ramifications. 8 of the assassins have been executed. There is no unrest." End of quote from official Romanian sources. From London, by way of the overseas service of the British Broadcasting Corporation, came this version, quote, "Suspicion is definitely directed against the Iron Guard, a Nazi organization in Romania. It is significant that Romanian police last night searched the houses of pro-Nazi Germans in Cernoti, and documents were found instructing the Germans what to do when German troops reached the Romanian border. 80 arrests of pro-Nazi Iron Guards were made. An official Romanian announcement said that the execution of the assassins had taken place at the scene of the crime as a warning to all who would follow the Iron Guard. Placards carrying the warning were posted. And that's the official British version. The announcer on DJB, the Nazi shortwave station in Berlin, was permitted to explain the assassination like this, quote, "The allegation that the Iron Guard member shot the Prime Minister is not plausible in view of the fact that orders have been issued to the Iron Guard not to disturb the neutrality of Romania by terrorist acts. The Prime Minister was the mouthpiece of Romanian neutrality, and he became victim of his devotion to neutrality. The crime," the Berlin announcer continued, "can be traced to Polish circles who, in connivance with British secret agents, wanted to get rid of the man who wanted Romania to stay neutral. Premier Kalinescu had aroused the displeasure of Poland and Britain by interning the members of the Polish government who deserted their country and fled to Romania, by disarming the Polish soldiers who crossed into Romania, and by seizing a shipment of gold from Poland which was destined for another place." End of quotation. The German announcer further said suspicion was cast upon the British because, according to his version, all telephone and telegraph wires from Romania were cut immediately after the assassination, and yet the BBC was able to announce the Premier's death before anyone else heard a word about it. Berlin's announcer answered the British allegations about pro-Nazi espionage activities in Cernoti by charging that the whole story was pure fabrication, concocted by British journalists of whom, the Nazi announcer concluded, there had been a tremendous influx into Cernoti. The version of the shooting which came from Paris Mondial, French shortwave station, was somewhat similar to that from London. In addition, the French pointed out that the technique used by the killers was exactly the same as that used by the Nazi killers of Chancellor Dollfuss of Austria in 1934, when Adolf Hitler was preparing to annex Austria for the Reich. In both instances, Paris Mondial said, the killers immediately seized the radio station and announced the assassination as a signal for general uprising. Public opinion in Paris, the French announced, holds that Kalinescu was the victim of Romanian Nazis. The news you have just heard was a digest of Press Association dispatches. Further details will be found in your newspapers. Your announcer, George Putnam. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Station WJSV, in cooperation with the United States Weather Bureau, will now give you the latest forecasts and weather information issued by that office. The forecasts cover a period of 36 hours beginning at 7:30 tomorrow morning. For the District of Columbia, fair, slowly rising temperature in afternoon Friday. Saturday, fair and slightly warmer, gentle northeast winds Friday. Maryland, generally fair with slowly rising temperature in the interior Friday. Saturday, fair with rising temperature. Virginia, fair Friday and Saturday, slowly rising temperature in the interior of north portion Friday, somewhat warmer Saturday. This is station WJSV, owned and operated by the Columbia Broadcasting System, with studios located in the Earl Building at 13th and E Streets Northwest in the city of Washington, and transmitting facilities on the Mount Vernon Memorial Boulevard in Alexandria, Virginia, on property leased from the Richmond, Fredericksburg, and Potomac Railway Company. Station WJSV operates on a frequency of 1,460 kilocycles by authority of the Federal Communications Commission. Our next program will come to you at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. The National Anthem.